Control quality. Resource management plan is an output of which process? Plan resource management. Team charter is an output of which process? Plan resource management. Resource requirements is an output of which process? Estimate activity resources. Resource breakdown structure is an output of which process? Estimate activity resources. Physical resource assignments is an output of which process? Acquire resources. Project team assignments is an output of which process? Acquire resources. Resource calendars is an output of which process? Acquire resources. Team performance assessments is an output of which process? Develop team. Communications management plan is an output of which process? Plan communications management. Project communications is an output of which process? Manage communications. Risk management plan is an output of which process? Plan risk management. Risk register is an output of which process? Identify risks. Risk report is an output of which process? Identify risks. Procurement management plan is an output of which process? Plan procurement management. Procurement strategy is an output of which process? Plan procurement management. Bid documents is an output of which process? Plan procurement management. Procurement statement of work is an output of which process? Plan procurement management. Source selection criteria is an output of which process? Plan procurement management. Make or buy decisions is an output of which process? Plan procurement management. Independent cost estimates is an output of which process? Plan procurement management. Selected sellers is an output of which process? Conduct procurements. Agreements is an output of which process? Conduct procurements. Close procurements is an output of which process? Control procurements. Procurement documentation updates is an output of which process? Control procurements. Stakeholder register is an output of which process? Identify stakeholders. Stakeholder engagement plan is an output of which process? Plan stakeholder engagement.
And with that, we have finished our review of all the outputs, and many of them double as inputs as well. You might have heard your friend Phill say, what goes into a process is of less importance on the exam than what comes out of the process. This will help your recall of project management concepts, but remember, this will not be tested wrote on your exam. When topics of this nature appear, remember that questions could be cloaked in verbose language when speaking about inputs and outputs. The same for knowledge areas, process groups, tools, and techniques. Remember, it is not about memorization, but more so about understanding why you get whatever you get from a process and how it is used afterwards. We at Praizion wish you all the very best on your exam. Remember, the exam coverage is very people heavy and very agile heavy as well. Adjust your study patterns to satisfy these nuances.
Hello there, my friends. It's your buddy Phill, project management trainer and coach. I hope you're doing well. A huge shout out to one of our listeners who responded to my podcast requesting some help and for voting up certain videos. I appreciate you doing that. Asher, thank you for writing in. Asher has asked us today to talk about the PMP application. So today we are going to listen in to how to fill in your PMP exam application. Now, I have a 13-minute video about this. It's on YouTube. You know, the best way to learn about filling in the application is to actually see it being done. There is so much that I could point you to in the video, but I'm not going to be able to say it all in here. So I'm going to play the clip, but I'm also going to put a link below so that you watch the video, watch how I walk through PMI's website and how I fill in all of this information. Now, here is the top of the waves, the bottom line about your application. 1, do not fill in unnecessary information. The PMI are not interested in the history of the project and why the project and what you programmed, what you coded, what you engineered in, any patterns you created along the way. They don't want to hear that. What they do want is to know what exactly you did on the project as a project manager, not as a programmer, not as a tester, not as an engineer, not as a food scientist, but what did you do as a project manager? In other words, what did you do across the 5 process groups? What did you do in initiating? What did you do in planning, executing, monitoring and controlling and closing from a project management standpoint? Project managers are not expected to code. They're not expected to test. They're not expected to write user cases and test scripts and things like that. And I found out the hard way when my application was rejected in one of my exams, and the reviewer said this coding, testing, use case, test script writing is not project management. And they were right. So I learned the hard way. All right. So you want to keep it brief. You want to keep it simple. You want to stick to the point. And you also want to make sure that you keep it to the lower end of the scale of how many characters they're asking for. So try and keep it in the sweet spot of around 250, 300. Don't go off to the 500 zone. You're giving the person reviewing it more work to do, and they probably don't like that. So keep it brief, keep it simple, keep it straightforward to project management. And I am sure if you've put everything in the right order, just like you see below, I'm going to put an example in the comments for this podcast. If you follow that, you should be A-okay. But let's listen in to what exactly I said in the video. And then if you want to watch the video, click on the link to do so. Okay? So here is the audio from the YouTube video. Hello, my friends. It's your buddy Phill here, project management trainer and coach. I got a few questions about the PMP application, so I want to walk through it really quickly. The PMP application starts off with the education. Put in the education you've got, bachelor's degree, high school diploma, whatever it is. It is going to ask you to put in whatever qualifications you see fit. And this is a dummy application, as you can see here. Professional education also, they want you to put in information regarding the project management course that you took that qualifies as 35 hours. So you can see that there. And over here, you can see secondary degree is what I've put in here. If we click on edit education, you can see it asks for the highest level of education. So you don't need to put in every single piece of education you've got, only the highest level. Click on the drop down, you can see we've got high school all the way to doctorate. So whatever the highest level of education is, put that in there, save the education, and continue the process. When you're done with the education piece, if it meets requirements, you then move on to the experience piece. So let's click on continue to experience. And let me just say, you can save and come back to any stage. Like if you didn't have your professional education of 35 hours yet, you could still begin to work on this. All right, now it's asking for experience. You can see in here, we've got some dummy experience. And in the dummy experience, you can see the organization name, the name of the project manager, or I beg your pardon, the job title, which is project manager, the functional reporting area, all of this stuff that's just basic, organization, what is the field, project team size, and so on. So I'm going to click on edit experience just so you get an idea of the actual form. All right, so put in the project title, put in the organization, the job title, functional reporting area. If you don't see your reporting area there, just click on other. The organization, we have other as well as a bailout. Approach or methodology is going to be waterfall, agile, or hybrid. Team size, the project budget, you could say it's classified. I've worked on some projects. I've had to tell PMI it's classified. I can't tell you any more about this. Project dates. And if it's still in progress, hit in progress. Now, this is the description. This is where a lot of people are scared out of their wits, but it doesn't have to be that difficult. You can make it simple. Just use the recommended PMI IPEMC, and that stands for initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling and closing. The outcome and whatever it is, So in this example, I have put in initiating the project, and it's a very simple and short statement. It says, let me make it big so you can read their lips really well. Provide a high-level description. High level means high level. Don't go into the weeds, or you will put your application into a tailspin. If you go into technical babble and esoteric language that throws the reviewer off, I can assure you, you'll be getting a message from the PMI saying, hey, we got a question about this. Did you actually do project management, buddy, or were you just doing technical type stuff? So you want to keep it to the project management work you did, right? Provide a high-level description that summarizes. That's a key word. In fact, the application is like an exam, because if you don't read the words high level and summary, like I said, they're going to kick it back to you. Okay. So summarizes your experience and includes project objective, the outcome, your role on the project, and your responsibilities and deliverables. A typical response is between 200 to 500 words. So you can see right now I'm on 105 words. It's not showing red. But if I got rid of some of the information in here, make it smaller, and let me just get rid of about 3/4 of what I put in. Now you can see it doesn't like the fact that it's just 30 words. So I've got to put some more information in. And 104, it's not mad at me. Before, it used to be based on characters, and it was just 555 characters. Now they want roughly 200 to 500 words. So I could put something such as develop the project charter and identified stakeholders with the core team, held kickoff meetings, stakeholders, and presented the project charter for buy-in, higher levels. Created and maintained stakeholder register. You can also expand on develop the project charter with the project sponsor. For example, now this is what adds to the volume of words. We're looking for quality though. It's only what you did that you want to say. If you didn't do that, don't say you did that. That would be unethical, okay? Planning, develop the project management plan components with the team, build the schedule, WBS, cost baseline, quality plans, communication plans, risk plans, plans, and stakeholder. That's it. All right, let's go down to executing. See, we just keep it simple, keep it brief. Conducted team meetings and directed the project work while managing the developers on the project. Ensured all issues were identified, tracked. Engaged risk owners and action owners to execute planned responses. Okay. You could also say inspired, motivated, and mentored team members. If you were involved in a project of a hybrid nature, you need to also think about things that may be a little bit agile. So you could say maintained an impediment log responsible for impediment resolution. All right, monitoring and controlling. Created and maintains regulatory reports for the project. Created and distributed work performance reports to stakeholders. Monitor the project and review reports while taking corrective action, preventive action, and following through with defect repair, change requests, and updates. All right, last but not least, we have closing. Closed out each phase project while conducting phase end reviews and submitted phase closeout reports to stakeholders. Also, close out the entire project by presenting a final report and transitioning the deliverable to the customer. Outcome delivered on time and on budget. Customer has implemented the solution. The entire project was a success. All right, just remember, you always keep it professional. So all of this is just dummy data. If you're really going to keep it professional, just remove anything that is clowning around and it's not serious. Keep it simple, keep it high level, keep it project management, hit the save experience button, boom, you're done. All right, and that's how you do it. And you can see for this one, this is 3 years from May to August. It shows the time frame is 40 months for this project, and that's enough. You don't have to submit tons and tons and tons of projects. You see, this is a problem. This is a problem that many people make. Many people want to put every project they did under the sun, and that's not the way to do it. Because if you put 10 projects, when PMI kicks back an application, if they do, I hope they don't, you're going to have to defend 10 projects. Just put one project that covers the time period. If you've got a degree, you know, it's 3 years, right? If you've got a high school diploma, then it's 5 years, but find the fewest number of projects. And in that way, you get the least amount of challenge and kickback when your application is reviewed, and there's less confusion. It's just so straightforward. All right. So there's no need for a big old template. You know, back in the day would have a big old Excel sheet to fill in all this information. No, just do the simple initiating. That's the genesis of the project, planning, the planning of the project, how you planned it, executing, how you executed it, monitoring and controlling what you did to monitor and control it, and closing. And boom, you're done. That's the end of my application here. I am done. So let's continue to examine details. So continue to the next page. It just shows you a summary of everything. You put in all your information, email address, yada, yada. And then exam accommodations. Do you need any? Do you agree? Do you say that everything is complete? And if everything is complete and you've put in all the information, put in some random numbers, okay? So if you put in just some information, all the information that is required, you'll be able to get to the point where you submit the application. It's that simple. And the final piece, my friends, is to save the phone number, which put in some fictitious phone number and hit submit application, and boom, you're done. And that, my friends, is how to complete your PMP application. If you've got any questions about the application, look for a comment box below. I'll be more than happy to explain it to you. If you are looking for training for the PMP exam, I highly recommend you going down to our website. It's called Praizion.com, Praizion.com. When you hit Praizion.com, you can take a look at some of the stellar world-class training that we've got for you. We've got the Project Management Masterclass, CAPM Masterclass, one-on-one coaching, on demand for the PMP, Project Leaders Club if you are already certified, all sorts of great stuff. All right, so jump on the programs and look forward to seeing you. Take care.
I'm scared of the PMP exam. It's going to hurt me.
Don't be ridiculous, boy. The exam can't hurt you if you've prepared well for it.
But I've heard horrible things from other people who've taken the test.
Well, what those people didn't tell you is they didn't prepare in the best way possible. They didn't consult with your friend Phill at Praizion meeting. My advice to you before the exam is to go on down to the website, Praizion.com, Praizion.com.
Do you mean Z-I-O-N?
Yes, Z-I-O-N, if you pronounce Z as Z. Go on down to Praizion.com.
I'm very happy.
I can imagine. And how does your sister feel?
She, I called her yesterday after the exam, and it was unbelievable because she didn't expect that I would pass my first attempt. Yeah. So.
Wow. Well, I knew you would pass. I wasn't sure the exact date. You might have told me, probably just skipped. But it's really remarkable. What day did you join our program? Do you remember the actual day you joined or time frame?
It was in November.
Right.
Was it No, it was in December. Yeah.
Was it December? Oh, wow. That was even quicker.
I think that was in December. Yeah, I think. Because I joined the master class.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah, so you were in group 5, and you came for the ride. I think you joined. Did you join late? But you were in the class.
Yeah, I joined late.
Yeah, so you joined late. It might be November. But here you are now, and yeah. And remind me, at the time you came on the program, had you done any agile training or?
No, no. I had no.
You were new to Agile. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and just talk about your process and why you wanted to get certified. I remember you told me why you wanted to get certified, but why don't you go ahead and tell us why you wanted to get certified? So let's start off with this slide about why PMP. Was it required for work or why?
Yes, I had to get certified because I wanted to, I just wanted to open up more room for me to improve, and get a better experience and to get a better job. Yeah, so because the place I am in right now, I want to leave. and
Okay.
I just wanted to add more value to myself.
Hi, there's someone in the background. They should know that. They should know that we're celebrating your success and the whole world is watching on YouTube.
Yeah.
So, hi, whoever that was. It's a big deal. If they want to come and make an appearance, I can speak to them. Yeah, they need to know that what you did is a huge, huge deal. What you did is worthy of all the accolades that we're giving you right now. So you ended up doing this because your work, you wanted to get a better job, not because your work demanded it, right? And you paid for it all by yourself?
Yes, I paid for it by myself. Mm-hmm.
Wow. So leading up to finding Praizion, how did you discover us? Because some people do searches and other people watch YouTube. So which one was it?
Okay, so my sister actually told me about you, because at the time she was preparing for exam, I think she was just a few days to taking the exam when she discovered you on YouTube.
Wow.
So she told me, when I told her I wanted to take the exam, she said to go on YouTube and search for you. Wow. So immediately I got on YouTube and I searched for your videos. I became very captivated because especially because of Agile, it was really it was interesting to listen to you. Yeah, so that was how I came about.
Wow, that is awesome. So you came on the program quite quick and got done quite quick. It's, in my mind, it's rather quick. How many hours were you studying in a day? How did you organize your study of the chapters? Or were you just shadowing the class for the most part?
Okay, yeah. So I attended the classes, right? And then what I did was to go back, after the class, I usually just go back and watch the videos again. Mm-hmm. And I watched other videos too on the learning system. Okay. So usually what I did was throughout the day, I just listened to, so it was like my music. Mm-hmm. So I just listened to the audios and that was how I went about. So it was like I read throughout the day. Yeah.
Gotcha. Did you follow, when we were done with the class in December, did you follow any particular order of Agile and then predictive? And because the last few weeks are the most important, you must have been doing something intentional. How were you arranging your studying once the class was done?
Yeah, so once the class was done, I started with predictive.
Wow. Okay.
Yes, because I actually started with Agile. Yeah, so I did the Agile for the first part. I did the Agile and I did Scrum. I went to the Scrum site. I read. So towards the end was when I started studying for the predictive.
Gotcha. Yeah. It's really remarkable. And did you do Ken Schwaber's free scrum.org exams, I said?
Yeah, yes, I did all of them.
Wow, very good. And then you did our mock exams a number of times.
Yes.
How many times did you hit those?
I did the mock exam 3 times. Yes, I did the mock exam 3 times. And then I did all the tests for Agile.
Okay.
And the ones for the 3 domains.
Okay.
I did them multiple times. For the Agile, I was crazy about Agile. So I did a lot of Agile. I did it over and over and over again. Yeah.
Wow. And you found Agile intriguing. Why exactly? Can you tell us why?
Yes, because Agile is true to life. It's not unrealistic. Yes, it's very relatable with, because things change. So I find it for me personally, like in my life, it was like, okay, yeah, it happens every day. And mm-hmm. I really just wanted to know how to be able to cope with change in my own personal life. So it was just me coming in, not just the exam, but me just having like this overview of how change works. So it was really the change aspect of Agile that actually captivated me. Yeah.
I'm really happy to hear that. And I must say that since PMI changed the exam, a lot of people who ordinarily wouldn't have heard about Agile or even used it are now becoming more and more aware of Agile. So I'm taking a look at because I haven't done this for some days now. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. Wow. You're really working the system. Very good. Yeah. I'm taking a look at how you were working those mock exams. So you took the 180 question mock exam, but you also took the people, process, business mock exams, right?
Yeah.
And did you try the people, process, business towards the end, or was that in the beginning?
Yes. I tried the people, process, and business towards the end.
Okay.
Yeah, because at the time we finished the class, I just wanted to do predictive because it was voluminous, and it's voluminous actually, the textbook, and I was scared. I didn't know how I was going to do it, so I was really scared. So I just wanted to do the predictive, So I allowed for some time before I took the domain mock exam.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I mean, yeah, okay. So you're really pounding it. Well done. Yeah, I'm just taking a look at the records, and I see that you're really working them really hard. So that's good. That's the way to succeed. Now, what about all the predictive mock exams? Tiny little 5 questions. Did you do any of those on the?
Yes, I did. I did some of those. Yeah, I did some of those.
Okay. Good. All right. So let's jump straight into the exam, because you shared some really interesting nuggets with me, and I would like us to hit those right away. So let me go to that slide. So you took the mock exam multiple times, the rest of the tests on the learning system. I found it very helpful to know that mock exam was harder than the test. And I concur with your comments that it's okay to keep it that way to help people prepare, so we don't under-prepare people, right?
Yeah.
So for those our friends watching who are on the system, they need to know that it's good to go through the questions as we have them. I found it very, very helpful and very revealing to put point 3 at 95% hybrid. Wow. And then 4% agile. This is very, very similar to another report that we got, but it helps me see how the exam might be changing more towards hybrid. Because most people would say agile and hybrid were, but I like the way you said hybrid is 95, because it helps us understand that one without the other is not going to be very helpful to us on the exam, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The exam was throughout, it was just hybrid. It was just hybrid. And at the time I was really happy because I took the hybrid questions too, because it gave me, the exam was I'm just happy that I took the mock exam, because that was how I was able to pass the exam,
Wow.
It helped
the
me.
experience.
Everything you told us in class, it was almost like you knew what the exam would be like. So yeah, it was hybrid, and the agile questions I got was not so much, like when you have the agile questions, direct
straight ahead agile.
Yeah,
right.
It wasn't much. The predictive was, I don't think predictive will continue very soon, because what they were begging, predictive was begging to be in the exam.
Wow. So when we say, the way they made it hybridized was they combine a narrative that might be from an agile world, and towards the end, maybe they blend in something predictive, or maybe in the answers, they blend in a predictive sort of answer, even though the question might sound more agile. Or can you describe how they mixed it in?
Yeah, so for the hybrid, it's very important to understand the manifesto, because that is just how you're going to pass the exam, the hybrid exam, you just understand the psychology of an agilist. Like you understand the psychology and you know the core values, the manifesto, the principles. You just know all that because what they will be testing is how the question was, the thoughts pattern was agile.
Gotcha.
You know, like you have to understand the psychology of an agilist, and then they just added like, oh, so what would the project manager do? Because in agile you won't get the project manager. So that was how the questions were like, okay, what would the project manager do in an agile situation?
Okay, got it. That's very, very helpful, and I'm sure it's going to help a lot of folks who may not see it coming, but I'm really glad that you pounded on the people, process, business, and that you hit the people in particular a number of times. That is very commendable.
The exam is actually people focused.
I kind of guess, because even when they say people is 42%, I feel that it's probably more.
People is like 80% of the exam. It was just people, meetings, co-locations, visual teams, how to build teams, how to speak with. Communication was big.
People.
Conflict, how to resolve conflicts. So it was just.
Gotcha. So I like what you put here. PMI came at you from the knowledge of communication, stakeholder, risk, servant leader, team building, and conflict resolution too. So really paying attention to the language. Now, help me understand this, Mary. Did you read the 6th edition at all?
Yes, I read my 6th edition.
Okay, I see. And in all, what will you say the weight, if you're going to give weighting to Agile? Now I'm giving you some math to do here. Agile Practice Guide, PMBOK Guide, Scrum Guide. If you were going to give weighting to 3 of them out of 100, which one will you give the most, and how would you break down, PMBOK 6, Agile Practice Guide, Scrum Guide? Did you read the 7th, by the way?
I just glanced through
it. So let's say PMBOK 6, PMBOK 7, Agile Practice Guide, Scrum Guide. Give them weightings in how they contributed to your success.
Okay, so Agile, first of all.
Okay.
You want me to give a percentage?
Yeah, me, I'm a numbers person. I want to go with numbers.
Okay.
Numbers work.
Okay. For Agile, I would say 70%.
Okay, let me share the screen so people can see what I'm doing here. One moment. So the Agile Practice Guide. Hang on. I don't think I'm sharing properly. Am I sharing? Whiteboard. There we go. All right. This is a very important part of the meeting, probably one of the most important. Got to get it right. All right. Agile Practice Guide. And you said 70%.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
And
PMBOK 6.
PMBOK could be 20. Yeah.
Gotcha. And then we have 10% left on the Scrum Guide and PMBOK 7. Does PMBOK 7 get 0?
I didn't see anything about 7 there.
Let's give it a 0. And the Scrum Guide.
The Scrum Guide, I think I want to change the Agile to 70, to 80. Sorry.
Okay.
Agile to 80, PMBOK to 10.
Okay.
And the Scrum Guide, I would give.
You 10. Got 10 left, right? Okay.
Because
this is so helpful.
Questions.
This is so helpful. And we're just talking now about books, books that were read. And where would we would, this has the manifesto. Let's just say because it has the manifesto in it. Okay. Now let's talk about another lens of, the whole thing. So we have exams. So let's weigh scrum.org and how it contributed to you. And then let's also weigh the Praizion with the 180, the people, the process, the business. And you could just give Praizion one lump mark. But let's break them down into two. So I know the scrum.org really framed a lot of your understanding. So how would you break it down? You were going to give, marks in 100%.
I would just give Praizion the 100% because whatever I learned on the Scrum website, I actually learned. I already knew it was just me just trying to do it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so I'll just give Praizion everything because everything is on the website, on the LMS, and
that's true.
So, yeah,
that's true. And Roy and I, we pretty much subscribe to what Ken says. He's one of our heroes. So a lot of what Ken preaches is in our content. So even though you took the mock exams there, we had kind of filtered in a lot of the concepts and the ideas from Scrum because that's what we believe in. This is very helpful, especially to those going through the program and trying to read so many books, trying to do so many websites. There's no point. Would you concur that if you follow the program, the Praizion program, there's no need for you to go buying other things elsewhere?
It's just a waste of money if you go buy something else. It's just a waste because you have. On the website, there was a time I was like, okay, so what do I read next? There's so much content. There's so much to read.
That's true
on the LMS. So yeah,
that's true. Did you do this one right here? Did you? You said you listened to this?
Of course. Of course.
Day in, day out. Okay, let's talk to our friend Chandra in case there are questions that she would like for you to address. Chandra?
So far, no questions yet.
Good. Okay. Well, let's jump into the last part of this presentation here. So the last part is the whole of the exam. It's based on conflict. I've heard this from more than one person. Based on conflict, how to communicate with stakeholders and the team, and you got above target in all domains. That was the outcome you were expecting, correct, Mary?
Yeah.
You knew you were going to kill it. At what point did you know you were going to kill it? At what point into the exam?
Okay, so the first part of the exam, I finished very fast. So when the invigilator came in to guide me out, he was like, "You are done with the first one?" I said, "Yes." And he was surprised. And I was surprised, like, okay, what's happening?
Was that in about an hour, or how long was that?
No, I think it was about 30 minutes or
what?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? 30 minutes. Chandra is like, wow. And again, Gannett, who got certified from the class as well, she said something similar to what you did.
She what she said made me go to the Scrum website, the scrum.org. She made me actually take the mock exam because I was not going to take it. Yeah, but I could have still passed the exam without going there. So yeah.
Right, gotcha. So our friends on YouTube who are watching right now, if you got questions, you can put them into the box. The reason why we stream this is to help you to be able to get perspective and context of the exam. So let's talk about the second part of the exam. So you went for the break after the first part or not? Or did you just jump straight?
Yes, I took the break. You were advised to take the break. So I took my 2 breaks. Yeah.
Good. So you came back from the first break, jumped into part 2. Was the exam any harder for part 2 or same?
No, I think I struggled with about maybe 3 questions on the exam. Maybe just 3.
Are you kidding me? It was just like piece of cake.
Yeah. The thing about the options is that one of the options would always say, escalate this to the sponsor. I just knew, no, we're not doing this. So I had like three options to choose from, and it was, I just canceled the canceled one out of the 3, and then I had 2 left, and I was like, it's easy, yeah.
Very good. I love it. And you got done with part 2, and you took the break and you came back for part 3 and still now the reason why I'm emphasizing this is different students share their perspective. And I really want to balance it up that it's, for some folks, a bit strenuous. For other folks, not as strenuous. And I think the reason is because PMI have so many questions that they can throw. You got to be ready to grab whatever they give you and run with it and just follow through. And that is pretty much what you did. So you went through the 6th edition, you hammered on the Agile Practice Guide, right? You read the Agile Practice Guide, and then you took so many things on the Praizion site. They were so well prepared, and you came for a number of lessons learned like this, which is why I'm really grateful that you come to give back. Some people run away after they get sort of, I know, I'm scared of the camera, but you come on here and you are trying to help people. So I really appreciate that. Scoring above target on all domains, and you got done in like how many minutes overall, or hours?
It was an hour, 30 minutes.
Chandra, are you hearing what I'm hearing?
Yeah. Are she and Jeanette kindred spirits? I mean, what's going on?
Wow. The funny thing, that the commonality between both of these awesome ladies is they were new to Agile. They hadn't, what industry are you from, Mary, again? What industry have you worked in a lot? Healthcare. Okay. So Gannett is from construction, you're from health, but still you've not really used Agile that much. You come into the class and we throw Agile at you. That's the first thing that we give you, just Agile ad nauseum for days and weeks. And then after Agile, we go into predictive. And to be quite honest, when we go into predictive, we're not hitting it the same way we hit the Agile with all ferocity. Instead, we're hitting predictive with, I would say it's a 60-40 or 70-30 in favor of Agile. But we do cover the mindset. And that's what both of you have in common, in that you don't have any prior Agile and you just come in and embrace the mindset. And that just seems to take you, through, even though you do all the predictive stuff as well. So what advice do you have for our friend Chandra here, who's taking the exam in sometime in the next month? And all our other friends, those who are not here, any advice how they could study, what they should study, what they should do?
Okay, I would say study Agile. Yeah, and try to understand the mindset. It's very important. Also, understand predictive, just understand what predictive is. But the Agile is like, most of what you would do would be Agile. And I would also suggest the questions were very long. So you take the mock exam, please.
Yeah.
Take the mock exam, take all the exams, take all the tests on the LMS, take everything and take them over and over and over again, because it will help you. It would really help you. Yeah, and maybe just learn how to read fast, because the questions are really long, very long. So you want to learn how to read fast and how to cancel out some answers. I can't remember what we call it in class.
The process of elimination.
Process of elimination, yeah. So that helped me, yes. And just relax. If you understand the mindset of an agilist, I think you're good to go. Yeah.
So helpful. So helpful. Let's go to the last few slides. We have Mary, and I appreciate you jumping in here with us. And
Hey, Phill, can I ask a question?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. So, Mary, how did you find the test center itself? I mean, you said that you had, I guess, the 3 breaks. Do they physically come in and get you? Do you go out? I mean, what was that like? Are you in a room by yourself?
No, there were other 3 people. We were 4 in the room, and so they gave us they gave us like a sheet of paper, So if you want to go out, you just raise that and just wave it. So somebody, because the camera is there, so they are watching. So you just wave, and then they come in to get you out, and then you go out, and then they escort you back to your seats. So you don't get to leave by yourself and come in by yourself. They have to bring you in and take you out. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it was kind of like, okay, you've got this person walking in and out of the room while you're testing. It's kind of yeah. So I was worrying about the distractions and things like that. Yeah. I mean, I know you've got the other testers coming in and stuff like that, but okay. So they didn't know that you were complete in 30 minutes with your first piece. You just I'm done, and you raised up the little paper, and they came and got you. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Okay.
And do they have those like cubicle like structures where it blocks out? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And did you eat anything? Did you take any water with you, or what was your break like?
Yeah, I ate something in the house before leaving, but I didn't take anything with me.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So you just strolled around for the break, used the restroom, come back?
Used the restroom, yeah.
Okay. And of course, you're all masked up. They make you wear the mask.
Yes.
And then you pull it down when you come back in.
No, you don't get to take the mask off when you're in the building.
Oh, wow. Okay. So when they're verifying that it's you, you pull it down when you get there at first, right? So they can check your ID, or not really?
Yes, when they want to, because they take a picture of you. Yeah. So you do that, yeah.
Okay. Good. All right. So let's jump into just a few more and taking a look at the ITTOs, because we still get the question, should I cram all those 100? What advice do you have in general concerning the ITTOs, inputs, tools, techniques, outputs?
I didn't get anything from ITTOs.
So if someone spends like hours just trying to cram them, isn't that a waste of time?
It is a total waste of time.
Okay. So the right level, I mean, should one read them like at a high level to understand them, or should one just totally blow past them?
I think I think it's okay to just understand.
Okay.
But you don't have to cram and no.
Got you. So the language on the exam is not like, I wish I could show an example here. Let me show an example. Let's make it a practical session. I'm all about being pragmatic. Let's make it practical. So that our viewers can see, because there are many questions that pass as mock questions on the exam. And it's important that we delineate those questions that are still out there, that a lot of people are relying on, that probably would never see the light of day on the PMP exam as it is today. So let me show you some of those. They're nice little trivia questions, but you comment as someone who has been through the journey, how valuable is a question like this? On a scale of 1 to 100, a 0 to 100, what value does a question like this give you as a student on the exam? Would it be more like a 50, or would it be more like a 25, or what would you say?
Okay. I'd say, because the questions are scenario based. I didn't really get any questions like this.
Right. So it would be fair to say this is very low value, correct?
Yeah.
Right. Good. Let's see.
But I saw some questions from some of my questions on the exam were like the ones on the mock exam.
On the mock, gotcha. More like the Praizion mock. Exactly. Yeah. Because these are not from our mock exam. Like these are focusing a little bit more on you knowing what something is, like knowing what a tool technique. Yeah. And this isn't the way to go, is it? This is not the way to go. Exactly. So thank you for sharing that. And let's bring up another type of question set. I'm going to bring up a question set that I put on YouTube a few days ago. I just call it questions for newbies. And I'm going to put up, I don't know if you might have seen that video, but let's see, something more like this. Let's bring up this one. Okay. Something like this.
Okay. Yeah.
More in this vein. Gotcha, gotcha. Very helpful. So I just want to send a message to some of our friends who are on all sorts of study platforms. If you're getting a lot of questions about ITTOs and knowledge areas and theory and stuff, process groups, it's probably not going to manifest like that on the exam. It could help your overall knowledge of project management, but in terms of taking the bull by the horns and hitting the exam where it hurts, you want to do more situational stuff. Let's show one or two more so Mary can comment. Let me show you one or two other questions from this this bank. So something like this.
Yeah. I mean, I got something like this.
And some of them are short as well. They're not all long, right?
Yeah.
So something like this. Okay. This one, what should you do next with a stakeholder? And will the answers be longer? Are some of the answers several lines long? Like, let me show you one. Are some of the answers long like this? Like many lines long?
Yeah.
Gotcha, gotcha.
Yes, I got a question like this.
Good to know. And then things that have many lines in the answers. Did you get some that were 2-line long answers? Or not that bad?
Yes, I did.
Okay. It's good to know. Good to know. All right. And then, questions such as what is consistent with Agile? What is consistent with, being in an Agile environment and things like that? Good. This is so helpful. Yeah, I'm glad we made it a working session. All right. So now our students who are watching, they know that questions that are primarily focused on ITTOs are phased out. They're not on the exam anymore. They used to be, but not anymore. All right. Solange, welcome. If you got any questions for Mary, please put them in the comments or just unmute, and feel free to join us on here if you want to. Welcome. So let's talk about these three. So people, you've pretty much given us that. Process, because a lot of times people see process as 50% and they're concerned. What advice do you have for someone trying to do good with process?
Okay, for process, I'd say the questions were more people than process.
Yeah. What about business?
And business too. There were more process than business in the questions.
Okay. And you've already given us the breakdown of Agile, Hybrid, Predictive, right? Your summaries have really helped. Let's see. So one more time, the navigation of the exam. Did you have any? So you pretty much were doing every section in about 30 minutes, right? Roughly, sounds like 30 to 40 minutes. Yeah. And you took all the breaks. You had a boatload of time left after the exam. Did you question yourself? Is this the right test to be in? Oh,
yes. When I was going to submit for the last time, I was like, this is too. I mean, this was easy. Am I sure?
Let me go back and check. Oh my goodness!
Like I'm sure I did the right thing, so I just clicked submit.
Oh dear. All right, and one more time, let's really emphasize the knowledge areas. So you were very comfortable with the language, the narrative, right? Yeah. And you said communications was big.
Yeah.
Stakeholder. And I think you said risk.
Yeah.
And
And now I see resources. I saw resources there. Yeah. Resources, that's where we have the team building, right?
yes,
Yeah.
yeah, double tick for that one.
Mhm.
And let's see.
I got one question from costs. So it wasn't.
Wow. What about things like scheduling, critical path, forward path, backward path?
Scheduling, not so much, but
Not really.
I think I got 2 questions from scheduling, yeah.
Okay.
And
So I
scope
mean, it's
wasn't too big too, yeah.
scope wasn't big, huh?
No.
Wow. What about the concepts from chapters 1, 2, and 3?
Yes, I got, that's where we have the OPAs, right?
Yes.
Yes, I got questions. I didn't get any EFs, but I got
Okay.
OPAs, yeah.
Fair enough. All right. So I mean, it wasn't for naught that we went through the 6th edition.
No.
Because here's my dilemma, Mary. I still have a lot of my colleagues saying to their students, read the 6th, like read it from cover to cover and read it 2 times. And my narrative is now becoming speed read it. Don't go spending days and days and days. Speed read it. Spend more time reading the Agile Practice Guide and the Scrum Guide, and spend more time reading the publications that Praizion is about to come out with, like the Layman's Guide to Project Management, which is a very small book, but it focuses more on the mindset. And then I've got this entire set of mindset slides that Chandra and her friends in the class and Solange and Co., they are actually going through with me right now. So our emphasis is less on ITTOs. As the years have gone on, it's become less and less. And I think based on what you've told us today, that sounds like we're on par. Go on, Chandra.
What about formulas?
I didn't get any formula questions.
Chandra is in disbelief.
That is what has kept me from taking the exam on more than one occasion, just being honest. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh,
You're going to do well. Go on, Mary. What did you say?
No formulas. No, none.
Wow.
None.
Wow.
But I got I think it was the power interest grid. I got that. Yeah. So I saw
just
that.
the grid and solving the okay. Okay.
This has been so helpful. Can you give some closing remarks and closing comments, Mary? Anything else you want to share with our friends?
Okay, Phill, I just want to thank you for everything that you're doing to help. I'm really grateful. You were
thank you.
You're like my guiding angel in the hall. Yeah, and for the people who are about to take the exam, I am confident that if you're here, you're going to pass it. So, I mean, just do everything Phill is asking you to do and do it over and over again. Please focus on Agile and try to imbibe the mindset. It will help you. And the manifesto, the principles, please do learn those. It will help. And just do everything Phill is asking you to do.
Thank you, Mary. It's a pleasure. And please say hi to your sister. Thank her for introducing you to the program. And also tell her we're waiting for her to come on the program, hopefully next month. She's going to come on the program soon.
Oh, but she's certified.
Oh, she got certified. She did.
Yeah, but she did. I mean, she got certified on her 5th attempt.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. See, that's all the effort. We save people if they come on the program with us. We'll take all that effort. But I'm glad that she's gotten it now, and we're actually friends on LinkedIn. So, very good. Well, Mary, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chandra. Solange, thank you for coming. And everyone. Thank you. And a shout out to our friends on YouTube. We're about to disconnect. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, my friends. I hope you're doing well. It's your buddy Phill here, project management trainer and coach. I've got 3 requests to ask you today, and I really hope you can follow through and help me out on them. The first one is for you to watch a video that I've created for you. You'll find a link below. It's called Project Management. It'll explain what it is, and it'll help those of you who have kids, significant other, friends who's still trying to know what project management is. And when you hit that video on YouTube, please smash the like button and subscribe to the channel. It helps the algorithm. The second request is for those of you who really want to go to the next level and help me create some phenomenal content for you. Please visit the website pmradio.org and look for the support button. And however you wish to support this podcast, it will be so much appreciated. I'll show up to create as much content as I can. Next, I would like for you to show some support for your buddy Phill. Just hit that like button. Those of you, my friends, watching on iTunes, on Podcast Addict, whatever platform, Spotify, whatever platform, show some support by putting in a good word for your buddy Phill. It helps the algorithm, it helps me, and I'll keep things moving on this podcast. Thank you very much. Don't forget, the link is below for PMP 101. See you soon. Did I hear someone say, I need a coach for the PMP exam or project management? Hey, if that's you, go on down to pmanonymous.com. I'm accepting new students. Let's knock this exam out and let's get your career straight. See you there. Did I hear someone say, I need a coach for the PMP exam or project management? Hey, if that's you, go on down to pmanonymous.com. I'm accepting new students. Let's knock this exam out and let's get your career straight. See you there. Hello, my friends. Your buddy Phill here, project management trainer and coach. Let's talk about 10 awesome but irrelevant topics for the PMP exam right now. You want to get ahead in 2022 and avoid wasting time on irrelevant topics? Watch this video all the way to the end. Number 1, complicated critical path method questions. These are not tested on the exam in any way, shape, or form. So for those instructors still giving their students dollops of this ridiculous topic, and when I say ridiculous, it's a good topic, but in contrast to what you get on the exam, it's ridiculous to train people for 4 hours. I used to do stuff like that on the old exam. This new exam, I've totally cut it out. Don't waste your time on these complicated critical path method questions. Understand what the critical path is, understand the method, understand the flow, and that takes 10 minutes, but not 4 hours. I've cut that time out and I've given my students 3 hours and 50 minutes of their life back. Number 2, the 2 complete performance index. This is in essence work remaining divided by funds remaining. But when you get into the nitty gritty of it, it's a long formula that many students find complicated. And this is not tested on the exam. Understand the logic. If you have $200 of work remaining and $100 of fund remaining, the TCPI is 2. It's that simple. 2 is not a good number. That means that in order for you to meet the original budget goals and not go over budget, you need to work twice as hard. You need to get $2 of value for $1 spent. Think about that. Simple. Don't go off on a rabbit trail solving goofy old problems for minutes on end. How long did that take? A minute. Number 3, cramming inputs and outputs. Don't do it. What you should do with inputs and outputs is pretty much go to page
89 in the 6th edition and just understand the narrative of what exactly each of those items are. It will not take you more than 10 minutes instead of 10 hours. Don't do it. Just read the core baselines, the core subsidiary plans, the core project documents. That's enough for inputs and outputs. Understand the narrative. You're going to be good. Number 4, cramming tools and techniques. There's so many tools and techniques, but again, the surveys say this is not tested to the degree many students spend time on the exam. I would again say go over every tool and technique, reading it to understand. If you don't understand a tool and technique, send a message right here in that comment below. Say, Phill, I don't understand this tool and technique. I challenge you. I'll create a video for you. But you know it's a waste of time. That's why you probably won't even ask, right? So cramming tools and techniques is useless. If you want to see tools and techniques as they have been described, I suggest that you do some searches on asq.org or go to the website tinyurl.com/Sigma PMO. And you'll see the Center for Disease Control and Prevention's examples of a lot of these things. It is not worth spending hours on end trying to cram tools and techniques, where they're from, so on and so forth. Number 5, expected monetary value, EMV. Cramming EMV formulas, not sensible. Well, what is EMV after all? Probability times impact. That's all. But when it gets even hairier is number 6, taking EMV and translating that into decision tree analysis. Again, it's not a bad thing to do for the real world. I subscribe to the Monte Carlo and doing this stuff on projects that count. But for your exam, spending time spinning your wheels trying to master this, and that page in the PMBOK guide with decision trees, it has proven to be a waste of time in 2022. So again, don't do it. Number 7, the number of channels of communication formula, the notorious n times n minus 1 divided by 2. This has not been tested for a while. It is great to understand it from a practitioner point of view, but in terms of spending hours on end solving problems, don't do it. Number 8, the point of total assumption from procurement, one of the most ridiculous wastes of time on your PMP if you find yourself reading this obtuse topic. The bottom line about point of total assumption is understanding that it's the point in the cost curve where the seller no longer realizes profits. That's easy to understand. Number 9, cramming the 49 processes and any other formula. Don't do it. This is a massive waste of your time, and it's something that you do not want to catch yourself doing in any way, shape, or form. So continuing the dialogue, cramming the 49 processes is number 9, and formulas, number 10. A word of advice, understand the processes, but don't cram the processes because it doesn't help in the grand scheme. Understand the narrative, what they are, what they do. I would advise that you know what comes out of each process to understanding, but not memorization. It will not help memorizing stuff. Number 10, formulas. Again, formulas, don't cram and don't obsess. What you do need to know for the exam is how SPI, CPI, CV, and SV can be translated from 0.9s and 1.2s and minus 10s and all those numbers into sensible stuff. If your SPI or CPI is less than 1, that is poor performance or undesirable performance. That is not ideal. If you have a 0.9 or even a 0.95 or a 0.99, it's not the best. It's not horrible, but it's not the best. If you have a 1, that's perfect. If you have a 1.2, a 1.1, that is better performance in any of those areas of schedule and cost. As for the schedule variance and cost variance, if it's less than 0, bad. In other words, negative, bad. If it's positive, good. And that's the summary. That's the most you need to know for formulas. So cramming formulas and going crazy over them, not a good idea. The other thing that is related to formulas that you should know, just in case you get questions, as some students do, is the concept of earned value graphs. Other than that, Every other formula, I would leave alone. Someone says, but Phill, what should we do? Do these things. Understand the Agile Manifesto, values and principles. Read the Scrum Guide. Number 3, attend the Project Management Masterclass or other coaching where we equip you to do number 4, getting into the mindset for agile behaviors. Number 5, understand communications management, stakeholder management, resource management, change and risk. Number 6, understand the knowledge areas, process groups, and processes at a mid-level, not going down all the way to the bottom and going crazy to cram them. Don't do that. The payoff is low. Number 7, understand project delivery principles. These are in the 7th edition, but understand them at a sufficient level. It's not rocket science. Number 8, know what SPI, CPI, SV, and CV tell you. Now, what informed this is what a lot of students have been saying. 2 of my PMP gurus said, Phill, I got out of the PMP exam with 2 hours to spare. It's crazy that many people are crying about how hard the exam is, and others are saying it's not hard if you're able to focus on agile principles, agile manifesto values, and thinking in an agile fashion, similar to what you have in the project delivery principles. But you should definitely read the Agile Manifesto values and principles. I hope this guides your studying, and I wish you all the very best. Remember, at Praizion.com, we have training going on all the time. Every month, we're helping people one-on-ones in groups to pass this exam, all right? So if you are stuck and you really want to get this exam down pat, you need to go on down to our website. It's Praizion.com, Praizion.com. Let's get you in ship shape for this exam. Go down to all of the options there, and you can see we have a masterclass coming up in February. We have one every month, and we also have one-on-one coaching. And we have dirt cheap training, world class from my buddy Roy and I, on demand. You can get this right now at a steal. Do it. Looking forward to seeing you. Bye for now. Welcome, my friends, to today's meeting. Today, we'll be talking about the word unlimited. What does unlimited mean? When you hear the word limit, what exactly comes to mind? The dictionary defines the word unlimited as not limited or restricted in terms of number, quantity, or extent. It's very easy to limit ourselves. My question to you is, how could you limit yourself in the most efficient way possible? What limits you? What limits you from taking action on that thing you've decided to do, that goal you've decided to achieve? Those in the world of athletics often blame height or something else, but still, people will break records, even people of that height. Some of the best minds would have been labeled with something limiting today, such as Einstein. When you think about Albert Einstein, did you ever realize that he was told he would never amount to much? But yet, at the age of 26, Einstein, a patent clerk at the time, emerged with a couple of scientific papers that were absolutely mind-blowing. Those would eventually be considered products of an extraordinary creative mind. So how does that match the image of the young Albert Einstein, who was labeled as dull, dyslexic, even autistic by a number of today's experts? You see, it takes confidence and courage to acknowledge there might be limits to what we can achieve based on how we are perceived Not everyone is perfect. Everyone struggles with something. But it's the people who are willing to take an honest look at their weakness who consistently grow stronger. Only in identifying your limits can you stretch yourself and redefine what is possible. This quote from Einstein, I asked a friend of mine, what do you think this quote truly means? Einstein said, once we accept our limits, we go beyond them. And that friend told me Einstein is really saying once you acknowledge your limits and you know what they may be, you should be innovative in finding a way to go beyond them. And that's really what Einstein is saying. So my question to you is, have you acknowledged whatever a limit might be in your life? And if so, what are you doing to be innovative, to go to that next level, to truly understand that you have the ability to go beyond any limits? Someone once said, you are your biggest obstacle. A lot of times we are our limit. We limit how we see ourselves. But I would like you to re-engineer your thinking, my friend, and think about being unlimited in how you perceive yourself. It's all in the mind. It's all in how you see yourself. Have you ever felt the pressure to do more as a leader? Let me let you into a secret from John C. Maxwell, my mentor. What if by taking steps to increase your capacity to think and your capacity to take action, you at the same time increase your confidence in your ability to be, do, and have all the things you dreamed of? I'd like you to journey with me to watch a video about unlimited. Are you ready? Let's go.
Quiet your mind for a moment. Let me ask you one thing. What limits you? Athletes blame strength, height, or the unalterable nature of genetics. Yet this very year, someone will break an unbreakable record. Some cite a lack of mental prowess. You're bad at math or a slow reader, perhaps. Even so, some of the greatest minds in history would have been labeled learning disabled. Maybe your parent was ill-equipped to encourage you or buy you the right sneakers in junior high. Trivial as it may sound, it was a big deal then, and it may still be a mountain in your mind's eye. Napoleon Hill reminded us that whatever the mind believes, it can achieve. If that is true, and it is, what happens to the labeled child who believes they can never learn? What happens to a short basketball player who believes height is a limitation? What about the child, now adult, who had a lacking parent? Is that life's limitation? If you believe any one of these things, then yes, you are limited. These and many more are your self-limiting beliefs. If you quiet yourself long enough to dig, you'll find some. And that, my friend, is good news. Find those limiting beliefs and say out loud, the limits are off. They no longer serve me. Believe today that your dreams and goals are not only worth chasing but attainable because you are truly unlimited. Take confidence in the fact that the source of all potential will reveal the doors and pathways you must follow to accomplish what you believe you can accomplish. Belief drives behavior. New, unlimited beliefs about your potential can drive new behavior, new awareness, and new results. If you're going to believe something and reap a harvest, you might as well pick the belief that grows into something beautiful.
All right, my friend. So that is unlimited. I want to invite you to begin to say to yourself, the limits are off. They no longer serve me. The limits are off. I will expand and exceed beyond them. So for the next few minutes, I want you to think about what goals or dreams you have. Think about what's possible when you let go of your limitations. Another case in point, two heroes of mine, Jobs and Woz, are prime examples of blowing the lid off the limits. Steve Jobs was once told, "Hey kid, we don't need you. You haven't even got through college yet." These two gentlemen on the screen, Jobs and Woz, both approached different companies at the early stages of their career, and they were turned down. In fact, when Jobs and Woz presented their ideas about computers and technology to Atari and HP, the rejection was immediate. They didn't even waste time telling them no. But look at where they got to today. Look at where we are with the iPhone and the iPad and the great technologies that they've developed. One company argued that Jobs hadn't even graduated, not knowing that they had just dismissed the future CEO and co-founder of Apple Inc. Apple co-founder Steve Wozniak, also on the screen here, highlighted the fact that he had offered his original design of the Apple I computer to his former employee, HP, not once, not twice, but 5 times, and he was turned down each time. Now imagine if that turn down acted to humiliate him and cause him to withdraw into his shell. We wouldn't be where we are today with Apple, would we? So all of these are examples, my friends, of why you should not allow self-limiting beliefs, shutdowns by other people to rule your life or to rule your thinking. Let's talk about how to take productive action. Stop doing only those things you've done before and start doing only those things you could and should do. Stop doing what is expected and start doing what is unexpected. Number 3, stop doing important things occasionally and start doing important things daily. It's a change in mindset. Doing the things you should be doing them beyond anyone else's expectations, and doing it daily. That is the key to expanding your capacity in ways even you cannot yet imagine. My question to you is, will you awaken the inner leader in you to blow the lid off those limiting beliefs? Will you say the limits are off? They no longer serve me. What if your power to break through the invisible boundary of unbelief is directly connected to your willingness to take action? You must be willing, my friend, to take action, to blow the lid off your potential and get to the next level. Whether you have a big project, a big idea, or big promotion, or big goal you want to accomplish, I want you to know you can do it. I believe in you. I'm your coach, I'm your friend, I'm your mentor, but I want you to know I believe in you. Many of you have trained and coached to be project management professionals. I truly do believe you have the power to take action and elevate your thinking so you can achieve more than you ever thought was possible. I like a quote from Michael Jordan. He says, "I have missed more than 9,000 shots in my career. I have lost almost 300 games 26 times. I've been trusted to take the game-winning shot and missed. I've failed over and over and over again in my life. And that is why I succeed." That quote should be a signal to you to double down on your efforts, my friends. Don't give up. Expand in your thought of yourself. Change the way you see yourself. John wrote a book called The 15 Invaluable Laws of Growth. And in this book, he states, growth always increases your capacity. The fact that you're here today with me, learning, expanding, and growing, it tells me the future is bright. John covers 2 areas where leaders must increase their capacity, and they're as follows. 1 is thinking, and 2 is what a lot of people have trouble with, action. Perhaps the greatest challenge for leaders in the information age is that of expanding their minds. When you open up your thinking, it's as if you're crossing into a great wilderness. You must be able to blaze the trail into uncharted territory to face the unknown and to conquer your fears and doubts. The reward is that if you can upgrade your thinking, you can improve your life. I'm going to leave you with these 4 ways to increase your thinking and expand, as shared by my friend John C. Maxwell. And John says, 1, guard your self-talk. What are you saying to yourself about yourself, about your potential? Whether you like it or not, whether you believe it or not, you have a running conversation with yourself all the time. What is the nature of your conversation with yourself? I just had one with myself today. Do you encourage yourself or do you criticize yourself? If you're positive, then you help to create a positive self-image for yourself. If you're negative, then you're undermining your net worth, your self-worth. Where does negative critical self-talk come from? Usually from upbringings, what we hear people say about us. In their book, The Answer, the businessmen John Assaraf and Murray Smith talk about the negative messages children receive growing up. They write, by the time you're 17 years old, you've heard, no, you can't, an average of 150,000 times. You've heard, yes, you can, 5,000 times. That's 30 no's for every yes, just like jobs and was. Can you imagine that? So creating a powerful belief of I can't is what a lot of kids grow up to know. No wonder a lot of us believe we cannot. There's a lot to overcome. If we want to change our lives, we have to change the way we think about ourselves. Number 2, stop comparing yourself to others. Has anyone been guilty of that? Like I have? Just today, I had to self-correct myself to stop comparing myself to others. When I started my career, I looked forward to my organization's report about me, which showed statistics growing. Now, the thing you typically do in any organization looking at a report is compare yourself to those next to you. But I want to let you know that is a harmful mindset, to compare yourself in such a way that you diminish your intellect and abilities by comparing yourself to the other person. Many of us fall into that trap. We feel discouraged. We perceive ourselves as being less than ideal. That is not good for you, and it will not help you grow. It is important that the only person you compare yourself to is the best version of you. So your mission is to become better today than you were yesterday. And you do that by focusing on what you can do to improve and grow. Do that enough, and if you look back and compare the you of weeks and months and years ago to the you of today, you should be greatly encouraged by your progress. Number 3, John says, move beyond your limiting beliefs. How do you move beyond your limiting beliefs? I gave you a few reminders a little bit ago. To move beyond your self-limiting beliefs, do these things. Instead of thinking more work, think what works. Rather than thinking, can I? Start thinking, how can I? And lastly, don't think one door or one way. Start thinking many doors, many ways. Don't box yourself in. Last but not least, John says, add value to others. And this has always been John's mantra. When you grow others, you're growing yourself. Zig Ziglar says, if you give people what they want, they will help you get what you want. Add value. Add value because people with low esteem often see themselves as inadequate or feel like victims. They focus on themselves. They become self-protective. They become selfish because they feel that they need to be that way to survive. Well, if that's you, you can combat those feelings by serving others and working to add value to them. Make a difference, even a small one, in the lives of others. It lifts one's self-esteem. It's hard to feel bad about yourself when you're doing something good for something else. In addition to that, value we add to others helps them to value you more. Remember when we learned the 5 levels of leadership? When you get to level 4, the people contribution level, where you add value to people, it just gets you further and further ahead, more inroads in the company, in the firm, and among people who you know. I like the closing quote that John and his team have put in here, and it reads, "Don't tell me the sky's the limit when there are footprints on the moon." My friend, there are footprints on the moon. No matter how wild your ideas might sound, no matter how far out they may seem, I want you to believe in yourself.
Did I hear someone say, I need a coach for the PMP exam or project management? Hey, if that's you, go on down to pmanonymous.com. I'm accepting new students. Let's knock this exam out and let's get your career straight. See you there. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our PMP exam lessons learned today. Today, we have our PMP boss, Delita, who is going to be taking us through how she was able to conquer this beast known as a PMP. So, Delita, thank you so much for coming. Congrats to you. Thank you for jumping on the call that we had yesterday, kind of like a preliminary call, if you will. And I'm really excited that this has come full circle. We've been working on this for a while. And why don't you introduce yourself and tell us why you wanted to get this thing done in the first place?
Okay. Hi, everybody. So I'm sorry, I'm in the car. It's been a busy Saturday, but I wanted to get my PMP because I was in a project management position for 3 years. And it's funny because when I first was in that position, I was like, okay, I don't want to deal with people or projects ever again. And so, but I knew that I wanted to start my own LLC business, consulting services. And so I went to see a mentor and he recommended that a PMP would be good for me to have under my belt. So that was in 2018. And I actually had started with a new company in 2018. And they actually offered to pay for the PMP class. And so I was like, this is perfect timing. I'm going to take advantage. And so that's where I met our buddy Phill. And I've been tagging along since then, 2018. And it's now 2021. So I'm just excited to say I'm PMP certified now.
Yes, indeed. Oh, my goodness. Yes. Okay, Delita. So now we understand why you thought of doing this. Did you eventually get the LLC rolling?
I'm working on that now.
Lovely.
I was trying to get everything together. So yes, that's in the works.
Lovely stuff. So you came aboard the course. We had sessions, but life gets in the way and work gets busy and things come into focus. So for those who say, 2018, the PMBOK Guide 6th edition came out 2018. So when Delita jumped on the program, the PMBOK Guide 6th edition had just been out for about 9 months or so, and it's still the same one. So it's really convenient that now she's hunkering down. It's still the same PMBOK Guide 6th edition. Thank goodness it hasn't changed. So let's talk about how you studied, and it was a journey, but give us an overview.
So I probably took, 6 or 7 prep classes with you.
Dear.
I just felt like I was never ready.
Mm-hmm.
But I kept just kept going after it. I didn't want to give up.
You did.
So I definitely took advantage of a lot of your prep courses. Definitely invested in all of your resources. The PMBOK guide, of course, the Praizion Essentials book, the audios. Like, I took advantage of all of that. Even the YouTube, trying to get on all the lessons learned. It was plenty of information, information overload almost, because I couldn't get to everything that I wanted to get to. And I think that was for me, like, I felt like that's why I'm never ready, because I'm like, oh, I didn't think about that. And then as I would do lesson learn, I'm like, oh, I wish I would have did that, studied that way, or, and it just became a cycle. And I was like, you have to draw the line, girl. Like, you have to just go for it. And so that's what I did.
And you got some shout outs here from our friends, from Kylie, Caroline, Tamika, and May, and congrats to them too.
And yes, I'm so thankful for that study group, because I think I was on a lessons learned for, I can't remember who it was, and you suggested the group, and I reached out to I think Tamika and May, and they've been really, really helpful. Like, everybody's so supportive. And that's one of the things that really pushed me too. Because it was like having other people holding me accountable. And then seeing all of the PMP certifications being passed, I'm like, oh, I got to go for it. Y'all not going to leave me behind.
That's the spirit. I'm really grateful for all of them and coming out to support you today. It just shows you that it's a community of friends trying to help each other across the finish line. And that's what training, no matter how good it is, there's a limit to how far it can take you. But having a study buddy, having a study group, it just gives you that good peer. You want to call it peer pressure in a good way, whatever it is, you can call it that. Yeah. So, Delita, I'm really curious to know how it all came together. Was there like a defining moment when you're like, all right, I got integration, I got scope, I got schedule, did it all come together in pieces, or did it just come, boom, now I know it, the whole picture. When did it come together?
I think, honestly, it was already there, but the realization moment was when Tamika reached out and was like, Delita, do you want to lead a lesson? Do you want to lead one of the chapters? And I was like, well, I mean, what do I have to do? Because I just felt like they were on their stuff in that group, and I just didn't feel like I was there, And so I'm like, I don't know. I'm used to following along, listening to them talk, but she asked me to do the resource chapter. And that was like a chapter I heavily focused on, because I knew people was one of the focus areas, right? So when I realized I was able to basically teach that chapter to the rest of the study group, like, I was like, oh, I got this in the bag. Like, I did research. I went through all of the resource videos you guys had on the LMS. I went and read back through that entire chapter where, I actually read the page for page.
Wow.
And then I felt like I was a teacher coming up with a lesson curriculum for the study group.
Yeah.
So, and that really, really helped, capture what my gaps were, and just to be able to, regurgitate it back to somebody else was like the moment where I knew, okay, you got this. So just go ahead forward with it.
Right. Absolutely. So let's move ahead to talk about what you did when you finally did that, and then you continued moving along with that momentum. And how many months in advance or weeks in advance did you decide this is the day I'm going to take the exam? Was it?
That's funny, because I probably moved my exam, 3 or 4 times. Like, every time I would set a date, I would move it, because I would listen to a lesson learned, or I felt like I didn't study enough hours, or, you may pop on a YouTube and say, this, and I'm like, nope, let me get back to the drawing board. And I was actually in other study groups too. And so I just felt like I had accountability like all over. So I just was like, I have to do it. I have to go for it. 2018, I mean, it might not seem like a long time, but that's a long time.
Yeah, it is a long time. It is
Be,
a long time. Yeah.
I just felt like my life, I couldn't move on. Like I was just stagnant in this space. And
Yeah.
I'm like, I
Hmm.
have other things to be doing with my life.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm glad you stayed on it, because a lot of folks from that class, life just came at everyone, and before you knew it, there was COVID and people are just
Mhm.
totally thrown off. But I really appreciate your tenacity. You stayed on it. You are the primary reason why you did this. Not because we can't attribute this to a cause or to, it was you. You fought for your PMP, and you better use it to the max, because you fought for this thing. You really
Yeah.
did.
And I will say I took the exam for the first time in December. And I felt really pressured because I was trying to reach, before they changed the test
Yeah.
outline exam. And but after I took it and I didn't pass, I wasn't even sad. I was actually happy
That's good.
because
Yeah.
I was like, okay, now I can just start over,
Mhm.
like with my studies and get back to the drawing board. So I took a break, Christmas and New Year's, and I think you offered another class in January, Roy. And I was just like, all right, time to get back on it. And
Yeah.
I mean, it was like Agile just came to me instantly. It just made more sense conceptually. And I worked on a project that actually used Agile. So I wasn't totally, in the dark with it. But that was helpful too. I think the timing for me was perfect. Like it was when it happened when it was supposed to happen.
Absolutely. Yeah. And last year was pretty tough for you. And I know that what prompted you was this whole, PMP exam is changing. And nobody really knew what was going to happen. We thought PMI was going to become more draconian and worse, so we didn't really know. And then you realize, it's just a tiny little pet that's just waiting to welcome you. It's not like like a dragon like it was in 2020. So I think it was the perfect time. And look, now all the Agile stuff that you learned, that's just icing on the cake. So it was definitely perfect. So Delita, tell me, how are you like doing your studying? Were you studying a knowledge area a day? Or it's always been a mystery to me, because I know that it seems so overwhelmingly much, but it sounds like what really helped you was the cadence of what the group was doing every week, and it made you have to keep along for some of the distance. But there's got to be more to it, because there's so many moving parts to the exam. And I know when you joined the group, so you must have been doing something else. Can you tell us?
So I did start by doing the knowledge areas. I knew integration was a big one because that's where majority of the processes came into play. So I definitely made sure I honed in on integration. And then I just started focus after December, and I knew Agile was going to be the new thing. I started focusing on the areas that dealt with, people first, because I knew that was a really, really big part. And so, like I said, I honed in on resources and stakeholders, and then communications, because I know that was big. Anything that dealt with people.
Gotcha.
I focused mainly on that. And then I really didn't do a lot of studying on scheduling costs. Those weren't my favorite. But after I knew Agile, or a lot of people were saying that was going to be a majority of their tests, I just threw the formulas in the back of my brain. Like anything. And I know that probably wasn't the right thing to do, but in my head, I wanted to master Agile, anything to do with leadership and anything to do with people. And I tried to weigh out, what was going to be weighed the most.
Right.
And where the impact would be the most. And I felt like if I did above target in those areas, then I would be okay. So that was my mindset.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Because, I remember. And, truth be told, I mean, Delita did a lot of additional stuff. So yes, 2018 she was in the class, but as she told you, she was always every step of the way. And in fact, one of the folks who was on some of the folks here were on that last training that you did with us, which was a boot camp. It was a 2-day 3-day. Was it 3-day?
Mhm.
3-day. It was
Yeah,
a 3-day
3-day.
immersion. And the very next day, one of the students from the course got certified because she took it. Remember that?
Yep.
And yeah, we just went from strength to strength. And then we had one more session. And I'm like, yeah, Delita's ready. She needs to do this. She needs to ace it. So you ended up understanding Agile really well, right? You did the Scrum, went through all the videos, and you had been in a number of classes with Roy as well when he did the Agile in January. So for anyone looking and saying, oh, so she didn't do anything in between. No, she did a boatload of stuff. She did many, of those courses. And then she got on the learning management system where she had the full gamut of all the videos, the quizzes, everything, not just those tiny little boot camps, but everything. And she obviously utilized it to the max. So some of the questions that we get, Delita, are, well, did you read the PMBOK guide eventually?
I like how you throw eventually on there, because I could not make myself read that book, but I did. I didn't read it all in one sitting.
Wow.
Once I realized the areas I needed to focus on, I went to those specific chapters and I really read those chapters. But I did end up reading the entire book. It just wasn't start to finish.
Yeah.
Because I mean, that's a lot to take in. And I will say, when I joined other study groups, they will offer other resources, which I don't recommend. But in that moment, I'm trying to stay with this study group. I'm trying to be on this study group. And that's really, really hard, because I remember posting in the Facebook group a year or so back a question from another book that wasn't Praizion. And it was like, well, where did this come from? And then I just felt so attacked, because it wasn't a question we were used to seeing from you. And so, you have to stay on the same learning path. It is so much content out there that Praizion provides. Like, you don't need to go anywhere else. And so what I was saying about that other book that I had, it broke it down in like layman terms for me that the PMBOK didn't. But I didn't have time to go through that book. Had I had that in the beginning to refer to in addition, I think it would have been more helpful. But I was just like, I'm just going to read the PMBOK guide, because this is the Bible here. Like, this is what they're going to go by. This other stuff, like, that I'm reading, is just, it's not going to help me. It's just going to be extra resources and time spent on something that may or may not help me in the end.
Good choice. Sense. I mean, there's so much content, and to be honest, in my library I have books that friends of mine have written. They're dependable folks, but I can't throw everything into the mix. I'll be confusing people. And then you have so much, and then you had, what do you call it? You had the audio digest. Did you ever listen to the audio digest, Delita?
I sure did, and it was hard, because when I ride and drive, I like to listen to my music. But I was like, you got to get your mind right. So when you riding down the road, just put the audio on, and then, just listen to that. I tried to listen to it sometimes going to bed, but that wasn't really successful with that. But I definitely listened to it in the car. If I was at work, working on a task or something, I would have it playing. I would put the YouTube videos on in the TV, on the TV, because I work from home now. So any time extra time I had to get that extra info in, just playing in the background was helpful. Even if I couldn't always like really hone in and take notes on the certain things, just hearing the information.
Just hearing it. That's
helpful.
The whole idea. Yeah. Osmosis. Yeah. Osmotic communications. So what was your biggest, if you wanted to say your biggest reason for success, what would you attribute it to? The biggest reason why you were able to succeed and get it done?
Y'all don't know me, but I'm very emotional. So I'm trying not to get emotional. But I would definitely say you, Phill, because you were always so supportive. And even when I was like, I don't want to do this anymore, or listening to other people, like, I think sometimes when a person is in a project management position without the certification, it's not that they look down on us, but it's like, oh, well, I'm already here, so I don't need that.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, that's fine. Or people try to discourage you and be negative. But I mean, Praizion, you was definitely the motivation for me and in the study groups, because just seeing other people go through, we're all on the journey together, going through the same experiences, and we all have the same goal in mind, and that's to be certified. And so it's no ulterior motives. Everybody's supporting and encouraging everybody for that same goal. And I mean, I definitely have to say thank you to you and the study groups. And you even put those together. So
thank you. Well, everyone said I want a study group. So I know the students led the request and the charge, and then I believe Tamika, Michelle, and others, and May. I think there are some pioneers.
Yes.
I call them the pioneers. They know who they are, but they kind of pioneered it, and it worked in that what we see as the cycle time typically, it was greatly reduced with the peer pressure, like you said, everyone rallying around each other. It just is priceless. And now look, on the call we have going in alphabetical order. Carolyn is now PMP. May is a PMP. Tamika is a PMP, and they're here again to support you. They're already certified, but they're here to just offer support. So I want them to just, for a quick moment, if you can just unmute and let's hear your voices. And anyone else wants to congratulate our PMP guru.
Hi, Delita. Congratulations. Woohoo!
Thank you.
I love it. I'm so excited. We did it.
Thank you. I didn't even think I would still be emotional, because I mean, I got my PMP in May, but I'm just like, it's just an overwhelming feeling of like I actually succeeded and I didn't give up, because I mean, this was a long journey.
I feel you. And our learning administrator, she wanted to join. She said, "Oh, Delita got certified. Oh, I want to come and wish her congrats." But she's in the UK and the time zone difference. She probably couldn't join. But because we know what you went through. We know. Yeah.
Congrats, Delita. You deserve it so much.
Thank you.
The key to success is that you did it the month of May. That was my month.
May, you're funny. May, is your birthday in May? That's
actually my birthday is the 1st of May. However, back home, they just registered it 1st of June. And I said, okay, so I'm going to do mine on June 1st, the day of my birthday. And it should be okay. So I took my chances, and, I was well prepared too. And I passed it. So congratulations, Delita. I'm so happy for you.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Thanks for the support, folks. It means a lot. And, jumping in the group and giving the rallying round to those folks who are taking it and congratulating them. It tells you what the group is made of. There's some folks who would have wanted to be here, but they may not have been on the invite because they're PMPs, and I'm like, I don't want to bother you and give you spam. So the moment you're done with your lessons learned, I don't want to keep inundating you with emails. And that's why some of them are not here. But everyone is really ecstatic when one of us aces the exam in the group. So Delita, so looking back, should I delay my exam is a question people ask. Do you think it was a good choice that you made to delay it?
I don't think it was a good choice to delay it as long as I did. I mean, 2018. But I like I said earlier, I think the timing was perfect for me because I had an opportunity to take it with the new exam, which I think everybody was dreading that initially.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But you see so much success with this new exam. And I mean, that has to be inspiring and inspiration just to every time I would turn around in the group, PMP certified, I'm like, oh, we got this. And so I wouldn't say delay it as long as I did, but I think you're never going to feel 100% ready. Like I think you said, you just got to jump off the ledge. You just have to go for it, because then you're going to hear another lesson learned, and somebody's going to tell you something they had on their exam that somebody before that said it wasn't. And then your mind starts to wonder again, like, okay, well, let me go back to the drawing board. No, you have to just be positive and feel confident in you and that you're going to go do it. Like, you're going to get it done. Everybody's experience is going to be different, and a lot of people's tests are going to be different. So you can't base your studying off of what I had on my exam or what Tamika had on her exam, really, because we may or may not have the same thing. And then you may focus on this thing, and it's too much information. You're just not going to know everything. But if you address the foundational things and focus on the things that Phill and Roy says, like, I try to stick with that. Anybody say anything outside of that, I'm like, put my earphones on.
Oh dear, that was the spirit. I knew you were going to do it. It was just a matter of when is she going to pull the trigger, because I was very confident, not only in your experience, but you were very inquisitive and you asked the right questions. And I could tell you were following the logic. And if the logic didn't add up, you would ask the question, whether it was an agile class or a predictive class. I'm like, she's going to get it. She's going to get it. So I wasn't bothered. And the time you took it, I was just waiting for the news, just like, okay, let's just have the confirmation because she's already done it. So
and you were the first person I reached out to when I passed.
Aww.
I was like, and like, I know 2 minutes later, you had made the post on LinkedIn and Facebook. So I think you were like, already just
I had already written the congrats message. I'd already created the congratulatory image that I stuck up there, and because there's no way it could only be that. It could only be that. And 2018, and of course one of our favorite clients, the company you were in at the time, LMI, they our favorite clients, and that background, that history, it only the more wanted me to see more and more success. And then we had someone else from the class who we talked about yesterday, Bruce, who got certified. And then we had the lieutenant colonel who got certified a couple of years. I think it was a year after we started the course, or maybe 9 months. So I was waiting for more and more. Some folks dropped off. We still have one or two in the group, and hopefully, they too, through watching this video, they're going to be inspired to do it. So I want our friends who are here. We have some friends who just joined not too long. We have Chandra and Francis who joined not too long. So welcome, folks. And if you have any questions for our PMP guru, you see that she's in the car about to go and have a good Saturday. So we don't want to keep her from going to the beach or wherever she's going. Why don't you ask the question that you have for her, if you got any questions? Questions, concerns? Did we hit it? Is it a home run already? That was quick. All right. Let me ask a few final questions.
I will say your Facebook groups were very helpful, holding me accountable too. The Facebook group you had, and you would post, random questions. And sometimes I might have fell off my studying, and I see you make a post. I'm like, let me get back on. Especially if I didn't know the answer. I'm like, okay.
That is good to know, Delita. Delita, one of the concepts that was very paramount as you went through this, both in class and otherwise, was that I remember the ITTOs, and they're a lot. So how did you finally get around the ITTOs, and what would you advise our friends on the call who are still working on this about ITTOs?
So I know that there was a spreadsheet you provided, and I got that back in December when I first started the course, but I still would refer to it even now. And that just helped me to see it all in one sitting. Like, I could just see one big picture. That was helpful. Like, if I was focusing on integration, then I could just filter that. There's a appendix in the back of the PMBOK guide. I think it's page 686. Don't quote me, but that's
You're right.
Okay. I knew you would correct me if I was wrong. But they list out the tools and techniques, by the type: data analysis, data gathering, and they break it down, and they even map it to the chapters that it goes to. Right. And then I made index cards, and I wrote out each knowledge area, and I wrote, I focused on the unique outputs. And And then it kind of became a memory game and trying to see what the commonalities were within chapters, like, who uses expert judgment, how many times that's used. And then because there's so many of them, it's going to be kind of hard for you to try to know every single one. Right. And so it kind of became a memory game. Like, that's why I made the note cards, and I would just study them. And the data flows were helpful. When you would go through the data flows at the beginning of each chapter, and I would highlight what you said the unique outputs were, and just go through, just study that way. And I felt like if I knew that if something was an input to the previous process, output to the previous process, it would be an input to the next one. So I tried to remember that, and that's kind of what I did. Because I felt like on the test, if I had a question where they gave me the output, I could eliminate if they were asking about an output, but they listed an input, or vice versa. Gotcha. At least if I knew that this was the output, I know that it can't be the answer to this question if they're asking about an input. So I try to think about it that way.
Good. So your recommendation overall is don't ignore them, know them, because it's going to help you. On page 686 to 694, I really like the idea about note cards, taking a look at data flows, and some of those data flows we have similar in the PMBOK. Not as clear as the ones I do, but you can find some of my videos on YouTube regarding data flows. And then just remember, outputs become inputs. That's big. So in what you've said, you've addressed the ITTOs in that outputs become inputs. That's for the I and the O's, and the TTs are the 686 to 694, the tools and techniques, and looking for commonalities. So that's a big one that people normally ask about. All right. And then you've already talked about tackling knowledge areas, how you address anything people, communications, resources, and stakeholder. So that was a very good tip. And then last but not least, we have the actual exam. So let's talk about the exam, reflections and advice. So Delita, did you take it at home or did you take it at a test center?
Actually went to the library and rented out a study room.
Wow.
And I was grateful that they let me get it for 4 hours.
How ingenious.
Because you have a max time, you got to share space.
Yeah.
But they let me sign it out, so I was happy. But I will say I got a little nervous when I had to check in for the exam with the pictures, because it was a guy looking at books on the shelf, and I'm trying to get a picture. I'm like, oh, sir, can you please move to the side just for a second? Because I didn't want them to get any idea, who's that? Is he helping you? And so I tried to just,
Was it a room? Was it like a cordoned off room?
Yeah, it was a room, a whole room, door locked, but it had a glass. So when it wanted the left side of the room, you could see the bookshelves. And I didn't want them to think, somebody was trying to help or anything like that. And I had snacks and stuff, but I tried to hide them in the corner. Not hide them, but I just didn't want them to think I was trying to grab at anything.
Yeah. Oh, that's ingenious. That's ingenious to get the library and the connection and everything. I'm guessing you tested it out before the day.
Because I actually went and studied the last 2 days before my exam. I liked the library. But I felt like I could focus, because when I took the exam the first time in December, not only did I have tested for COVID, so I was going through the COVID experience. I was at home, and my office was cluttered because my mom uses that for storage too, and it just wasn't a good mind space.
Yeah.
And so I went to the library to study the last 2 or 3 days before my exam. So I tested everything out.
Yeah.
Gotta feel, just focus. So it was good.
That's really smart. And hopefully they didn't charge an arm and a leg, because it's communal, right? The community library, right?
Oh, no, it's free.
Oh, free. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Even better. Wow.
Yeah.
That's a great tip right there. Highly recommend looking into it. Anyone that's wondering where, anyone who's wondering where will I take my test? So, Delita, they often say hindsight is 20/20, and I know you need to get on with your Saturday, but I'll just ask about the exam. So, what would you do differently? Because when you got into the exam all the way to the end, there might have been points where you said, "Oh, I should have done this? Were there any of those moments, or did it just work seamlessly?
I honestly felt like it worked seamlessly. Now, I did mark questions for review, but I didn't want to spend a lot of time on them. But there may have been one or two questions that I was held up on, but it was only because I felt like it could have been either or, not because I didn't necessarily know the answer. I just needed to make sure that I addressed exactly what they were saying, because sometimes there are better answers than others, and
That's true. Yeah.
it may not have been a select all question. So I really had to really think about that. And there was a video I actually looked at the night before, where you walk through how to go through the question, how to answer it, how to strike through, narrow down, things that, or eliminate things that don't really help you address what they're actually asking.
Right. Yeah.
Kylie. No, I didn't have 6-line questions. Really. I don't know if you took the exam in December, but it took me a long time to even read the questions. In December, I probably finished that test down to seconds.
Wow.
But this one in May, I probably had 15 minutes left at the end, and I had a few questions to review, so I really took my time to review them. But I didn't want to spend too much time and try to second guess myself, because that's what I was doing on the practice quizzes. I would second guess myself, and then I'm like, I get it wrong when I realized the answer was the one I was going to pick. So
you're right.
And then I just wanted to address what Kylie was saying about the 6-line question. So I may have had 3 to 4 lines, but the key is trying to pull out key information in the question. Like what are they? I think you said to read the last part first, the last sentence first.
Right.
Like, what are they asking you to do? And then, because there's a lot of fluff in there. So, you just got to try to pull out the important parts and really honing in on what they're actually asking.
Absolutely.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, that's helpful. So, Zelida, let's go to question 1. Camera, lights, action. They've signed you in and you see your very first question. What was the feeling? Are you like, oh, wow, this is easy? Or
I was like, well, at first I was like, here we go. But then it was just, I think the first question was Agile, and I was just like, yay. Like, I felt like it was going to be good. I will say the first half of the questions was a breeze. The second half, they got a little bit more, I felt like the whole entire test was very situational. What should you do next? What should you do first? And that was key, because what should you do first and next could be 2 different responses.
That's true. Yeah.
So when I first saw the first question, I was like, you got this. But they did eventually get a little harder in the second half. You just had to think a little bit more. Like, and you have to, when they say select all, or, even I had drag and drops.
Yeah.
Those were interesting.
Do you have hotspots, like click the area on the chart where?
Yes, I did. I had one.
Ugh.
And I'm going to tell you, it's something I never had heard of before.
Wow.
Now, I know it was addressed, but it's just something I just didn't remember studying. But I think it was something that you could figure out, even if you didn't study.
Yeah. Or even if it was a pretest question. Maybe it could have been a pretest. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
So did you take a break after the first 60, or did you just keep going?
No, I took a break because I did have a sense of anxiety. Because when you get ready to take the break, it says something about make sure you're back in time and click your break is over, or they're going to either move. I don't know if they say move on with the test without being scored or something, but it made me nervous. So I even asked the proctor, can I leave the room? Because I need to go to the restroom, drunk some water. I had a couple snacks. I had, just walked around, looked at myself in the mirror, gave myself a pep talk. got this. And I'm just like, I kept going. The lady at the reference desk, because she was there the whole time, like she was like looking at me. I'm like, I'm good. So I would go back in. And even when I got back in there, I just, took a second to get myself together. And then I would just start. I didn't use my entire 10-minute breaks.
Okay.
Because I didn't want to be to the last wire hitting break. That made me nervous a little bit. But I took advantage of my breaks. I think you should actually.
So you took the second break too. First and second, right?
Yeah, it didn't dock off my time. So it just because the first time I took my exam in December, I would read my questions out loud and talk to myself. And the proctor was like, you can't do that. I was twiddling my thumbs. I got in trouble for that. So I was just like, just use your break time to talk to yourself and then come back in and just go for it. But my proctor was really nice.
Wow.
But there was a time where she couldn't hear me and I was freaking out because the microphone on my laptop, her service was bad, I think. And I'm like, oh my God, don't do this to me.
Okay. So it was Wi-Fi. Did you have an Ethernet connection, like a cable going in, or?
No, I used the library's free Wi-Fi, but I think her service was not good.
Okay.
Her connection
that's
good.
Enough to freak one out. Yeah. Because there have been a number of people whose exams have been discontinued, and they say, okay, we're going to get back to you, but for now, that's the end of your exam, and they just unceremoniously dismiss it. So I'm really glad you tested all of the odds and ends and made sure that they worked. That was the right thing to do. So you finally got to go on.
Oh, I didn't need any extra hiccups.
Good. So, Delita, you're now in and you got 15 minutes to go and you decide, that's it, I'm not changing anything else. So what happened next?
Like after your first set of questions, they're like, once you reviewed your questions and you hit done, you can't go back. And I'm like, all right, sure. But I didn't want to second guess myself. So, and even some of them, I was like, don't even hit review. Just answer it. Because then you're going to be wasting time going, either you know it or you don't at this point. And I will say a lot of the questions, I was able to eliminate a few of the options, just knowing some of the key things you said. I don't know if I can really share that, but can I say
if they're agnostic and they're not particular or specific to your exam, you could. Like there's some of the elimination things I went through in those videos. Some of those. Oh yeah. Like you never, for the most part, you never want to escalate something to the COR because that's your last option. And if they address that in there, then that's when you choose that. When they've already exhausted the last option. Yeah.
So that helped out a lot.
That's helpful.
Yeah.
Anything else that comes to mind about, so when we talk about moving a situation forward, there's a bottleneck, someone is not in agreement, or someone wants a change, or a stakeholder is trying to impose something. The questions are hardly ever, ignore them and tell them to get lost.
Yeah. I had a few of those and I was like, strike through. But you definitely want to do a formal request, of course, go through the change control board. That was normally one of the options. So, unless they said in the question, it's already gone through CCB, then I knew, I felt like, okay, well, that's what I need to do next. Because you can't just, or it will say doesn't or does or does not affect the scope or something like that. That scope, schedule, and changes like that have to go through the CCB. So that helped. And then like with team questions, like disagreements with the team members, you want to try to see if they can address them amongst each other and stuff like that. So that was helpful. I'm like, why would I go to tell the CO artist? I never, when I was working as a PM, I never talked to my COR except for when I signed the contract and when I was closing out. That was the only time.
Yeah, and that's why the PMI, they kind of started reforming the language to say your experience as a project manager can actually help you on this exam. So don't just rely on what you read. Also, you have to leverage some of your experience in there as well.
I would agree, because I mean, I don't know if I can say this, but I felt like this exam was common sense with answering some of the questions, because it's like, just put yourself in that position. Like, you know, you wouldn't do that. Like, it's just, I think the first exam, it was like really theory based. Like, I need to have read that to know it. But this exam, it's like, okay, if I was in that situation, what would I do?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So that helped out a lot.
It changed it. So the leader decides to hit the end button, and then did you close your eyes in prayer?
I did. I said, here we go. And I did like a little eye peek, and it said congratulations. I was in the screen like this, and I was like, yes. And then tears started pouring down. But I'm like, I'm in the library, so let me keep it low. And I ran out of there so fast, so I could just yell out in the open.
Wow. Well, praises, because I'm not gonna lie, I'm a person of faith, and I pray, and Lord, let her help her, Lord. Have
me,
mercy.
Lord. The Lord came through that day.
Oh dear. I am so happy, excited. It's like a chapter in my PMP exam training is done. Actually, Emily and I started training LMI way back 2016 or 2017. So it's like coming full circle, and I'm really, really elated at your success. Really, really happy, and all the best with the LLC. Whatever you're working on is gonna pop. So keep going.
And you know, I was thinking after I was done, I was just gonna trash all my stuff. But I have a little drawer I kept it in. And I even now want to do my Scrum certification.
There you go.
And I'm just thinking about all these other certifications that,
there you go,
you know, I want to obtain now, because I feel such a success.
Yeah. So because you're my friend, Delita, I'm going to give you my honest, candid advice that can push you in this world of Agile if you really want to go into it. So here's my advice. My advice is that you should think about two exams. All right. Think about certified Scrum Master. And I know you've heard about this, and you might be considering it.
Yes.
Think about certified Scrum Master, CSM. Let me just say CSM. And then if I'm a risk taker, right? The PSM is harder than the CSM, but I would say if you really want a challenge, go on Ken Schwaber's website, which is called scrum.org. Take all of his preliminary exams for Scrum, product owner, leader, and honestly, I think it's $150. So it's low risk, but my goodness, if you can crack that test, yes, you know that. You know, you've achieved something great. So take the PSM on I woke up one day without studying and said, you know what? I feel like a challenge. I'm going to go for this. Roy has been challenging me for too long about taking this exam. So I went ahead and took it. So think about the PSM. It's very, very difficult compared to CSM. The CSM, if you just sit down there in the course for 2 days, you're going to get the exam down. The exam is very, very easy. There's nothing hard on the CSM if you were in the course. But the PSM, oh my goodness, it's hard. And it's like 80 questions in an hour. So it really pushes you. It's called Professional Scrum Master. Yeah.
So do you guys, Praizion, do they offer training for these, or do you recommend a person?
Yeah. So for CSM, we offer training only to companies, not to individuals. But here's a cool thing, Delita. Those who have been through training, like Roy's training, Agile whether it's with Roy or me, people who go into the CSM say, oh, it was so easy. I mean, it's even easier than what you guys taught. But then for the PSM, again, a lot of folks who have attended our course without going to anything else, just reading their notes and taking all of Ken's exams and making sure they read the Scrum guide over and over and over again till they know the 3-5-3 in their sleep, and they know all the tiny little bullets in the Scrum guide, they just go ahead and take PSM. So, I mean, some of our group members on Facebook have taken it. So if you want a challenge, which I know you like challenges, and so go ahead and just prepare and then see. I think it's $150 or 200 at worst. So it's fun, and it's a nice addition, because in the community, when you take a look at Agile certifications, the big ones that people are like, okay, the CSM, because it's been around for that long, but it's not that hard. It just means you were in a 2-day class. But the PSM, it has a lot more respect amongst the Agile aficionados, the Agile junkies, the Agile nerds. They'll look at a PSM more than they would look at an ACP. I'm just being honest. The ACP is general, but when people look at the PSM, they're like, you really understood Scrum, because 80 questions in 60 minutes, and they're hard. They're not cakewalks. So food for thought.
I'm up for the challenge.
Cool.
But I got a question. Do you suggest joining like PMI chapters? Like I've been getting emails, different things. Like I guess I should go listen to your YouTube video, what to do after PMP success. Yeah, I mean, now I'm trying to figure out.
There are many options. Being in a chapter is great, but I think for more individual accountability, I recommend the Project Leadership Institute, because I'm teaching you leadership and how to apply leadership to your goals and your vision and your mission. So if you're someone who you know what your mission is in life, or you got an idea, or you don't know, that will be the next step, because all of PMP is just one little drop in the bucket towards your vision for life. Someone says, Phill, my vision is to be a great provider for my family. Okay, well, let's find out how you can be a great leader to sustain that and even exceed that. So I teach a lot from John Maxwell's curriculum. You know, they call him America's leadership guru. Yep. And he was our keynote speaker in the Leadership Institute. So while joining a chapter is good, the individual accountability and then mentoring, if you've got a job offer coming up, I would mentor and coach to that excellence. And then we meet every Thursday, and we just try to keep ourselves focused on the overarching vision. Everyone has a mission statement as well.
Oh, how do I get more information on
just
that?
Just go to projectleadershipinstitute.com. Project Leadership Institute. You know, a lot of people think, oh, it's all about management. No, it's about leadership. And my mentor, John, he says, everything rises and falls on leadership. It's about leadership. And if you know how to lead, not only yourself and others, you're set for life. And it's a daily, weekly, monthly, yearly journey. And it's an exciting one. And I've been with John for the past, going to 10 years now. In fact, 10-year anniversary of being on the John Maxwell team is coming up. So all of this PMP stuff is great. But if you're not a great leader, then you're just going to be a PMP. Yep. And you're not going to be able to get to that next, like the LLC. Get to that next level. What does that look like? And then if you're a project manager and you're hitting a brick wall with your projects, let's get you unstuck. You get what I'm saying? So how do we get people unstuck? It's by mentoring, coaching, and every few weeks, each person is on rotation and a one-on-one with me.
Oh, cool.
Where they've been mentored and trained and coached for at least 15 minutes. And that becomes a cycle. And you know, what have I done with my mission statement or my vision? Because you're going to meet with your buddy Phill, and guess what? You're going to be held accountable for us to find out, you know, and we've had so much success. And then we also have individuals who just do coaching anyway. They just do their individual coaching towards their big, audacious goals to get to the other side. And I coach them and help them with that. So yeah, that would be my next recommendation, because it's good to be in a chapter with PMI, but that's not going to hold you accountable to your overarching chief aim. You know, Napoleon Hill says it's your definite chief aim, and everyone needs to have a definite chief aim. Otherwise, do you know why you're here on this earth? Well, you know, what are you doing? Well, work towards it. Like for me, I know why I'm here, and I know PMP is definitely one of them. You know, it's definitely one of them, but there are many other reasons. You know, I also have a career in music, and that is one of the things I pursue vehemently and try to get myself on the map. So as I'm helping people with their goals, I have mentors helping me with my goals on the John Maxwell team. And that's it. It's not about the certifications alone. It's great. It's a starting point, you know, but there's more. So join us.
I put the link in the chat.
Oh, cool. Thank you. Yeah.
The last thing is, I saw someone put a message that I think it was Sandra, about the study group. I don't know how long that study group is going to last now at this point. So I don't know if you want to address that, Phill.
Right. So Tamika, I think Tamika took that as an action, or May. Okay, do you want to unmute May or Tamika and tell us you got Chandra down for help? I know it's not going to last long, but while it still lasts, I think Chandra, you're close to taking the exam, right?
Yeah, Chandra, hi. This is May.
Hi.
So yes, we can. There's no worries. I talked to Tamika, and we can welcome you in. This study group originally we were planning just to have it until June, but I think we still have 3 or 4 people from the first group that joined that that are on the way to complete it. So this is why we're extending it until August. Okay. And as of August, I think we'll try to create a site where we'll put all the material that was exchanged in the chat over there, so that you can always benefit from it, and then from there on you can create your own group, study group.
Lovely idea.
Yeah.
In fact, May has just given us a challenge. Each PMP, you saw it coming. You knew I was going to say it. Each of you PMPs, maybe you need to have a study group, maybe once a year. I don't know the duration, but I'm telling you, when you are a river and you're giving out, you should go watch my video on how to be a real success. And success is know, grow, sow. Knowing your purpose in life, growing to your maximum potential. What's the last one? Sowing seeds that benefit others. So this PMP is a beast. Delita, firsthand. Think about how much torment other people are going through. There's a traffic engineer who said, Phill, it's beyond my tolerance for ambiguity. I quit. And he never took the exam. That was back about 10 years ago. Never took it's sad. So you can be a light wherever you are. People are struggling to get this exam down. Some people have been so emotionally distraught about the PMP exam. And that's why I decided, I said I would help anyone in the world. And people look at videos I pump out and say, why are you putting all this free stuff out? I know people are struggling. I want to help. So I encourage each of you in your workplace, wherever you are, help some. And if you can't help them, just send them my way, and I'll take care of them. Like Tamika sent her friend on down even before she got certified. And guess what? We're going to help her. So, yeah. So this has been a very productive session. Any other questions for our guru? Look at how patient she's been in her vehicle. That's dedication, I'm telling you, right there. Goodness. Well, Delita, I'm so grateful. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone else. Hey, May, Carolyn, Tamika, you thought you've escaped. No, you've not. I'm coming for you. Just wait.
Oh, wait, Phill. Can I see Pimpy? I need to lay eyes on him because he was... Where is he at?
Oh, here he is. I think he has some choice words.
Yeah, Pimpy, how you feel now?
You are lucky. Luck. But I'll see you in PSM. And I'll see you in CSM too. Congrats, Delita.
Very unpleasant character. Just ignore him. He's a toothless bulldog. Go to your corner, Pimpy.
Yeah, stay in your corner.
People don't know the history. Pimpy hasn't really showed his face quite a bit because people have been pummeling him. So. Yeah. Oh dear.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate you putting this together.
Thank you. Thank you, Delita. We're going to put this in the group and everyone will be able to watch it, and hopefully we'll get more and more news. But all of our other friends here, yes, those who are certified, we're going to have our lessons learned with you as well. And those of you who are yet to do it, hey, I see you there, Fabian. Chandra, I see you there. Francis, I can see you. Kylie, hey, we're coming for you. All right, we'll talk to you folks soon. You take care.
Thanks. Congratulations, everybody.
Thank you.
All righty. Bye.
Bye, all. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Delita. Hello there, it's your buddy Phill here, project management trainer and coach. I hope you're doing well. I have not used Reiki for a total project, but when people put information out there, I appreciate the information they put out there. And there's some information that Reiki has out there about how to run a daily scrum. And that is what I want to focus on today. How do you run a daily scrum? So let's take a look real rapid. I'm going to show you how you do this using some of the good information that Reiki has. All right. So who attends a daily scrum meeting? Well, first of all, my friends, you got to remember that Scrum has a 353 configuration. However, not every single person in the 353 configuration, in other words, product owner, Scrum Master, and team, need to be there. The Scrum Master may not need to be there. The Scrum Master might be Scrum Master for many teams. So think about it. If a Scrum Master attends every single meeting that every single team that the Scrum Master for has for Scrum Master. The product owner, in the same vein, does not have to be in the meeting if they are not contributing to the work being done. Okay? So the development team, Scrum Master, and product owner can attend the daily Scrum meeting. Primarily, the daily stand-up meeting is a forum for the development team to discuss progress and priorities as they work through issues. Let's talk about facilitation. If you are the facilitator, whether you're the Scrum Master, whether you're the team member that is called upon to facilitate, you should have your wits about you. You should know the ins and outs of what is being done. You should be on the ball. And you should know when to pass the ball over to someone else. So you're the facilitator, right? You're not the speaker, so don't speak all the way through. Now, assuming the Scrum Master was to facilitate the meeting, not all the time, but assuming they were, they have a smaller role to play. Like I said, they are not doing any of the development work. All right? So someone says, but why? Why do you say the Scrum Master shouldn't be in a meeting? They don't have to be. Like I said, they might be on many other teams, right? Same with the product owner. It's not mandatory. Now, believe it or not, a lot of teams say, oh, you're the Scrum Master, you should facilitate. No, it doesn't have to be. That's a different way of thinking. All right? Is it good the Scrum Master is there? Yes, but not mandatory. The team members, that's mandatory. Okay? The product owner, not mandatory, except they're actually doing some of the work, or if they are specially called upon to be there. Okay? Let's talk about the benefits of the daily Scrum. For Agile teams focused on cultivating supportive working environments, achieving the sprint goal, and ensuring efficient collaboration, daily Scrum meetings are very beneficial. So when we do things the right way, we find a huge number of benefits, such as helping sync team progress. Daily Scrum meetings help sync team progress. Team members can share the progress they've made towards the sprint goal, what they're working on for the day, and get feedback, whether they are moving at a proper pace or not. They can also gain a clear understanding of what other team members are working on, especially if what they're working on is, of course, interrelated, which it very well could be on an Agile project, right? Daily Scrum meetings promote teamwork. You know, my mentor, John Maxwell, he says, teamwork makes the dream work. So during the session, everyone shares their progress and addresses whatever issue might have arisen. Scrum team members can help each other overcome challenges and employ Agile values and principles. So, one more thing that a daily Scrum meeting can do for you. It could be, watch the word, a problem-solving platform initiator. Not a problem-solving platform, but a problem-solving platform initiator. It could help you realize their problems, and those problems, you got to take them outside. It says, run into an impediment. Scrum teams can communicate their concerns or issues so that other team members can share possible outcomes or craft them outside the meeting. So as a facilitator, you need to be intuitive. How many people do you have on your team? How many minutes do you have for this meeting? 15. You cannot afford one person hogging all the attention, speaking for 5 minutes to give you a solution to one person's problem. That's a very poor use of time. So what we would rather you do is take all of this outside, take it outside the meeting and solve it outside the meeting. So team members can pair and solve these problems outside the meeting. All right. Daily Scrum meeting, 3 questions and agenda. Every daily Scrum meeting revolves around 3 questions known as the daily Scrum questions. The questions are simple but necessary for every session. The 3 Scrum questions are: what did you do yesterday? What are you doing today? And is there any impediment in your way? Now remember, some teams, they don't have daily Scrums. Some teams have stand-up meetings. A case in point, someone said, oh, we have a daily Scrum every week. Daily Scrum? That's not a daily Scrum. That's a weekly meeting. And you need to be careful you don't fall into the traps of those weekly meetings where people speak for minutes and minutes on end, where people are looking to solve every problem in the meeting, where people are given status. That's not what you want to do. Don't fall into that trap, my friends. Don't do it. Don't do it. So, is there any issue affecting the delivery of your tasks? Members of the development team should endeavor to answer these 3 daily Scrum questions during the stand-up meeting. These questions should be a significant part of your meeting agenda. Common mistakes of daily Scrum meetings to avoid. Scrum meetings are an important meeting. We know that for sure. But for it to be an effective meeting, the stand-up meeting must be run properly. What do we mean by run properly? Well, we're talking about being mindful of bad habits that creep into a daily Scrum. So avoid the mistakes that can impact the effectiveness of your daily Scrum meeting. So we're going to take a look at some of these. People come in late. Don't you love it when you're almost at the tail end and Phill drags himself in and he's hogging all the time? Or the stuff that was relevant to Phill has long been spoken about. He missed it all. The stand-up meetings have a time box that's approximately 15 minutes. Team members should show up on time and be prepared to discuss their work and any impediments. Secondly is people hogging the mic. When a person has the floor, they should always stay on point, not veer off topic at the expense of everyone else. Everyone must speak to the team and shouldn't exceed the time slot allocated to them, right? So beware of conversation monopoly. Hello, my friends. It's your buddy Phill here. It's a reminder that I have coaching and training sessions one-on-one. If the PMP exam has been giving you a lot of trouble, now's the time for us to sit down one-on-one and get it down pat. You know, the exam has so many moving parts: Agile, Scrum in particular, the PMBOK guide, hybridization, so much stuff. A lot of times people just need 1 or 2 sessions to get their head straight. Some people need more than 1 session, but for the most part, I've found 1 session to be so freeing and liberating for students. If that sounds like something you want to take advantage of, go on down to pmanonymous.com. That's pmanonymous.com. And we'll work together and get you in ship shape to knock this PMP exam out. Let's get into today's show. A typical question I get is, what do I do if someone is hogging the mic? Do I call them out? Do I let them run on till the end of the meeting, thereby making it an unproductive meeting for everyone else? And the answer is, remember, you have a duty as a Scrum Master to hold the team accountable the way the team will hold you accountable. If someone is going off topic, you should have already defined in ground rules what happens in a meeting if someone goes off topic. There should be a call back to reality. The call to reality clause could be in your team charter. How to behave during team meetings, how to give everyone a fair chance, how to hand the ball over to the next person when your turn has run its course. Now, we do everything with utmost respect, but candor needs to be upheld in these meetings. And if someone is off topic based on whatever you agree in ground rules, team agreements, team contract, social contract, team charter, all the same thing, that has to be upheld. And it's your duty to call the team to order when the team is going outside of group norms. Also remember, there is a reason why it is anywhere between 3 to 9 people on a team. If you have more than 9 people, the likelihood is everyone doesn't even get to speak for a minute. So the bigger the team, the less everyone in that meeting who is a developer is going to be able to speak. And that's why we try to keep team size between 3 and 9. If you go overboard to the realm of 12, 13, 14, 15, that's not in the spirit of Agile, and you end up running out of time. You might have to have more time on a meeting like that if you're in the world of predictive and you have a bigger team. Just be aware of these dynamics. All right, secrecy. Team members should be transparent about any issues or impediments they're encountering. So Phill knows he's working on code and the code is all over the place. He knows the very work he's doing. He knows that he's going to be putting the team into huge technical debt. Maybe someone could help Phill. Why doesn't Phill just come clean? This is the transparency we're looking for. And unfortunately, some team members, they want to try to solve it all on their own. No, that's the power of the team. That's why we're in the world of Agile. Remember? Right? Members should also do their best to limit negative feedback or present said feedback in a diplomatic way. So you got to be kind. You got to be polite, respectful. You got to be respectful of your team members. Remember, these are the things that we need to look out for. And that, my friends, is just the beginning of the dialogue for the Daily Scrum. Do you have any questions about Daily Scrum? I want you to put them in the comment box below. My buddy Roy and I, we're going to get back to you with any answers you have. But I also want to correct this misconception about the Daily Scrum. A lot of people think the Daily Scrum could only be run using the what did you do yesterday? What are you going to do today? What are the impediments in your way? No, that's not the only way. There's another way we can run a Daily Scrum. And I'm going to show you that in a few moments here. See, a Daily Scrum could be used not only for, a daily stand-up could be used not only for Agile projects, but also for, believe it or not, you make it happen, it will happen for predictive projects. You can make it happen for predictive projects. But I want to touch on a few very important points. Things you should keep in mind when you're having your daily scrum or your daily stand-up, depending on what you call it. All right? So if you're having a daily stand-up meeting, you call it a daily stand-up, be mindful of people with mobility limitations. Some people might be in wheelchairs. You got to be mindful of that. So you might want to tweak the name and call it something else to make it more inclusive. All right? Just keep that in mind. And if you're not standing up and you're meeting virtually, you could call it something else. It's okay. It's what are we doing and how we're doing it that's most important. Now, I want you to be aware of the concept of Scrum values. In your daily Scrum, be courageous to do the right thing. In all your ceremonies, be courageous to work on the tough problems. Focus on the work of the sprint and the goals of the Scrum team. It's not about you, it's about the team. Commitment. Have a commitment to achieving the goals of the Scrum team. That means using your resource where possible to help others solve problems. If you have that answer, you're doing the team a disservice by not coming clean and helping your team member in distress. Respect. Scrum team members respect each other to be capable, independent people. So don't look at Phill as someone who is inherently bad and lazy. No, that's not respect. So come into the meeting with an open, positive mindset about team members and be open. The Scrum team and its stakeholders agree to be open about the work. So in my little example of Phill bombing the code right there, Phill needs to come clean. These are things we should be thinking about, okay? Still on the daily Scrum, you need to see the daily Scrum as a planning forum, right? It's used to raise issues, not solutions. So if you have a solution, that needs to be taken offline. Don't use the daily Scrum as the place to solve the problem. Like I said, it's an initiator to have a platform for the dialogue to begin. But once the time box is done, take those problems outside, get solutions. That's the idea. Okay. All right. Still on the daily Scrum, it's the same place, same time, use a time box. Familiarity is what we're looking for. The better, the more familiarity, the better. Okay. So the second one, as you can see on the screen, is walk the board. We could do the 3 questions, but we could also walk the board. What does it mean to walk the board? Let's take a look at walking the board. I'm going to show you a storyboard. Storyboards are used quite a lot in the world of Agile and Scrum. Storyboard comes from the world of Kanban. It's really more like a Kanban board. We have elements on the board of to do, in progress, review, and done. So assuming the team has a storyboard of what they are going to do and items that are in progress and items that are in review, and maybe some items are done. Well, when we have our daily Scrum, we walk the board and we start with the items that are closest, watch this, to being done. In other words, we start from the side of the board closest to done, the right side. So if we were going to walk the board, we would start off with this story, not this in progress story, not this to-do story. You get what I'm saying? We would start off with the stories that are closest to being done. And one of the mantras we have is stop starting, start finishing. Don't go start something new. Let's get what we have here to the end zone. Let's get it to done. Okay? So if you're explaining why a story has been in review for a long time, that could be a topic to be taken offline and to look for solutions. But you could be asked questions in a daily Scrum. But the bottom line is we start off with those stories closest to being done. We walk the board going from those closest to being done and the others like that. And that's how we walk the board. Okay? I hope this has given you some ideas, some food for thought. Don't forget to check out the Reiki website. I'm going to put a link to this awesome article that they shared, which has spurred some of our dialogue today. And I'm also going to show you Reiki's page. Now, Reiki is used in projects as a tool for either the world of Agile or even the world of predictive. And that's their homepage. That's it right there. Okay. And they've got all sorts of templates and approaches, roadmaps, Kanban boards, if you wanted to use that. Basically, if you are looking to set up a project and effectively track, manage, work with your team in a collaborative fashion, Reiki presents some really cool options for you. Okay. And again, I'm going to put the link to that document, and I'm going to show you that document right now. And here it is. You can see daily Scrum meetings. We have all of this information I shared with you, with some graphics, and the only thing I shared with you was daily Scrum. You got the last part I showed you, mistakes to avoid, got that there, and using Reiki to execute your Agile Scrum sprints is another topic. Really cool page that you can check out. I'll put that link below. All right. Thank you for joining me. Huge shout out once again to the people at Reiki. I'll see you next time. Take care.
From XP, help the team to deliver at the maximum speed. 1, work into the whole. This is a big problem with many teams. They don't put the work back into the cohesive sum. And at the end of the day, they've got work that is disjointed. You've got to continuously integrate. You got to test at all levels. I think I'm back. I apologize for that. I had an unstable connection. So let's go back here. And I'm hoping that the connection is more stable now. All right. So I was talking about 5.7 execution practices that help the team deliver value. And that's on page 56. And I had mentioned continuous integration, test at all levels, acceptance test-driven development, ATDD, test-driven development, TDD, and BDD, and spikes. Those are things you're going to have to read on your own in the interest of time. All right, number 2, welcome changing requirements even late in development. Agile processes harness change for the customer's competitive advantage. That is talked about in backlog refinement, because you're refining your backlog as a result of the customer's requests, as a result of prioritizing value. And that's the job of the product owner leading that charge with the team. Number 3, let me see if I can highlight that. Okay, deliver working software frequently from a couple of weeks to a couple of months with a preference to the shorter time scale. And this is covered in common agile practices. And this starts off on page 50. And all of those practices that they mention, retrospectives, backlog preparation, backlog refinement, daily stand-up, all that stuff is used for delivering working software frequently. All right. Number 4, business people and developers must work together daily throughout the project. So here we see servant leadership. You got to lead as a servant leader, the business people, the developers. That really refers to anyone on the team, not just the Scrum Master. Everyone should be a servant leader. Backlog preparation and backlog refinement, those are places we pull stakeholders and team members in as needed. Build projects around motivated individuals, give them the environment they need, and trust them to get the job done. So here, team composition, the team charter. So charter the project and the team. That's 5.1 if you haven't already looked at that. 5.1, it says, at a minimum for an agile project, the team needs the vision or purpose and set a clear set of working agreements. So all that you do on this page, like why are we doing the project, who benefits, what does this mean, how are we going to work together, do's and don'ts, team values, group norms, rules on page 50, all that stuff goes into the team charter. And of course, retrospectives, because that is where the team self-corrects. Now let's move to the next one. The most efficient and effective method of conveying information to and within a development team is face-to-face conversation. So we have team structures in chapter 4. So let's go to 4.3.4. And here it says, teams have adopted agile principles and practices across many industries. They organize people into cross-functional teams to iteratively develop working products. Some organizations have been able to create co-located cross-functional teams. Others have a different situation. Instead of having all team members co-located, some organizations have distributed or dispersed teams. Dispersed teams may have each team member working in a completely different location. While these arrangements are not ideal due to increased communication costs, they may still be workable. So whatever the arrangement is, just bear that in mind, but ensure that the team is having some interaction, maybe video conferencing, right? And daily stand-ups is another vehicle for the team to interact. Next, we have working software as a primary measure of progress. And here we see 5.2.7 execution practices that help the team deliver value. So the bottom line is, if the team is not delivering a working, valuable product, they are not doing it well. They should be, in an iterative fashion, be delivering value. And we have how iterations and increments help deliver a working product. So this is 5.2.8. And it simply reads, iterations help a team create a cadence for delivery and many kinds of feedback. When the team gets down to a rhythm, down to that cadence, it helps them to deliver at the right time, get it down to a rhythm, and they only keep exceeding and exceeding once they've got it down to a rhythm. It reads, demos or reviews are a necessary part of the Agile project flow. So at the end of each iteration, you do know that there's a demo. What does that do? It gives the team a mindset of delivery. You have to deliver because that is part of the process. And that's what makes Scrum and Agile practices very solid. Okay, Agile processes promote sustainable development. Sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain a constant pace indefinitely. And here we have charter the project and the team. In other words, set expectations and then go ahead and use empirical data to measure where the team is at and adjust accordingly. Next one is continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances agility. Again, we have common practices of Agile, 5.2. Highly advise you to read this. This is on page 50. We have everything from backlog preparation, refinement, daily stand-ups, retrospectives, demos and reviews, planning for iteration-based Agile, and execution practices that help the team deliver value. All that stuff, very relevant and beyond, right? Iterations, it's all relevant. All right, simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done is essential. And here we have two things, backlog preparation and backlog refinement. So think about it. On a project where you are asked to deliver a deliverable and assume the deliverable is a bowl of breakfast. You've got eggs in there, you've got bell peppers in there, you've got some sausage crumbs in there. Imagine trying to work this project by getting the chicken to lay an egg, getting all the eggs, beating the eggs, getting whether it's turkey sausage or whatever the sausage is, or pig sausage, getting the pig and doing everything from scratch. Think about that. That is a lot of work. Now, if that is not in the requirements, why do it? And that takes me to this principle, simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done. You can get that project done by going down the street and getting a simple $8 bowl, microwaving it, giving it to the customer. You just maximize the amount of work not done. Why go through getting the chicken, the egg, the pig, whatever it is? Why do you have to do all of that when you can maximize the amount of work not done? You see, so you've delivered value, you've delivered what the customer wanted, and you cut out a bunch of work. So in your backlog preparation and backlog refinement, you want to identify how can we get this done in a more expedient fashion and cut out all of this other work. That's really what you're thinking of. All right, the best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from self-organizing teams. So we're talking about team composition again. This is in 4.3. And in 4.3, we have an opener. It says, a core tenet in both the values and principles of the Agile Manifesto is the importance of individuals and interactions. Agile optimizes the flow, emphasizing rapid feature delivery to the customer rather than on how people are utilized. So here we talk about how people are more likely to collaborate when people are allowed to interact in an organic fashion. Teams finish valuable work faster. Teams waste much less time because they do not multitask and have to reestablish context. So this just talks about agile teams, how they should be composed, and how you should think about that. Maybe we'll cover this on a different day. It's actually a good one to cover, 4.3. And the final one here in the agile principles, it reads, where are we? Okay. It reads, at regular intervals, a team reflects on how to become more effective, then tunes and adjusts its behavior accordingly. And that's really retrospectives for you. Retrospectives allow the team to do that. All right. So I know we've taken almost 30 minutes to go through this stuff. It's a lot of stuff, but it is important. Okay. So the values and where they are mapped as far as the Agile Practice Guide, and the principles, okay, and where they're mapped as far as the Agile Practice Guide. All right, let me see if Lewis is here, because we are going to cover a topic that he had requested. Very good. So I see Lewis is here. So Lewis, if you want to unmute and, oops, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm here. Maybe you had been talking and I didn't hear because I had my my computer on mute. So how are you?
I'm okay. Trying to really understand this agile stuff, man. You know, I don't work in a really agile environment. Mm-hmm. You know, to that extent. I mean, I see a few cues, but not really on an organizational level. Mm-hmm. But not really in my projects, which I would really like to find out how I could incorporate some of these things, you know, like the meetings and support. But it's not as, my problem right now is it's not as clear as the predictive. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's because just to let you know, I don't know about other people on the call or what's not, or their background, but for me personally, you're talking about a lot of different terms, a lot of different stuff, and I'm just hoping that it can all come together once I finish reading this book. Because I'm really trying to find out, like, track, where does it really start, where does it really end? And I mean, I still know I got a lot of the videos to watch, but for example, when we watch the agile videos, it's like, you know, we just get right into it. I really am trying to find where I'm at with all this stuff. So maybe it's because it's still new to me, but I'm trying my best.
Yeah, that's why we're here, Lewis. So very, very good point. Let's start off. What are you doing after this call?
I'm working from home today. So
okay.
Thank God.
Okay. Have you watched the Roy's videos?
I have. Some of them are like the 3-hour videos you meant? Mm-hmm. Yeah, some of them. I watch. Yes.
So why don't I do this? I hope we don't go over. I may not cover. So you asked about tailoring. Tailoring is a bit more advanced. From what you're saying, I think we should start off maybe even before the tailoring topic. And then maybe if we cover tailoring next week, that's fine.
Okay. But
I'm guessing some other folks may have the same concerns. So maybe this is a good time for us to maybe just take a look at how Agile works, the very beginnings of this whole discussion. So this is where you need to be thinking about it, Lewis. Think about it like this. So let me ask you this question. So in your world of construction, right?
Yes.
What makes projects come to be? What brings projects into existence in your world of construction?
Projects are really birthed by a need from the organization. So it's really fueled by change.
Good. So give me some examples of those needs.
Let's say, for example, right now I'm doing a lot of retail.
Okay.
So in the shopping center, they need to collect rent.
Yes.
You know, so to collect rent, they already have a lot of empty vacant spaces. So these spaces need to be leased, and in order to lease them, they need to look a particular way. At least get it, put some drywall on the wall or something. Give it some formal so it could be able to look presentable to sell.
Good.
For example, keep it simple to sell. To sell your condominium. If you want to sell a house, You need to make some improvements to make it look good.
Good.
You need to sell to a prospective tenant.
Gotcha. So you need some improvements, and those improvements hopefully are going to give you some leverage to find clients.
Yes.
And then you're going to be able to get the rent, which is
the end
clients
goal.
are looking for. Yeah, the end goal, value. So that is a value for your customer, right? When they can collect, huge amounts of rent. Who doesn't want huge amounts of rent? So huge amounts of rent. Good. All right. So that's an example of your world of projects. Perfect example. Now, if you look at this, you'll see that it is something you folks have done so many times. You've done it so many times, right? That it becomes repeatable and it becomes predictable, right? It's not rocket science. So we've done this before. We've done this before. So in a case like this, your use of agile approaches is going to be very minimal. It could be leveraged in some places, and like when you talk about putting up drywall and stuff, it could be leveraged in maybe the aesthetics. You call the person in, what do you think about this? But they already know what you folks do. So there's not much need for experimentation on a project like this. And that is where this talk of Agile comes in. That's where you look at this and you say, based on what I'm doing, it's a one-time delivery. It's a single delivery and it's fixed. And of course, they don't want you to go overboard. So you're going to manage costs. They're very high expectations. And you're going to do all that you're doing once. And it will fall into the category, just to go a step further, on the continuum, it's going to fall into this category. It's going to be looked at as there's a low frequency of delivery. You're delivering the solution once, and it's going to be a low degree of change. So I'm guessing you go over blueprints and plans, and they can see how it's all going to be the layout, or they can see whatever you're going to do. End of story.
Yes.
You don't need to use Agile very much in a project like that, to be honest. It's going to be more predictive than anything else. There are little places you could use Agile, right? There are little places you could do some experimentation. So if I look at this, I could say, okay, well, when it comes to improve, maybe we could use a little bit of Agile somewhere here, but for the most part, it's going to be predictive. So if this is predictive, you're going to use a lot more predictive than maybe tiny little pieces of Agile for some iterative feedback. And that could be it. So on your projects, I can understand when you say, don't really see much of an opportunity. I understand that. All right, let's go a step further. Now, imagine you work for a company where you're developing software. And imagine your software is on the web. And imagine your software is meant to be a social media hub. And imagine, as usual, you have competing forces from other places. You've got the likes of Facebook, you've got Instagram, you've got TikTok, you've got all sorts of. But you want to go above the competition to deliver value to your existing customers and future customers. You're going to have to do a series of experiments, as it were. You're going to have to be very innovative, and you're going to have to work in an iterative fashion to bounce back and see what the marketplace is doing. Now imagine this company is MySpace. This is what MySpace should have done. They didn't really do it very well, because if they had done it well, they would have been able to introduce increments in different releases back into the marketplace through these experiments. They would have been able to capture valuable releases. They would have been able to change their game quick. So a company that is in a very volatile space, that is changing so rapidly, like technology, the likes of Apple and Microsoft, they know, or Amazon. Amazon is now one of the big dogs when it comes to software, because they're delivering cloud space, they're delivering technology solutions, their Alexa and all that stuff is doing really well. It's giving the others a run for their money. They deliver software updates almost daily, or if not hourly. So think about it. in a situation like this is where you should be more agile than anything else. And I know that in construction, it's not very prevalent to use agile, and that's true. But here we are taking the PMP exam. We need to understand it. And that's why, if I were you, I would put on my thinking cap to imagine I'm in a different company, or I'm in a different situation, or I'm on a building project that is trying to leverage technology. They're trying to leverage things that have never, ever been done before. In those instances, on the cutting edge of construction, that is where Agile could work very well. Or the cutting edge of healthcare, you get what I mean? This is where Agile could thrive. So all PMI is saying in the Agile Practice Guide is project managers need to be able to roll with Agile and think more agilely. So you need to be able to adapt your delivery approach to flow with the market, to be able to adapt. And that is what this continuum is saying. It's saying where there is chaos on your project, where there is a lot of change and a lot of delivery, you need to be more agile to adapt to that market space. There's another thing that Roy talks about a lot in the class, and it's this. It's called the Stacy complexity model. And again, taking the world of construction, we know that we're always pretty much going to be here, maybe at worst getting into this. But by the time you get into some really heavy experimentation, you're moving into anarchy space. And this is where Agile thrives. Agile is best when there's high variability. Some people should not be using Agile. You get what I'm saying, Louis?
Yeah, I get you. And one of the things I read, because I really put a lot of time in this last night too. Wow. It says the higher, from what I understand, is one of those aspects on the chapters in the PMBOK, they talk about requirements of uncertainty and the technical degree of uncertainty, which means technical degree means the knowledge to get the requirements done.
Right.
Requirements of uncertainty is just the requirements to get the job. You know, if you try and build let's say, for example, a spaceship. I'm just thinking real out there. You know what, you may need the tools or whatever requirements need to build a spaceship, but you don't have the technology, the know-how to really put it together to really make this thing work. So the more, from what I understand, one of those have to be within a certain range of certainty to be able to actually be accomplished. It cannot both be on the highest 2 points on the chart, else it can be done. That's from my understanding.
Yeah, well, think about it. There's stuff that people never thought could be done, right? And it has been done. Far from agreement when it comes to requirements, and far from agreement when it comes to the technology. You've got no clue of the technology, and you're going to use, let's look at page 14, right?
Page 14, yeah.
It says technical degree of uncertainty. That's what is on the x-axis. And yeah, there are projects that they are so crazy, they're so way out there, especially defense and space, but they are eventually done. And honestly, as time evolves, what looks so complex becomes less complex. It becomes more easy to deal with. Now, complicated versus complex, Roy talks about this quite a lot. He talks about complicated as you understand what a watch is. You know all the tiny little pieces that are in a watch, at least you've seen it. Now, put the watch together. That is complicated. Putting a watch together is a very complicated job. However, it is known what needs to be done. It's just complicated. You have to follow every step. And that is why we have complicated. There's going to be some predictive projects that are complicated, and that's okay. But when you talk about complex, the example he normally gives is going to work in the morning in a crazy traffic jam and not knowing which road is blocked or unblocked, and maybe listen to the radio. And as you go down the I-10, you get an announcement on the radio that says, okay, this in-road is open. You go down that in-road, you now hear another thing on the radio that says, okay, this road is about to be blocked. So it becomes a complex thing. And that is how agile projects are. You don't know how you're going to get there, and you're doing it in an incremental fashion. So agile, it has its place in helping you in the anarchy space. There are many projects that will fit in the anarchy space. So this is what agile is designed to do. And in this instant,
I'm starting to get it, Phill.
You get it?
I'm starting to get it. Because I'm piggybacking on what I read. This is the key thing, and I hope others take note of this. It was very simple in the Agile Practice Guide, but it's a big thing in page 10 when they talk about the Agile Mindset. And it's defined by the values, guided by the principles, and manifested through practices. So what we're talking about right now with that chart is based on some of the values.
Exactly. Yes.
Gotcha.
Very correct.
So once we understand those values, I still haven't got the principles part yet, but I do understand that the Scrum Master, the Scrum, I haven't mastered all the terms.
You get it.
But they all fall back to that. Okay, gotcha.
Exactly. It all falls back. And you do know that Scrum is just one of the many. You know, Scrum is one of the many. Yeah. So it's the mindset. You absolutely hit the nail on the head. It's the mindset. The mindset is everything. And we can very rapidly go over this if you don't mind. So we'll go over this really quick. So the Agile Manifesto values, right? Individuals and interactions over processes and tools. What they're saying is, don't be so blinded by the processes and the tools that you don't pay enough attention to the individuals and how they interact, right? So you can have all the processes and tools in the world, but if people are not working together and interacting, you are not going to be as far ahead as you could have been. Then working product over comprehensive documentation. Imagine if you got your brand new Patek watch, and it looks all great and nice, and you open it up and it's not moving, but you got this big old document that tells you, oh, this is a watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. You're not going to be very impressed, because you got this so-called really cool product, but it's not working well. And you got all of this documentation, but it's not working well. So our job as project managers is not just the documentation. That's good, but we need to put the working product over documentation. So, for example, if a team is developing and working, instead of spending so much time on documents, and when I say documents, I'm even talking about technical documents. I'm not necessarily talking about project documents. But instead of spending all this time on documents, whether technical or project, they should spend more time on getting a working product out, because that is what is valued to a customer. You've probably had encounters where a product isn't working as it should. No matter how much documents you have, you're not going to read them. You're not going to be impressed. All right, next one, customer collaboration over contract negotiation. What they're trying to say here is, instead of rigid contracts like fixed, try and collaborate to find some unique arrangement and see yourself as working with the customer, not against them. There's usually this us versus them mindset when it comes to negotiation. And in fact, the biggest books in negotiation, they teach this. They teach you, how to get to a win, but they forget it's a win-win when you collaborate and you're honest and transparent. So that's what they're espousing in that one. And then responding to change over following a plan. Think about it. Just look at COVID. It's a great example of how you could have everything planned out for the next 5 years, next 10 years, and then COVID hits, and then companies like TM Lewin in the United Kingdom, well known for their high-end shirts and attire for ladies and stuff, they've gone almost out of business. They've been saved by another company buying over all their inventory and stuff, but they had to close 600 stores, right? 66 stores, and let 600 people go. Terrible. That's an example of how you need to respond to change versus following the plan, because when rubber hits the road, the plan is going to be thrown out, whether you like it or not. You're going to have to respond. So that's what these things are saying. And responding to change is responding to environmental change and responding to business changes internally, whatever it is, right? So do those make sense? Those four make sense?
Yeah, I got the values. So what I'm noticing now is I don't know if this is common, but so basically we're just going over the theories that really make these practices that are backing these practices. That's really what we're doing.
Exactly. Once
that's why I said last, because I was like, with predictive, it's straight up. You're doing scope, you're doing cost. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
very,
and you know what, Lewis? You know what? The thing is, the principles, the mindset behind all of that is kind of implicit, but it's not really emphasized, you see. But in my mind, all of these agile manifesto principles and values and stuff, in my mind, these are applicable to even predictive as well. And
once you learn them, once you have a really, really, really good understanding.
Exactly.
I could sense it, but I can't see it yet because it's still a little foggy.
You're getting it. Let's go into the principles really quick. All right, here are the principles. First one, our highest priority is to satisfy the customer. I mean, it makes sense. You want to satisfy the customer, but think about it. Every customer is different, right?
Could we connect that to guiding? Sorry to cut you off.
No problem.
Because remember, it's guided by the principles. So I'm trying to connect the two with the values.
Yes, exactly. So you can connect every principle to a value. So when you talk about satisfying the customer, you can connect that to customer collaboration. You can connect that to working software, you see, or working product, you see. So instead of documents, how do you satisfy the customer? And it says early and continuous delivery. So you want to give them what they're looking for as early as possible. So think about it. You go to a restaurant, you are fond of dessert. That is what you like. You like your cheesecake and ice cream or whatever it is. And the people in the restaurant, instead of giving you the ice cream and the cheesecake, they're like, no, you got to eat this boring stuff first. You got to eat all the veggies first. Now, you probably like veggies. I don't know. But imagine someone who likes the ice cream and the cheesecake and the restaurant says, no, we're going to give you all the veggies. You're not delivering value. What the customer thinks is value is a cheesecake. That's what they want. And you need to bring the cheesecake out as quickly as possible. Don't wait till the end of the project. You see, predictive projects, they bring out the stuff at the end in a one-time delivery. No, Agile is, what do you want right now? I want my cheesecake right now. All right, here's your cheesecake. What else do you want? I want my ice cream. Here's your ice cream. I want my dessert first. That's fine. So that should be your highest priority, to satisfy the customer through early. The key word is early. That's really the key word. Early and continuous. So you want to keep the pipeline flowing. Just like Apple, they're always coming out with a new feature, something new in the interface. That is delivering value early, and then they keep on working it, and it's continuous. Does that make sense?
It making sense, but I'm wondering, where's the constraints?
Good. So the constraints are built into whatever framework you're using. So if the customer says, I want dessert, what are the constraints? We can only give you half a bowl of dessert. Okay, then bring out the half bowl of dessert. That's what I want. So the constraints are built in. It's making sense. Good. You got to build the constraints into the process. So right now, what I'm seeing, Lewis, is you're being concerned with the process, but this is the mindset. Once you get the mindset, when you apply the process, it will come proper. So the constraint is built into the iteration, the sprint. So the sprint has a time box. So you're gonna tell the customer, okay, Miss Customer, we can only fit in a certain amount of cheesecake and ice cream into this time box. Is it okay if we give you 1 spoon of cheesecake or one scoop of ice cream? All right, that's fine. So the constraints, instead of looking at them as constraints, is stuff that you need to collaborate on and go back and forth on. See? So it's the mindset. The mindset is really what you're after. All right, let's look at the next one. Next one, welcome changing requirements even late in development. So why would you do that? Think about it. Why would you welcome a change in requirement? It says agile processes harness change. Why? For the customer's competitive advantage. So if your customer knows, look, I need this feature like this week. If I get it next week, just forget it. So I'm sorry, I know that we talked about doing X in this next sprint, but you know what? I need Y. And if I don't get Y, is going to be useless to me eventually. Well, that's the mindset. You're working with them. It's a collaboration. So you're not going to be mad at them. You're not going to negotiate and say, well, the contract said no. You're going to welcome the change in requirement. It's a change in mindset. You get what I'm saying? And it's
but now what happened to configuration management?
Configuration management is not done in Agile the way we do it. So your configuration management is in the process of, let's take Scrum, for example. Configuration management is keeping whatever version control, right, that you've decided to do intact. But in the world of Agile, you are the boss of either following a plan rigidly, which, by the way, you shouldn't, or responding to change. That's the value, responding to change over following a plan. If you do that, you're not going to be thinking of configuration management. So let me tell you the mindset, Louis. What I see happening to you is you got all of this process knowledge from the world of predictive, and it's trying to attack the mindset of Agile. You got to let it all go. Configuration management isn't even talked about. It's not even a topic in the world of Agile, but it's really more in the software we're building. So
what confuses me is that, yes, okay, remember, as a project manager, we have organizational constraints, which are always going to be there. They're never going to leave if you want to have a properly run organization, I would assume, okay? So my thing is, how do you blend that with, because I know as a project manager, we have the power to tailor those organizations, but we have to be within those constraints on our organization.
But those are not project constraints though, Louis. Those are different. So if you're working in a company that has gone to the Agile side of the world, and in fact, as you're reading Agile, you need to think, okay, this is a company that has embraced Agile. That is how you need to think in order to cope with the exam. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I got you. Because I'm saying if you're dealing with a company that have a strong emphasis in documenting changes within the documents and not really embracing change, but I'm trying to put in an Agile method.
Then Agile should not be used immediately. Those folks need to change their mindset. Now, bear in mind, there's some companies, they have predictive projects. Remember the continuum I showed you? For those projects, yes. But for Agile projects, no. And you need to be radically, on the far end of thinking Agile. Like for your exam, don't think about those companies that are resistant, right? Think about a company that says, okay, all these projects are going to be Agile. No one's going to give you any hassle. Run them Agile. For the other projects, yes, we have configuration management. Yes, we have change management, but that is not Agile. You see, the moment you talk about scope baseline, schedule baseline, no, you're going to the
that's PMP mindset. That's PMP mindset.
Exactly. Gotcha. Well, that's predictive. Let's call it predictive or plan-driven mindset. Because now for PMP, they're trying to get you to think both ways. You get it?
Gotcha.
Okay. Let's hurry up and try and cover these ones and we continue the discussion. It's a good discussion. All right. Deliver working product frequently. So think about it. Why would you want to deliver working product frequently? So that you again can give them the value quick. Instead of saying, all right, I've got a bowl of breakfast. I'm going to give you this whole big bowl in the next 1 year. In the next 1 year, the person's already collapsed and has been run to ICU. Why didn't you just give it to them in pieces so that they can get some nourishment? In the same token, a lot of projects, instead of delivering things incrementally, they want to give it all the way at the end. Let me give you another example of how we at Praizion have done this. So this new exam that PMI has released in 2021, we actually got our course material done in an iterative fashion by building module by module. And guess what we were doing? As we built a module early last year, when PMI first announced it, and they talked about a pilot exam, we would deliver a little bit of it to our pilot students, and then another little bit, and another little bit. And to be quite honest, at the end, many of them got certified even before PMI came out with the new exam, because they got so much value that they said, you know what, we're ready. We're just going to take this exam, as is. So they took the old exam because they got so much value. They realized they knew so much. They didn't even need to wait for the new exam to come out. So if you deliver working product frequently, you're going to give more value quicker. Business people and developers working together daily. So that mindset of us versus them, again, this is customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Work together, right, as one team. Next one is build projects around motivated individuals, self-organizing team, right? So when you give the team the power to get the job done, you get better results. Again, it's that mindset, of all of us are one versus we're siloed. So let's go back real quick to that slide we have on the values. So individuals and interactions, the team interacting, right? And then customer collaboration. When you're working with a customer, when your team is in a good place, you're going to build projects around motivated individuals. Number 6, the most efficient and effective method of conveying information to and within development teams is face-to-face conversation. As much as possible, try to harness technology so that you minimize distance in cases like this pandemic is all they're saying. Number 7, you will agree with this, Lewis. Even in the world of predictive, if you don't deliver a working solution, forget it, right?
Yes.
Number 8, agile processes promote sustainable development. You understand that once you've committed to delivering such and such an amount, so you talk about constraints. While it's not a constraint, we look at it as an envelope around our understanding of the team to sustain what they're doing to a particular velocity. So if they're saying we're going to get 200 story points done every sprint, then we look forward to that, right? That's the mindset. So the sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain a constant pace through story points and all that. All right, number 9, continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances agility. Absolutely, even in a predictive project. Number 10, simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done. I don't know if you got my example of when you can just make breakfast by getting a breakfast bowl from down the road in Walmart and warming it up for the customer who wants it. Why do you have to do it from scratch, getting the chicken and the egg and the pig? No, just maximize the amount of things you don't do and you'll be smart. That's it. All right. Number 11, the best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from self-organizing team. That is individuals and interactions over processes and tools. Again, it's a mindset. And last but not least, at regular intervals, the team reflects. And this is just lessons learned, which are really more like retrospectives, okay? So I know I've rushed through these 12. We'll talk about this next week. And we will also talk about the question you had, because I came with all the details on what you had asked for in the email, which was tailoring. So we'll talk about that next week. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I have that ready for you. And we'll talk about tailoring next week. I broke it down, though, into some very digestible chunks, but I'll show that to you next week. All right?
Yes.
All right. So our friends, we have 2 of our friends here, Carolyn and Solange. Thank you for joining. I know it's smack dab in the middle of the workday, but thank you all for coming. Thank you, Louis, for the questions and the engagement. And see you folks hopefully next week. All right. Take care and bye for now.
Hello, my fellow project managers. Welcome to our PMP exam Q&A. It's 2022. Happy New Year to any of you who I have not wished a Happy New Year to. I hope you're well, and I hope your first day back in the office, that is, was a good one. The purpose of our meeting today is to talk about the PMP exam and to answer any questions that you may have about it. It's going to be a brief meeting. I know it's pretty late on the East Coast. It's already 10 p.m. So the intent is not to keep you for too long, but rather to answer any questions that you have about the exam. Before we get started, we are going into a few words of wisdom about the PMP exam. And the first word of wisdom is as follows. If you're looking at taking the exam in 2022, what you need is intentionality. It's been proven time and time again in 2021 by so many people that set their minds on getting certified, that if you put your mind on it, you are obsessed with getting certified as your definite chief aim for a sustained amount of time, you're willing to put in the time and the effort, no matter what, no excuses, you will succeed. I challenge you to try it. Set aside 8 weeks max, 8 weeks maximum. You will get it done. Now, I know some of you look at 8 weeks as being too far, but there are many other students that have spent far less. Our most recent PMP guru who came on the program got certified in about 7 weeks. The guru before that, and when I say guru, I call my students gurus when they get certified, right? The person before that spent 2 weeks, came on the program on the 4th of December and was done approximately 2 weeks later. It is absolutely doable, but you need to make the commitment. You need to decide to do it. And you know what? If you're really serious and you really want to get it done, I'll advise you to check out the schedule that I have prepared for students of mine who want to get this done. I'm going to send you a link. Those of you who are watching right now, time is 9 minutes past 10 East Coast time. I'm going to send you a page where you can get a lot of free information about the exam. And right at the bottom of the page, I'll share with you in a second here. Right at the bottom of this page, you have the PMP exam plan. It's a video. Click on the video, open it up in YouTube, watch it. I have a special link there where you can get a schedule that will guide you to success on this exam. You can see this video right here. I've got everything scheduled out. I've pretty much done all the heavy lifting for you. I've itemized everything that you need to do to get certified in 2022. The question is, will you do it? It's really up to you. The choice is yours. But I will make this available. Let's put that in the chat. And if you really mean business, you will go get this Microsoft project file and use it to plan your success in 2022. Okay? The next question I want to address right off the bat from a student is, do I need to read the PMBOK Guide 7th edition? Where do I even start with this one? Because the 7th edition is now referenced as the exam study, part of the exam study material, not the entire thing is from the PMBOK Guide 7th edition, but it's the reference, which means questions that are used on the exam should be traced to a section of the 7th edition. So if you've not familiarized yourself with it, I would say do, but I've done a lot of that heavy lifting for you. Again, I've got 2.5 hours of free video right here on YouTube to help you better understand the 7th edition. If you have not watched that video, I want to encourage you to do so. I'm going to put a link here again so that you can check out my video on the 7th edition. And let's put that in the chat for everyone as well. Okay, there we go. I see one of our friends here. Shalini, how are you? Your exam is on the 21st of January. Absolutely. I have quite a bit of advice. That's some feedback from our stream. Let me give you this quick piece of advice for your exam. If I were you, I would be obsessed with hammering down Agile, because Agile is going to be big on your exam. I would also advise going to that link I sent you. There's a lot of free stuff on this page, but very importantly, you need to watch this 40-minute video. It's PMP exam tomorrow, the key Agile Mindset. I'm going to put this as well in the chat, and I would advise that you watch it. It's about 40 minutes thereabouts, and 40 minutes, 25 seconds. Highly, highly advise it. Watch it and absorb the contents. It's going to help you. There's so much stuff that I would like to talk about today, but we don't have enough time. However, the videos that I'm sending you in the chat, that is all going to help you. All right. So going back to the question that was asked, should I, read this? I would say watch my 2.5-hour video first. I have another 1-hour video for the PMP students. Let me look for that video as well. And it's just called PMBOK Guide 7th Edition Training for PMP Students. I try to make it simple because I understand lots of you have read the 6th edition. I think it's a bit cruel and unusual for me to ask you, oh, you are most welcome. It's a bit cruel and unusual for me to ask you again to go read another 370 pages when you've read 756 pages already. So my advice to you is to watch those videos I've sent you, know the principles, the 12 principles, get familiar with them, get into the groove of them, get into the psychology of them, and then also know what is in the domains. To be quite honest, what is in the domains is like a repackaged version of a lot of the knowledge area and process group speak, and then sprinkled with a little bit of team, hyper team understanding of how teams should really work. Because in previous editions, there was less focus on that. Now a lot of the focus is on human interactions, and that's good. That's a good thing. But if your exam is on the 21st, our friend Shalini, I would say go through it. Go through the 12 principles, but watch my videos because they're going to make it easier for you. Read the 12 principles, read the 8 domains, and some specific things to look out for. I'm going to be showing you tonight as well. But the PMP exam content outline, that is really big. It's a really, really big aspect of your exam because, as you know, your exam is not based on the PMBOK guide. It's based on the content outline, really, right? So today we're going to hear just some little snippets. I'm going to give you a few snippets from our live course. You're going to be hearing from our buddy Roy. He's going to be sharing with you little bit of thinking regarding the world of Agile. You see, so your PMP exam, to be quite honest, is based on this idea. You got 42% of the questions that are people, at least. You got 50% that is process, but the process doesn't mean PMBOK. Process could mean Agile or hybrid process. So the exam is very heavily Agile, hybrid, people focused. And then you also need to split it 50-50. That's what the few outliers would say. The majority of people will tell you the exam is at least 60% Agile. Some people say it's got to have been 70, 80, or 90%. So go figure, So when you take a look at your exam, you got to look at it through the lens of the PMP exam content outline. And then you got to sprinkle the understanding of how the outline is broken. Let's zoom in here a little bit. It's broken down into your domains first, then understanding tasks, and then enablers. And then when you really have a good understanding of enablers, you'll feel more confident going into the exam. And that's why in our training, we go not only over the Agile Practice Guide and the PMBOK guide and the 12 principles and the 8 domains and the 10 the 10 knowledge areas and the 5 process groups. I know it's already sounding a lot, but we go over the 35. I know it's a lot, but we help you. We do the heavy lifting for you, and we go over the 35 tasks. And one of the favorites that I'm going in today on with my buddy Roy is managing conflict. Managing conflict is big, working with any team. How do you tackle conflict from an agile perspective? Who should be thinking about that? Who should be doing that? So we are going to tackle that idea of conflict. So when we go through this content, just so you know, we take a hyper quick look at all of those tasks, and we do it in a logical order, such as what you see on the screen. And some of you have watched videos where I've broken down the content outline in logical order. There's a logical order for it. The way it is in the outline is not logical, because you don't begin a project or begin working with people by resolving conflict. That's not the first thing you do. You build a team, right? Theoretically speaking, you build a team. And practically speaking, if you don't have a team, then what conflict are you solving? And then you define ground rules so that when conflict happens, you got something to fall back on, guidelines. Then you lead the team, you build shared understanding, you ensure your team members and stakeholders are trained. Then you mentor relevant stakeholders, you empower team members and stakeholders, and then you start talking about managing conflict, and then engaging and supporting virtual teams, collaborating with stakeholders, removing impediments, supporting team performance, promoting team performance through EI, and negotiating project agreements and stuff like that. But today, we're going to start off, like I said, in the order that PMI has it. Yes, PMI has a particular order for it. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go through it in that order. We're going to hear from my buddy Roy in a little bit, and he's going to break down for you how to solve conflict from the perspective of someone in an agile world. Okay. So again, going into manage conflict, you have interpret the source and stage of the conflict, analyze the context of the conflict, because you need to know, where is this coming from? What is the source? And then what is the context? What recently happened? What is going on? And then evaluate and recommend, and then reconcile the appropriate conflict resolution solution. Okay, the tips and tricks. We're going to hear from our buddy Roy. He's going to share with us how we should be thinking about this in the world of Agile.
Yeah, now the first thing is that conflict is not always bad. We actually encourage healthy conflict. That's the first level of conflict, which is, you have a problem to solve. And often we'll encourage a level of conflict just to disagree with each other, and so that you get different perspectives, and intelligently and carefully and in a healthy way have some discussions about why we don't agree on things. And that's a good thing to have. We encourage diversity of ideas. That's how you get innovation and you get engagement. Now, there are also obviously different levels of conflict, and some become very unhealthy, where you have differences of opinion and they're just not ready to agree, and it starts getting worse and worse, and it escalates. And there are actually 5 stages of conflict. And those 5 stages of conflict starts all the way from a problem to solve all the way up to world war, which is obviously not a healthy thing. In each of those stages, there are different kinds of things that the facilitator would want to do in order to help resolve this level of conflict and de-escalate it back down to a problem to solve. Now, the primary person that's going to be focused on resolving conflict is your Scrum Master, also known as the team facilitator. They are focused, almost entirely focused on the health of the team, and conflict can cause an unhealthy team. So a large part of their job is the psychology, the well-being of the team, and that means helping to reduce the conflict and manage it appropriately. Again, conflict is healthy. Conflict is good if it's healthy, and conflict needs to be de-escalated if it's not. And sometimes, if it's necessary, you get management involved. But that shouldn't be your first step. First step is try to work it out yourselves with your Scrum Master facilitating. Back to you, Phill.
Thank you, Roy. Great stuff. Let's take a look at a very quick question here for our friends who are on the call. And it reads, 2 team members are arguing about a technical subject which is causing a major delay. You apply a technique to assist them in searching for solutions that bring some degree of satisfaction to both of them in order to temporarily or partially resolve the conflict. Which conflict resolution technique does this describe? Is it compromise? Is it smoothing? Is it accommodate? Is it collaborate? What do you think? I'll give you a few seconds to ponder on it. All right, 3, 2, and 1. All right, let's go ahead and let's take a look at what the answer is. The answer to this is A. And the reason why it is a compromise is because smooth and accommodate are the same thing. That should have been a clue. Let's go back to the previous slide. So this should have been a clue. It should have been a clue that compromise is different from smoothing/accommodating, which is the same thing. B and C are the same thing. D, it's obviously not collaborate, right? It says searching for solutions that bring some degree of satisfaction. This is a direct cutout of the PMBOK guide. Describes the compromise or reconcile conflict resolution technique. So you do need to know your techniques. You do need to know the concepts around the Thomas Kilmann conflict mode instrument. Depending on how assertive you are about your own needs or the needs of others, you could force or direct, collaborate or problem solve, compromise or reconcile, avoid or withdraw, accommodate or smooth. The more assertive you are, the more you're going towards either force or direct, assertive about your own needs. But if you're also assertive about the needs of others, in addition to that, you could end up being in collaborate or problem solve. But if you're more assertive about the needs of others as opposed to yours, you end up with smooth or accommodate. Believe it or not, this stuff is talked about to some degree in the 7th edition, and the Thomas Kilmann conflict mode instrument is referred to. So this is not far out stuff. This is stuff that already exists, all right? Going into the details in the 6th this time, it's very well covered on page 349, where you got a breakdown of all the different conflict resolution approaches. All right. Any questions before we go into our next question? All right. So the next question is, if I fail the PMP exam, what are my options? So anyone who fails the PMP exam, they can take the exam again, but you have to pay for it. And I believe that amount, if you are a member, is $275. If you're not, then it's more. So if you fail the exam, you can take it 2 more times. Each time, of course, you're going to pay, but it has to be within that 1 year of your eligibility period. Fees are associated with re-examination, like I said, so read the handbook and glean more information about that. Going back to the question about the exam, another question is, do I need to read the Agile Practice Guide? I know there are a lot of people who say they don't read any of PMI standards and they pass the exam, but I would advise you to read this one. This is the Agile Practice Guide. Great read. It's an easy read as well, but it has a lot of gems, a lot of nuggets. If you are getting ready for the exam, I'll give you some of the key pages to look out for in this document. In this one, I would highly recommend pages 8 and 9. I would recommend page 18, page 19, page 14 as well, page 50, 51, page 77, page 33. It's a lot of gems in here for your exam, okay? So don't just read this. If you are taking your exam in 2022, read this. The next question is, do I need to read the PMBOK Guide 6th edition? Oh dear. So it is no longer the reference, but I'll tell you this, okay? This is your buddy Phill. I'm trying to help you. If you are getting into project management in a formal sense, beyond what you've done in your real world, I would recommend you read the 6th edition and understand the top of the waves. I know a lot of people get intimidated when I say read, read the book, and they're like 756 pages. No, I'm not reading it. I don't need to read it to pass. It's not about passing the exam. It's about being an asset. It's about being an asset to yourself and your organization. Because what happens if in the long run you are hired and you are meant to set up a PMO, you are meant to bring some structure and order, maybe it's even a hybrid PMO, and they're looking for you to recommend how to proceed with some very dense subject matter, very, very heavy process type projects. What are you going to do? Are you going to say, oh, I didn't read that for my exam, I need it, or maybe then you go study it up? It's not ideal. I would recommend knowing what is in the standard. You could read it, you could speed read. I recommend to my students to speed read, right? A really good resource for speed reading, Jimmy Quick. Quick isn't spelled with a Q, it's with a K. If you Google him, Jimmy K-W-I, believe it's K-W-I-K. I don't think it has a C. Let me make sure. Jimmy Quick. Yes, K-W-I-K. You can find him on YouTube. Brilliant, brilliant mind for speed reading and getting your mind sharp. I'm like, there's nothing should prohibit you from taking the guide and reading it in 2 days, just following some of his techniques. You have to learn how to speed read as a professional these days. So much information is thrown at you. And when you are a PMP, you can trust you're going to get a lot of information thrown at you on the job. Why don't you just read, speed read, train yourself to do it, or watch Jimmy's videos, or sign up for his program. And I have no affiliation with him, but one of my students who passed the exam about a month and a half ago, Carlos, he recommended Jimmy. And I actually knew about Jimmy before Carlos recommended him. So it was like a double reason why you should check him out. You know, very, very good resource for speed reading. So what have we learned today? One, if you want to get certified, yes, you can absolutely do it. You just need to be intentional. You don't know which course to sign up for, go to Praizion.com. That's Praizion.com. I will put our company name up here so that you can see it and you know what to look out for or which website to go to. Or better still, I'll just log in and show you. Because if you go to Praizion.com, there's all sorts of training that you can sign up for. And you're in really good hands because Praizion has trained thousands of project managers worldwide from so many of the organizations you see on the screen and entities like the Federal Bureau of Investigation, NASA, US Army, the Army Corps. So you're in great hands. We've done this over and over again for decades. It's going on 2 decades now. We started off training MS Project back in 2003 when some of you were still in high school. You know, so we've been doing this for a while. Okay. I encourage you, go on down to our website. It's spelled Praizion. Right? Go there, find the programs we have available. We've got one-on-one training available. We've got group training. In fact, our next PMP course starts on Saturday, the 8th of January. We're not playing. We've already got lots of people who are looking to get certified. You might want to go to our website and check it out. And we've got some deals going for training, really ridiculous deals going right now. Same thing for the CAPM. If you're looking to get CAPM certified, we also have availability to help you. So I'm going to go to our website right now. If you go to the Praizion.com website, it directs you to the Project Management Doctor website. And if you scroll down, you see what we've got available: PMP exam training, CAPM training, one-on-one coaching, or if you want an on-demand course. Someone says Phill, but I don't know which one to I don't know which one to sign up for. And I'm like, how do you learn best? Do you learn best by talking to a live instructor? If yes, then that needs to be your course right there, the PMP exam masterclass, right? If you learn best studying alone and you're happy with that, go for the PMP on-demand course. Or if you need one-on-one coaching outside of a group class like this, then go for one-on-one coaching, right? And then if you're CAPM, looking to become CAPM, and you want a live course, go with that. We're starting January 5th. That's a couple of days from now. So if you want to join these programs, my friends, you need to go on to the website. Like I said, you can get there by going to Praizion.com, or as you can see on the screen, projectmanagementdoctor.com will also take you to our website. Okay. I am hoping that this answers all your questions about being intentional, going for a course. Know your 12 principles and your 8 domains. Know Agile inside out and get into the think. Take a look at some of the links I shared in the chat. And before we go, we're going to hear one more time from our buddy Roy. We're going to talk about another one of our favorite tasks in the content outline. This one is a whole lot of fun. This is not in the people domain, though. This is going into the nether regions of process, but it's one of our favorites. It's a really, really important one. So as the PMI continues to evolve and expand into the world of Agile, we got to talk about the concept of, that's right, you've heard me talk about it, the Stacy model, the Stacy complexity model. So if you are a project management professional and you're put on a project and you're given free rein to choose between Agile or predictive or a hybrid approach, you should pick a process, right? A framework that gravitates towards whichever spectrum as relevant, stick to it and just do it. But you will be expected, my friends, to choose for yourself in many companies. Not every company is going to say, oh, do it this way. No, you got to choose. And how confident and comfortable are you with choosing Agile over predictive, or hybrid over predictive, or predictive over Agile as necessary? That is what my buddy Roy and I are going to address in the next few moments.
Yeah, so this is something PMI has done actually quite well, and that is to help people understand which methodologies that you can make use of. Now, the Stacy diagram is one method that we can make use of, and just to remind everybody what the Stacy diagram is all about, we have these 2 different areas, or technically 3 different areas to think about. There's the simple space, which is 100% agreement, 100% certain. We know exactly what we're doing, and that might be one approach. That's where predictive thrives in that space. Then we start moving into the complicated space. We're still close to agreement and close to certainty. There might be a little bit of variability going on, but it's really not that complicated. Predictive can continue to work in that space. Then we move into the complex space, the complex domain. Now that's where you have a lot more uncertainty. Now you have a lot more unknowns. If you remember, I think we went through this with this group. The 2 examples, complicated is kind of like assembling a watch. Follow the rules exactly every single step, and you're going to have a successful delivery at the end. Complex is more like driving to work. You know where you're going, you know generally how you're going to get there. You may have done it multiple times, but there's 1,000 different things that could change how you actually achieve those results. So that's where Agile, the adaptive processes, start to really provide value for you, where there's a lot of variability, or at least more variability, that Agile handles that extremely well. Now, you also may be all the way up in the anarchy space, and believe it or not, a lot of projects are based in this, especially in the software world. Anarchy kind of rules. It's not just complex, it's chaos. So in those spaces, absolutely, you need an empirical model. And that's what Agile is based on. Remember the empirical process control methodology. It's based on a way of handling this complexity. It's a way of solving complex problems. So you can make use of these tools, and there are different things that you can choose along the way. You could choose iterative, you could choose incremental, you could choose full on Agile, you could choose full predictive, based on the different domain that your project work may be in. I would suggest, though, that if you are thinking about just a purely incremental or a purely iterative approach, why not just do Agile? Because Agile does both of them, right? It gives you the value of both. So usually what you see organizations doing is not saying we're going to do iterative or we're going to do incremental. Usually what you're going to see is we're going to do predictive or Agile, right? So that's a more common approach. All right, back to you, Phill. Anything else we should talk about?
Well, good points from our buddy Roy. The next thing we're going to look at squarely is the actual task. All right, so let's dissect this for a minute. It's really a joy to see a task like this because it puts PMs in a retrospective position to ask, how do I do this in the real world? How have I done this? Have I even had to ever do this? Determine the appropriate project methodology, methods and practices. See? And if you haven't done this before, it's okay. Just understand that as a PMP, if you are asked to do this, it is not far-fetched. So 1, assess project needs. Assess the project complexity. Look at complexity, as I said previously, from the lens of requirements. And I'll put an R here for requirements. You got to think about the requirements. Are they close to agreement or are they far from agreement? And then you got to think about the T for the technicality, the technical process, the development being done. How firm are we in terms of how we do this from a technical standpoint? It could be software, it could be writing a book, it could be building a bridge. But how close to certainty are you in the methods, the technicalities? That's a question. When you have clarity on that, you can truly say, okay, based on project complexity, from a requirements and technical standpoint, based on the magnitude of the project, I'm beginning to see why predictive may not be the best. This is a very, very complex project where things are unfolding by the minute or by the day. See what I'm saying? So that's step 1. Step 2, recommend a project execution strategy for contracting and finance. In some instances, you know that it's a fixed situation, and no amount of bartering is going to get you out of it being fixed. So you know what I would love for you to do before you go into your exam? I want you to pick up this book I'm looking at here, the Agile Practice Guide. And I want you to read the sections that talk about contracts in Agile. All right, so if you follow me to page 77 in this book, you get an understanding of what it means when you're executing and you're thinking about finance and contracting from an Agile perspective as well. All right, again, it's the Agile Practice Guide. It's on page 77. And it just reads, as mentioned earlier in this practice guide, the Agile Manifesto values customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Many project failures stem from breakdowns in the customer-supplier relationship. Projects incur more risk when those involved in the contract take the perspective of winners versus losers. A collaborative approach is one that pursues a shared risk-reward relationship where all sides win. Some contracting techniques that can formalize this dynamic include the following, and you got a whole bunch of contracts, page 77 and 78. Those are really good to read. Multi-tiered, emphasizing value, fixed price increments. And even under a fixed price contract, you could use fixed price increments. It doesn't have to be firm fixed price and traditional and all rigid. You can look for ways of innovating even in your contracting. I think that would be brilliant for PMPs to be able to do that, which is why we get excited about this task. Task 13 under process. Number 3, recommend a project methodology approach. Is it going to be predictive, agile, or hybrid? And then number 4, use iterative incremental practices throughout the project lifecycle. This isn't even assess if you should. It's telling you, use these practices. which means there are opportunities for you to use these practices, even if your project isn't originally agile. Ask the question, how can I deliver incrementally to get value to my customers quick, to get feedback from my customers quick? That's the idea. That's what you need to be thinking about. And this will be tested on your exam. All right. Okay, my friends. Well, that's pretty much it. We had just 3 questions come in. If you have any questions or concerns, now will be a good time to ask them. We've answered the question about the exam itself. We've answered the question about PMBOK guides, reading the 7th, and just not going overboard with it, because I know some of you have read the whole 756 pages, right, of the 6th edition. All right. And then I've shown you a couple of tasks, and this is just a tip of the iceberg. When we go in on these in our training, we go in a lot deeper. We go really deep into all the facets, the content outline, agile, process groups, knowledge areas, everything you need to know. All right. So thank you very much for joining me. I wish you a wonderful 2022. And I really hope you are going to succeed this time around. Those of you who have been looking at taking this for years, I hope this year you knuckle down and do it. All right. Thank you very much. In the absence of questions, I will say thank you and all the very best. You take care and bye for now. Don't forget to leave any questions if you're watching this in the future. Bye. Don't forget to leave any questions if you're watching this in the future. Bye.
Did I hear someone say, I need a coach for the PMP exam or project management? Hey, if that's you, go on down to pmanonymous.com. I'm accepting new students. Let's knock this exam out and let's get your career straight. See you there.
Hello, my awesome PMPs, project managers everywhere. Welcome to the PMP Exam Radio Show. Happy New Year, it's 2022, and you are a survivor. If you're listening to the sound of my voice, you survived the crazy 2021 and 2020 pandemic. I doff my hat to you, and I would like to say congrats on getting to 2022. I hope and pray it will be a much better year for all of us, where we accomplish our goals, our dreams, our definite chief aims, and realize those outcomes, whatever those outcomes we are seeking to achieve. Now, my recommendation is to have a plan and then pivot if the plan is not working as well as you thought, and persevere once you have put that into action. Repeat and succeed. Today, we're going to talk about some key goals and ideas regarding success once one is a PMP. It's one thing to get certified, but it's another thing to stand out from the crowd. These are my 10 top tips for the top 2% of PMPs.
Hello, fellow project managers. Today, we are going to be taking a look at the Project Management Professional Certification. I got certified as a PMP in 2005, and since I got certified, I've met thousands of project managers who are PMP certified. I have also taken keen notice of those PMPs who stand out from the crowd. I train the Project Management Professional Certification, and ever so often, there are a few who are so different from the other PMP students. They stand out from the crowd, and you can tell there is something different about these folks. Today, I am going to share with you my top 10 qualities that I have found in the top 2% of PMPs. Think about that. The top 2% means out of 100, 2 are exceptional. Now, I'm going to read for you from the PMBOK Guide 6th edition, one of my favorite pages. So follow me on down to page 53. This is what got me thinking about how to frame some of my observations. It says here on page 53, research shows that successful project managers consistently and effectively use certain essential skills. See that? Research reveals that the top 2% of project managers, as designated by their bosses and team members, distinguish themselves. They distinguish themselves. And tonight, we're going to take a look at how I have found this to be. Now, this is different. Remember, we're talking about PMPs. The PMBOK Guide on page 53 is talking about project managers in general. PMPs who are in the top 2% of PMPs, you know, it's already competitive to get in to be a PMP. How much more to be the top 2%? So let's take a look at my 10 qualities for the top 2% of PMPs. These are not necessarily in order, but I've put the most relevant ones first. Let's take a look. Number 1, they are great communicators, emotionally intelligent, empathetic, honest, sensitive to their stakeholders, and they can lead at any level. So let's break these down. They are articulate. I'm not saying they speak English as a first language. That's not what I'm saying. I have many students from the Middle East, many students from Asia, and they are articulate when they communicate. English does not have to be one's first language to be a great communicator. They get their point across. They are emotionally intelligent, they're stable, and they are empathetic. They display empathy. They are honest, and they are sensitive to their stakeholders. They're concerned about their stakeholders, and they can lead at any level. They don't get scared about being in a boardroom with C-level executives, VP level. They feel they have as much right to be there as them. And they go on, of course, to great things. So this quality of being a great communicator is front and center. And on top of that, being emotionally intelligent, stable. It's huge. Number 2, they never stop learning to lead. And they never stop learning to lead, and they grow themselves by studying their craft with passion. You don't hear them saying, okay, I think I've had enough of this project management stuff. No, they keep growing themselves. They study their craft. They study whatever components of project management that are relevant to their jobs. They are digging those out. They are studying those. They are learning those. For example, I put out a notice a few months ago for people who wanted to learn about the 7th edition, just so they could add value to others. Very few people were that keen on knowing about the 7th edition with a view to helping their companies. But those who stood out, it was quite remarkable because not everyone did. So growing yourself, not just for your sake, but for your company's sake, is a big deal. The other thing I've noticed about the top 2% of PMPs is they don't scrimp on self-development funds. In other words, if they need to spend on themselves to get quality training, coaching, they do it. Number 3, they are value driven and they continually add value to others in various ways while becoming evangelists for the profession. So when you are value driven, you cut out the crud. If it's not needed, don't do it. That's their mindset. They don't waste time. They don't waste resources, and they respect the resources of others. The other cool thing about these individuals is they become evangelists for the profession. They talk to other people about what they've seen. Since the PMP made such an impact on them, they sell it to others. They sell them the idea of PMP. For example, I learned about the PMP only because my mentor, Mary, sold it to me. She was really gung-ho on me taking up these books and reading. And she didn't have to. She wasn't my mentor at the time, but she saw that I had a propensity and a hunger for project management. And she helped me get that direction. Number 4, they are capable and knowledgeable in agile and hybrid methods as they are about predictive methods. And this is balance. And I've found a lot of my students who got certified years before Agile became really in the forefront, they have started picking up more and more and more Agile and getting into taking the professional exams such as the ACP. We've got an ACP class coming up in 2022, and a lot of you have already said you're interested in that. We have people who got certified as PMPs in a couple of weeks or months going for PSM with Ken Schwaber's company. So they're hungry for hybrid, agile, and predictive. And their hunger comes through. They are passionate about it when they talk about it. Number 5, they can work with a project sponsor to develop a project charter. You might find this to be strange, but believe it or not, there are some PMPs that are not confident in developing a project charter. You ask them to develop a project charter and they tell you, I don't know where to start. That's not the top 2%. The top 2%, they know, oh, I'll develop one for you. What's it about? What are the details? Who do I need to consult? They'll do it for you. And this is the nuts and the bolts of project management. You know, you got some people who they are certified, but simple tasks in project management, that is the bread and butter of a project manager, they tell you they don't know how to do it. They don't. Because unfortunately, a lot of people go through the exam, but the content does not go through them. Like coming into the PMP, not everyone knows about the project charter. But coming out as a PMP, they've heard about it, but they can't create one. And that's sad that we have people who cannot work a project charter. It's the holy grail of project management. Number 6, they can develop a schedule using standard software with dependencies and scheduling rules. Now, scheduling is the bread and butter, again, of a project manager. And I really want to clear this up because as we talk about project management, I know some people look with disdain at project managers and say, we're paying these people too much. Who are these people? And the team can just manage themselves. I agree. In agile endeavors, yes, team autonomy, self-organizing team, decentralized decision-making and leadership, yes. But there are going to be instances where a central figure or approach to leadership on a project is necessary. We have a lot of capable professional engineers, for example, who lead projects. There's nothing wrong in that. There's nothing wrong in being a project manager. So even though the world of Agile exists, I really want to clear up this misnomer that being a project manager is becoming a dirty word, is becoming a bad word. And we hear people saying, oh, PMOs, they're useless. They're just draconian. All they do is stand in your way. No, if it is a well thought out, well executed PMO, that shouldn't be the case. So let's not throw away everything that we've learned. Like some people say, all right, well, that's it. Put that on the bonfire because Agile and the 7th edition are here. It shows that people don't really understand what project management is and how to scale it and how to tailor it across predictive and agile projects alike and find a hybrid medium where necessary. Okay, so I really want to clear that up because as we're talking about scheduling, I hear people say, well, don't need to use a schedule. No, you may not need to use a schedule on every project, but some projects, they do require scheduling. And this is one of the core skills of a project manager. So PMPs who are in the top 2, they can do this. Yes, they develop a schedule, whether it's with Primavera or Microsoft Project or Smartsheet or Workflow, whatever it is, they can work it. And they work it, look at what I say here, with dependencies and scheduling rules. Now, you understand this is the top 2%. Not everyone can do this. And that's why this is in the top 2%. Number 7, knowledge area mastery. They can lead a team to perform any knowledge area, elicit requirements, define scope, create a WBS, manage cost, resources, quality, risk, or procurement. They can work the knowledge area. They know how to work it. Number 8, they are community-minded and they are bridge builders. They stay plugged in to the folks that they learned with. They stay plugged into the source of their training, and they are in touch with their project management mentors and coaches while connecting others who need assistance. So this is a loaded one. And I see this from people who are in the top 2. It's not everyone, but the top 2% of PMPs that I've seen, they are hungry to know as much as the source, where that came from, right? And they are hungry to excel and advance and develop even beyond the source. So their trainer, for example, my mentor, Mary, I've been so inspired by her to go to the next level in anything project management. I've stayed plugged in. We just had a meeting not too long ago, and all the great things she's done in scheduling, in Microsoft Project, in project management, I was Mary's mini-me. I was trying to excel by mimicking what I had seen, by emulating, what I had seen. And it took some time. I still didn't get all that she had accomplished, but I got a whole lot of it, and I'm continually learning from my mentor. The other thing I've learned is those top 2%, they build bridges. They're always looking to connect people to people, and that's servant leadership. This is servant leadership in disguise. Staying plugged in to improve people, staying plugged in, improving oneself, but not feeling that one has arrived at the top. You see, you get a lot of PMPs, they get certified and they feel, that's it. Yay, I'm at the top. You're just beginning to journey towards the never-ending development path. You see, there's a never-ending path. You never really get to the top because you're always developing to outdo that which you just did. And that needs to be the mindset. And these are the top 2%. All right, let's go to number 9. They can set up and facilitate a project management office or a program office or a portfolio management office. Now, when we talk about programs, you got to understand these could be program management offices or program offices where things like DevOps are also considered. Streams of value. How do we deliver streams of value? Not just how do we deliver projects or how do we get a deliverable? No, it goes beyond that into value, streams of value. And this is how program management offices should think. And it's okay if it's just a project management office. But the bottom line is the top 2%, they will make it happen. They'll be the PMO all by themselves, right? They will get it done. They will find a way. They will make it happen, and they will deliver value, even if it's just a supportive PMO. And when I say just, I'm not diminishing supportive PMOs. Supportive PMOs, they don't obstruct. They offer advice and help as you need it. But my top 2% of PMPs, they can do that. Not only will they develop the templates if they needed to, they'll know where to get the templates because their buddy Phill told all of them. All of those students of mine who've been through my program, I've shown them where they can get these templates, and I've talked about the importance of tailoring the templates and stuff like that. So this is definitely something I would expect from my top 2% of PMPs. Number 10, they are indeed leaders and go-getters, and you can trust them to get any job done. No matter how hard, they will find resources or find a way. My mentor, John Maxwell, says the true measure of leadership is influence. Nothing more, nothing less. They are leaders because they influence not only themselves, but others. And they'll get it done. They'll find a way. They'll know who to recruit. They'll know who to get on their team. They'll know what to do to get better, to be able to do the job. They will find a way. So I encourage you to be one of the top 2%. The things I've shared with you today, go after it. Be one of the top 2%. Be inspired. For those who feel, Phill, this is a tough pill to swallow, but I can't do a lot of those things. It's okay. I want to encourage you to think about development beyond PMP. And you might have heard of PMAnonymous.com. PMAnonymous.com is a website where you can receive one-on-one coaching, training, and mentoring to excel far beyond your current capacity. If you feel like, yeah, Phill, that's all well and good, but how do I get there? Go on down to PMAnonymous.com. I encourage you, grow, right? It's a new year, 2022 is coming, and development above and beyond where you are now is so important. The journey starts at being a PMP, but it should continue in your being mentored, trained, and coached in whatever you're working on. Leadership is definitely, in my mind, a must for any professional, project manager or not. But going more into project management, we have so many facets. Agile, or maybe even in particular, Scrum or Kanban, risk management, schedule management, many different facets. I encourage you to never stop learning, grow, expand, and blow the lid off and keep blowing the lid off, because you need to keep going, excelling, expanding as the years go by. You never get to the top. There's always going to be something else to learn. Maybe something you could learn from your colleague. Maybe something you could learn from your buddy Phill. Who knows, right? Because I'm always learning from my students as well. I hope you found this to be helpful and inspiring to your growth as a PMP. Keep on trucking and never stop. And you know what? Stay plugged in if you can. I know some of you are outside of reach of local chapters, but if you have a local PMI chapter, connect and find common ground with people in your sphere of influence in your chapter, all right? You take care. Happy 2022, and see you on the other side as a PMP growing and developing in leaps and bounds. Bye for now.
Start off 2022 towards your CAPM or PMP goals at the CAPM Exam Masterclass or the PMP Exam Masterclass. Find details at Praizion.com. That's Praizion.com. Let's jump into the show. Hello, fellow project managers, Agilists, Scrum Masters. Today, we're going to debate, will Agile replace predictive? Will Agile replace predictive? Now, notice how I phrased it. I didn't say, will Agile replace waterfall software development? I said, will Agile replace predictive? And the reason is, I want us to focus more on the project management versus the development of the product. There is a difference. We have two life cycles on every project. One is called a project life cycle, and the other is called a project management life cycle. The project management life cycle is pretty much how you do the project management of the project. The project life cycle is how you do the development work. So we're focusing more on the project management piece today. Now, let's jump straight into a few questions about the world of predictive. When you think about predictive project management, you got to remember that predictive is not a bad word. Predictive means planning out as much as you can. Some people would say it's everything, but it's really planning out as much as you can across the breadth of the project. When you plan step by step by step, what should happen and what should follow, that's predictive. Now think about it. If you were working on a project that affected several lives and it would result in huge catastrophic waste, loss of life, and adverse events, would you work that project predictively, or would you work that project in an agile fashion? And the answer is, you would work that project predictively. For example, a nuclear plant shutdown. There's no experimentation taking place. You know, step by step by step, what needs to happen. In fact, a buddy of mine, Colin, who trains Microsoft Projects with me, talks about how when he created a schedule for a nuclear plant shutdown, he did it to the second. Some of the events were 5 seconds apart. So you would plan as much or everything on some projects, and there's absolutely nothing wrong in that. So the general idea is that predictive very well may just have its place. Is it right to call the PMBOK guide predictive or waterfall? When I take a look at the PMBOK guide, I just take a look at descriptions of things project managers do. I wouldn't brand it as predictive or waterfall. In a more inexperienced world, one would brand it as predictive, but truly it is not predictive. They are just naming conventions for things you do anyway. On every project, you implicitly initiate it, you plan it, you execute it, you monitor and control it, and you close it. Whether you're doing this across sprints or whether you're doing this in phases, it makes no difference. So I would not call the PMBOK guide predictive or waterfall. I could call it procedural. In fact, I would say the 49 processes are very step by step by step. So one could say it's more predictive. But depending on how far you drill down, these are just casual thoughts of things that you do day to day on any project. You plan, you initiate, you execute, you monitor and control, you close. You could take a look at the life of a sprint. It starts, you do your daily planning, you get work done, you check not only in your retrospective, but also in your sprint review. See, you monitor and control in different ways. You monitor and control in your daily scrum, you plan in your daily scrum, you close. So I don't look at the language as being either predictive or waterfall. I don't use those terminologies. Is it bad to say a project is predictive? Absolutely not. I just gave you an example. Now, if you go to the PMI's publication, the Agile Practice Guide right here, the Agile Practice Guide gives you an overview of this model, this Agile Suitability Filter tool on page 125. And it's used to assess which approach is best for your project. You've got an agile approach, you've got a predictive approach, and you've got a hybrid approach. And this survey tool, it assesses culture. Is there a supportive environment with buy-in for the approach and trust in the team? And then it looks at the team. Is a team a suitable size? Think about it. If you got 200 people working on an endeavor, that cannot be agile. There's no way. Does it need to be agile? In other words, do you need to deliver more predictably or less predictably? Do you need to deliver more incrementally or less? These are all questions you should ask. Do you need to plan in iterations? If there's absolutely no reason to plan in iterations because everything is known up front and it's going to affect a whole lot of lives and there's so many people working on the project anyway, perhaps the best choice is not agile. It says here, is the team of a suitable size to be successful in adopting agile? Do its members have the necessary experience and access to business representatives? Sometimes agile, no matter how much you love it, is just not a good fit for the organization or the project in terms of delivery. Now watch this. Every project, in my opinion, every project should be approached with an agile mindset first and foremost. I'm not talking about delivery. I'm not talking about incremental delivery or iterative planning. I'm just talking about the mindset to adapt, to pivot, to persevere if you need to, but just be adaptable in your thinking. It goes a long way. So should everyone be agile in their thinking? Absolutely. It always offers the best results, as proven by PMI's research. Now, the last variable here on page 126 of the Agile Practice Guide, it reads, are there high rates of change? Is incremental delivery possible? And how critical is the project? Now, when we talk about the criticality of a project, let's see how PMI rates criticality and some of the variables that they give you to assess criticality. This is on page 133. It reads, to determine likely levels of additional verification and documentation, rigor that may be required, assess the criticality. We have on a scale of 1 to 10. Time is the first number there. So if it affects just primarily time, then it's a 1. If it moves into the area of affecting discretionary funds, it's somewhere between a 2 and a 4. If it affects essential funds of the firm, then it's a 5. And as it begins to affect lives, like a single life, that is going towards 10, many lives, definitely a 10. If you take a look at this survey tool that PMI has put in here, you will understand why there's a need for you to assess a lot of variables to ask, is agile delivery and an agile approach the best option? For those of you agile fanatics who think it's agile or nothing, I hate to tell you, or perhaps I love to tell you, agile is not the only way. I'm going to show you here the Stacy complexity model that we all see on page 14 of this book. Let's talk about Ralph Stacy's model. Rest his soul, passed away in 2021. Ralph Stacy is responsible for this brilliant tool called the Stacy complexity model. And you find this on page 14 of the Agile Practice Guide. And it reads, teams can plan and manage projects with clear and stable requirements and clear technical challenges with little difficulty. So what exactly are we talking about? We're talking about projects that are in the simple zone right here. We have requirements that are close to agreement, and we have technicalities that are understood. We have little technical challenge. Why? Because we've done it before, and therefore we would say it is predictive, predictable. For projects like that, they're in the simple zone. We can plan the project in its entirety. Now, as we begin to move into far from certainty and far from agreement in terms of the requirements as well, we begin to move into complicated. Complicated means many steps, but it doesn't mean that those steps cannot be followed with a plan, step by step. So we could still use a rather predictive approach for complicated projects. Where we find it difficult is venturing into the world of complex, as you see here. Now, as you begin to venture into complex zone, this is where predictive will begin to fall apart, because you're discovering requirements that you didn't even imagine in the very beginning. You're discovering technicalities that you were not even aware of. Things are beginning to emerge. You're going into the complex zone. This is where Agile should be used a lot more in terms of the iterative planning, the discovery, and also the delivery. You're going to deliver frequently so that you avert any surprises, only to get to the end and the client says, oh, this isn't really what we wanted. So as you go through the project, you're going to go through various iterations of planning and various increments. The iterations of planning is a risk mitigation tool, is a risk reduction tool, and the continuous delivery is also a risk reduction tool. That's the idea as to why you need to be agile on some projects. Predictive works best when the requirements are well understood, where there's a little chance of change. Agile works best where there's high variability, where there's a need to experiment to discover the best solution, where change is likely. So let me give you an example of complicated. Building a watch, for example, could be looked at as complicated. Yes, there are many steps, there are many levers, there are many parts. But if you follow step by step, can it be done? Absolutely. An example of complex, how about you drive to Kamloops right now from wherever you are? Now, if you are in Kamloops, that's a piece of cake. But for a lot of the populace watching who are in places like Saudi Arabia, Iraq, maybe somewhere in Brazil, driving to Kamloops, you got no clue where it is. You got no idea how to get there. It's a place, but you don't know how you're going to get there. The requirements are far from agreement, and the technicalities are far from certainty. You've never done it before. So it's the first time of you driving to Kamloops. You're going to break your journey into little pieces. You're going to plan in iterations. You're going to plan a little bit of the journey. You'll do a little bit of the journey and you accomplish it. And then you replan, and then you do a little more and you discover, oh dear, this road, these treacherous mountains, why did we go this way? We could have gone another way. You see, there's some experimentation that's going to happen. That's an example of complex. Let's not even talk about Kamloops. Let's talk about you driving to work. Do you drive to work the same way every single day? If you've been working there for the past 10 years, likely you have made some choices to go in a different direction because you discovered that what you had been used to for so long on a particular day just didn't work. And this is where you need to be agile. So agile works best where there's high variability, where there's a need to experiment to discover the best solution, where change is likely. Another great image here in the Agile Practice Guide is the continuum of life cycles. Just taking a look at this, you can see there are many ways that you can plan or deliver. Let's think about it. We could be predictive in our planning and in our delivery. We could deliver one time. Everything's planned and there's a one-time delivery. But we could also be incremental in our delivery. We could deliver in increments. We could be very iterative in how we carry out work. So we plan in iterations, we work in iterations, we repeat until correct, but we are not going to deliver frequently. We deliver one time. See that? And then we could be iterative in our planning and incremental in our delivery. And that's what makes Agile agile. When you do things in iterations, as far as the planning pieces are concerned, as far as the staggering of work is concerned, and then we're incremental in our delivery. That's what makes Agile agile. So going back to the question, is predictive bad? Of course not. Predictive is a better choice in many a situation where there's potential loss of life in huge numbers, where there's a lot of resources that could be lost and a lot of bad things could happen on a huge scale. In those instances, it is better to be predictive. But as I always say, be agile in your thinking. So how can predictive work against you? Predictive can work against you if you're working in a high variability environment and you're trying to do things predictively. How can it work for you? If you're working in a high stakes environment, as it says here in the Agile Practice Guide, and I'm going to read for you on page 136. They give you two examples of projects. One is a drugstore project to develop an online drugstore to sell cheaper Canadian prescription drugs. And the other is a military messaging system. Now, I don't need to go too far. You see the train coming. You know where this is going. Which of these will be best suited for a hybrid model versus a predictive model? You've probably guessed the drugstore for hybrid, right? And the military messaging system, if you take a look at the profile there, because there's such a large amount of people working on it, 300 people from one vendor alone, right? We tend to see that working better in a predictive environment. But is it possible that parts of the project can be carved off and run as agile? Absolutely. And that is going into the world of hybridization. And this is what the Agile Practice Guide makes you more sensitive to. Let's talk a little bit about agile from past to date. So before the big software boom, there was not really a need to deliver as frequently as there is today. Today, almost every software company under the sun is talking about frequent releases. Why? Because they know that if they don't release frequently, their software is going to become obsolete. You talk about the likes of Spotify or Amazon and their frequency of delivery, or Google, and they're delivering every day. They're delivering increments. And this is the world that we live in. But before the software boom, this was not the case. So there was not really a heightened need for agile as much as we see it today. This is the age of rapid releases. We could easily make a case for agile. We need to be adaptive in our delivery and in our planning. In other words, we need to be iterative in how we plan, and we need to deliver in increments. We got to deliver software or deliveries quick, fast to the customer. So the question is, have I assessed my project variables? And have I considered hybrid options? Have I taken a look at my project through the lens of the PMI's continuum of life cycles? I encourage you, my friends, to not just think predictively and don't just think in an agile fashion, think hybrid. Hybrid is the way forward. When you think hybrid, ask yourself, could I possibly do my projects part agile and part predictive? Maybe I execute the project using agile because it's high variability, but I deliver predictively because that is what makes the most sense. Or I could do it concurrently. I could run my project in an agile fashion and a predictive fashion at the same time, different layers depending on the facets of the project. Or perhaps I could run my project more agile and inject a little bit of predictability where necessary, or run my project more predictively and inject a little bit of agile as I see fit. And this, my friends, is what you need to understand as a professional. Whether you spin yourself as a project management professional or product professional, it really makes no difference. The bottom line is, if you're delivering value to a customer, Ask the question, have I taken a look at the Stacy model? Do I really know the variables at play and what would work best for my delivery situation? All right. I hope this gave you food for thought. Whether you're using Scrum or Kanban or you're using a predictive method, just look for opportunities to be hybridized. Look for opportunities, on the scale that we saw, on the scale of, if you want to make it 1 to 10, taking a look at PMI's continuum of life cycles, ask yourself, how predictive do I need to be on this project? You assess using expert judgment, whether you need to be here, whether you need to be all the way here. You could be anywhere on this continuum, but this is a judgment call you need to make. And if you need to be agile all the way to the extreme, can you guide, direct, and influence? If you need to be predictive all the way over here, can you? It's all about being capable. That's the name of the game. All right. And remember, teamwork makes the dream work. Get with the team, ask the team their thoughts and opinions, and choose a line of best fit. You want to choose the best development approach. Thank you for joining me today. I'd like to know your thoughts. Does your company use strictly agile or strictly predictive, or are you hybridized? Let me know in the comments below. You take care and all the very best. Bye for now. Hello, my friends. It's your buddy Phill here. Welcome to the PMP Exam Radio Show. I hope you're well. It's been a while we touched base. I hope you've caught up because we have 100+ audio programs for you to listen to as you prepare for your PMP exam and even afterwards. Lots of great content out here for you on this podcast. But I hope the end of the year is going well. It's our final week in 2021. I hope you're having a lovely time just chilling out, taking a breather. For those of you who are going pedal to metal to finish off a bunch of things before the year rounds up, I wish you all the best with that. And those of you who are looking to get certified before 2021 ends, all the best with that as well. I want to give you today 5 things to do to succeed on your PMP exam before your deadline, whenever that is. Maybe it's 2021, maybe it's 2022, whenever it is. But I would say don't let your PMP exam journey go on for too long. So step 1, give it a start and an end date. You got to be very decided on when you want this journey to end. Otherwise, it keeps going on and on. It never stops. So have a start date and have an end date. That's step 1. Step 2, have a schedule. I'm going to put in the link below here, a link to a schedule I built for the PMP exam. You can find it in PDF or in the MPP, Microsoft Project format, but have a schedule. It's not enough to have a start and an end date. You also need to schedule all the different things that you should be studying. Some of the things that you should be studying for this exam are process groups, knowledge areas, processes, agile, particular reference to Scrum and Kanban, the Agile Manifesto values, the Agile Manifesto principles, and all those practices on page 51 forward. Those are some of the things you should be scheduling, you see? And that is why I recommend not just having a start and end date, but having a schedule to schedule everything that needs to be done. Number 3, use your time as wisely as possible. Use downtime, such as mowing the lawn, taking a walk, working out, to listen. Listen to this podcast. Hey, it's free. Listen to this podcast around the clock and get all the great ingredients for your PMP exam from the world of predictive, from the world of agile. Just do it around the clock. I would also recommend not only listening to it when you are walking the dog or mowing the lawn or doing exercise, you could actually be listening to it when you're doing work that is more rote, repetitive work that you do on autopilot. Maybe you're driving, You could listen, just like you listen to the radio, or just like you're cooking and you have it in the background. Do you know how much downtime you have in a day for you to get on this stuff and really go pedal to metal and get it into your subconscious? You got to train yourself to be a great listener of this stuff. And that is one of the ways you could rapidly absorb the content. All right. So let's go to number 4. Number 4, you need to take mock exams. That's right. Take mock exams incessantly, round the clock. The thing about taking mock exams and quizzes is it becomes part of you. The process of looking at a question and getting used to clicking on an option, A, B, C, or D, or the process of clicking and dragging, or whatever it is. But the more you practice this, the better it is going to be for you. You're going to become more and more sure of yourself when you tackle these questions. You are going to be a lot more confident than when you didn't take mock exams very much. The more you take them, the more your memory is being developed. And I'm talking about your muscle memory to dealing with these questions through analysis, through the process of elimination. So the bottom line, my friends, is the more you do these things, the quicker your development will be. And you must be intentional about it. Don't miss a single day. All right. So start and end date. Step 1. Step 2, schedule. Step 3, listen. Take advantage of that downtime. Maximize your downtime. Even just fill your thoughts with analysis of this content. Ask yourself questions, even when you're not listening to audio, right? Step 4, take mock exams. And I say a knowledge area a day keeps the PMP exam blues away. A chapter a day, a concept a day. Just keep focused. Last but not least, the final step, my friends, is to schedule your exam. That's right. Yes, you had it on a schedule, but this is when you actually take a step to send your application to the PMI, get feedback as far as if you're eligible or not. If you are eligible, of course, then you begin to prepare in earnest. But you need to schedule a date. And to schedule a date, you must first send in your application and really focus on the date and go for it. It took me 3 tries of scheduling my exam because I kept on moving it. But at least I scheduled it the first time and I felt, oh, I'm not ready. In hindsight, I should have just gone ahead and taken it, because you'll never feel 100% ready. Under most circumstances, there's always going to be that little doubt factor. And I can tell you that from experience. But you just got to knuckle down and fly and do it. You know, one of my mentors, he would say, jump off from the ledge and grow your wings on the way down. You know, you'll say, do it ugly, do it afraid, do it anyway. So after you've done all and prepared, just do it. Okay? If you're wondering how to get started on your PMP journey, I encourage you going down to Praizion.com. Our online course will get you in the fast lane. We put you into agile training first. We put you into predictive training next. And we teach you how to be hybridized. And before you know it, you will be laughing all the way to the bank. The score bank, that is, because you will pass that exam. But you got to start with a decision, my friends. Okay? So, step 1, decide on a start date and an end date for your journey. Step 2, you got to put this stuff into a schedule and schedule every day, every week that you're going to be studying. Step 3, listen and take advantage of downtime. Step 4, take those mock exams, those quizzes, round the clock. And 5, you already know. You got to schedule the exam or you will never take it. But once you've scheduled it, you'll take it and you will pass the exam. Thanks for joining me today. I wish you all the very best in 2022 and the rest of 2021. Talk to you soon. Bye for now. Hello, my fellow project managers. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Today, we're going to be taking a look at the PMBOK guide. Looks like the 7th edition today. 7th edition, you compare it to the behemoth. Let's look at that differential, huh? See how big this one is compared to that? Even though it's smaller, it still sends people on a chase. Now, hopefully not a wild goose chase, but a chase of some sort to catch up with the content. I'm going to be breaking down for you today what this book is all about in 15 minutes. I know many of you have got things to do and exams to take, and you don't want to spend another 5-6 hours reading the 7th edition. So if that sounds like you, this session is for you. Breaking down the guide in 15 minutes. All right. If you've got any questions as we go through the content, feel free to drop me a comment. I'll check in quite frequently and see if you have any questions. To timestamp this, it is 1:22 p.m. on the 13th of December. So if you're wondering if this is live, I always timestamp when I'm coming to you live. This is live. Well, it might not be when you're watching it. Let's get on with it and let me stop the foolery. Let's get into the content. Here we go. All right. So the 7th edition is a bit of a different animal in that it doesn't entirely replace the 6th. The PMI have been very upfront in telling you that. And that's why you've got Standards Plus, and there's a bunch of stuff that was in the 6th that you can find in Standards Plus. The notorious page 25 is still in Standards Plus. All right, so let's get started. Chapter 1, if you follow me to chapter 1 of this book, after the introduction, Chapter 1 is on page 3, and it tells you the purpose of the 7th edition. And then it goes into these terms: outcome, an end result or consequence of a process or project. Portfolio, projects, programs, subsidiary portfolios, and operations managed as a group. Product, an artifact that is produced, is quantifiable and can be either an end item in itself or a component item. Program, you know this one if you've read the 6, right? Related projects, sub-programs, and program activities that are managed in a coordinated manner to obtain benefits. Project, a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. Project management, the application of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to project activities to meet project requirements in order to deliver value and benefits and help you achieve a desired outcome. You see, were you following? Did you see what I did there? Did you see what I did? All right. Project manager, the person assigned by the performing organization to lead the project team that is responsible for achieving the project objectives. We have on page 5, project team, a set of individuals performing the work of the project to achieve its objectives. Now, when you get into the thick of the 7th, you realize that PMI break down the difference between a project team and a project management team. And that's going back to the roots now. So I found that to be quite interesting, that they wanted to call out the project management team that are involved in the project management activities and the project team, which is everyone, including those who are doing, if you wanted to call it, development work, to borrow a term from the Scrum Guide. And you know, development doesn't mean IT, it just means the people developing the product, whatever that looks like, doesn't have to be IT. All right, then we have the system for value delivery, which is one of my favorites in the 7th edition. It says, a collection of strategic business activities aimed at building, sustaining, and/or advancing an organization. So the value delivery system is coming up in a few slides, and then we have value. What is value? the worth, importance, or usefulness of something. You know, the definition I really like, it's in the 6th edition. I like the 6th edition definition because it refers to value as the net quantifiable benefits that the customer experiences. I thought that was just a brilliant definition. Very straightforward, linking value and benefits. All right, now we're getting into chapter 2. If you have any questions, feel free to put them in the comments. And thank you very much, Francis. Indeed, we're live. Good to see you, Francis. Anyone else that's got questions? Don't hesitate to put them in. All right. As I said, it's going to be a very rapid review. So we're going to be done here quite shortly. Once we get into the domains and the principles, it is going to go very quick. All right. So going back into our breakdown, we have the value delivery system. Let's read on page 7 what it says. It says, projects exist within a larger system, such as a governmental agency, organization, or contractual arrangement. For the sake of brevity, this standard uses the term organization when referring to government agencies, enterprises, contractual arrangements, joint ventures, and other arrangements. So think about your project in a system. Your project is a system in and of itself, but it exists within a wider system. That's the summary. Now, if you go to page 9, you see the breakdown. System for value delivery. What does this mean? In your company, your project could be within a portfolio, not belonging to any program. You get that? Let's circle it on the screen so that it becomes clear to you. So that's an example of projects in a portfolio that are not in a program. They're standalone projects. And then you have programs that contain projects, such as A1 and A2. And then you go to program N1, and this is a program standalone. It is not shown as part of a portfolio, but typically it would be in the organizational system for value delivery. That is what this is showing you. So projects, programs, portfolios, they all working together to deliver that outcome, that overarching outcome, whatever that might be. And then we have operations that are the lifeblood of the organization. A lot of times we run projects for operations to make the operation simpler. And that's why we need a lot of help from the operations department so that our projects can go well. Now, talking about the internal environment, that's the company. The external environment could be a government, it could be a state, it could be a country, it could be something bigger, a bigger environment than just the company itself. And that's pretty much the summary of this value delivery system. Now, I like to show the concept using an aquarium. It sounds funny, but it makes it stick. When you take a look at an aquarium, you've got the big boulders, the portfolios, bigger chunks of work. And then you've got smaller chunks of work. You could look at these as the rocks, programs. And then you've got projects, which are more like the pebbles. You've got operations, which is the water, the lifeblood of the company. And then you've got outcomes, the entire scene, the entire scenery. The stakeholders are the fish. And then you've got the benefits, good air or CO2 in this case, whatever it might be. And then you've got the plants, right? So it's a system. Just like in an aquarium, you got different components. System for value delivery, you got different components. All right, now another very helpful diagram here is on page 11, figure 2-3, that just shows you how the information flows from senior leadership to portfolios, from portfolios to programs, programs to operations, and we get an understanding of the strategy. Then the desired outcomes and benefits are communicated to programs and projects. And then deliverables with support and maintenance information is passed on to operations. And in turn, we get information passed back to senior leadership to understand the outcome. Was it a success or not? What do we need to adjust? And so on. I found that to be a very helpful addition, especially putting a label on projects, programs, portfolios. That was good. All right, then, moving on. Let's go into the topic of products. And I'm going straight into an image I found to be helpful on page 19. And this is a sample product life cycle. Product life cycle is everything from the beginnings of the product, the introduction, the growth of the product by adding more features, some additions, the maturity of the product. So as you can see here, 4, 5, and 6 show you maturity. And ultimately, you're going to get to decline or retirement. It's going to become obsolete, but it goes through this cycle of life. And this is an addition that PMI added in here. It says, the disciplines of portfolio, program, project, and product management are becoming more interlinked. So this is getting with the program, drinking the Kool-Aid and getting to know them better. Still in this chapter, big change in that your EEFs and OPAs are now just merely referred to as the internal environment and the external environment. If you take a look at both, you'll realize the internal EEFs are here, but you'll also see some OPAs such as data assets, knowledge assets, and so on. And if you look here, you pretty much just see those EEFs that are of an external nature. So it's not new, it's just a mishmash of EEFs and OPAs. All right, now getting into some of the meat here, we have the project management principles on page 3, and this goes all the way to the end of part 1, which is on page 67. So the summary is this. As a project manager, as a PMP, as someone affiliated with a PMI, they expect you to be a diligent, respectful, and caring steward. Care for your resources, human, equipment, material, supplies. Create a collaborative project team environment. Collaborate, and create the environment. Create a safe space. Now, those of you who've read the Agile Practice Guide, this is all Agile think. And of course, we need to bring it into predictive world. So this is a good reminder what our focus needs to be on. A lot of times people forget it's all about the team. That's the most important thing. Individuals and interactions over processes and tools. Effectively engage with stakeholders. Again, this is a people component. Think about your stakeholders. Without them, you wouldn't have a project, right? And without them, you wouldn't get stuff done on the project. So a lot of times we forget that our team is inclusive of stakeholders, so wider team. All right, next one is focus on value. Value. You know, we call the product owner the chief value officer in the world of Agile and Scrum. So focus on value. If it's not valuable, don't do it. Cut it off. Focus on delivering value, delivering working product. That's the primary measure of progress, of success, right? Value is a primary measure. If it doesn't add value, don't do it. Next one is recognize, evaluate, and respond to system interactions. Try to see the big picture of how things interweave, how things interconnect. All right, for those of you just coming, we are going through the 7th edition pretty expediently. I don't want to waste your time. I don't want to waste mine by telling you stuff you already know in the 6th. So this is very, very rapid. All right, next one is demonstrate leadership behaviors. What is leadership? True measure of leadership, as my mentor John Maxwell says, is influence. So demonstrating leadership behaviors means you're doing things that enable influence. Influence doesn't always have to come directly from you. It could come from the person who has more influence. You see, that's leadership, knowing how to influence. So all of the great behaviors that espouse leadership at a higher level, they're on page 42. Focusing the team around goals, right? That's an example. What about articulating a motivating vision, vision casting, generating consensus, coaching, facilitating, employing effective conversations, empowering people, showing empathy. Just the nice dose of empathy can go a long way to influence, to helping you influence, right? So these are the behaviors we're looking for. Next one is tailor based on context. Don't tailor based on what has happened in the past alone. Tailor based on now. Always balance. What happened in the past? What are we up against now? And is there anything we can discard from our laundry list of ITTOs? I know it's coming as a shock, right? But that's the mindset. What can we get rid of in the busy work we do, the needless, tedious work that everyone hates and adds no value? That's what you need to tailor. So you can tailor based around the team, based on the tools, based on the techniques, based on the company, many things. The development approach, I could go on and on. Next one is build quality into processes and deliverables. What is quality? Fitness for use, conformance to requirements, customer satisfaction. We need to think about that and build it into the processes and deliverables. The next one is navigate complexity. Now, this is one that I found to be a great addition to the topic of project management. A lot of times when we say complex, people don't get it. There's a difference between complicated and complex. And PMI does well on page 51 to show you the different variables that could contribute to the complex tag. We got human behavior, system behavior, uncertainty and ambiguity itself, and technological innovation. All of those could contribute to something being complex, but you've got to navigate it, right? Now, in the principles, it doesn't really tell you how to, it just makes you aware of what you should do. But in the rest of the 7th edition, there's actually a brilliant part in the domains where you have some very tactical steps for how you can navigate complexity. And we talk about things like building in redundance, beefing up the team, looking at leading indicators and lagging indicators, and many other things like that. All right, next we go into optimizing risk responses. The summary is choose the best risk response for the situation, optimize it. Next one is embrace adaptability and resiliency. This is very closely tied to 3.9, where we're talking about complexity and adaptability and resiliency. There's some tie-ins there, and we could harvest some of the things we do to become more resilient in order to tackle complexity. You know, part of what we talk about in both is the concept of iterations. Do you know that doing things in an iterative fashion helps you better navigate complexity, also helps you embrace adaptability? Think about that. And this is why when we look at the 7th, it looks like a step up in the direction of leadership and team think, but it doesn't do a very good job in grounding people to the basics of project management. It has its strong points, but it also has its weak points. Finally, enable change to achieve the envisioned future state. So be a change agent, enable change. And the PMI did well in the second part of models, methods, and artifacts to give you some very good models for change, like John Carter's model, the ADCAR model, the PMI FEPIMS model. They all talked about to some degree in the 7th edition. All right, now the final part of the 7th edition is the domains. 1, the stakeholder performance domain. Think about your stakeholders. Do whatever you need to get your stakeholders engaged. That's the overarching message. We have the team performance domain, and this focuses on creating the right environment for the team, getting the team to peak performance. Those are some of the things we should be thinking about here. When we talk about team performance, we got to talk about project team management. That's different from leadership. Maintaining a team is different from leading a team. So keeping the administration side of team is different from the leadership part of team. And that's what you're going to glean from reading this. Project team culture is important. Creating a high-performing team all starts from the environment and getting the right people on the bus. That's step 1, getting the right people on the bus. Step 2, putting each person on the bus in the right position. And it's hard to do. It needs a lot of thought, but it has to start with employing the right people for the team. We also talk about leadership skills here and tailoring our leadership style, like the Hersey-Blanchard model would be a good one to talk about there. Okay, let's move on to number 3. Third one is the development approach and life cycle. It's one of my favorites. I wish I had a full hour to talk about this, but let me give you the summary. 1, think about what you're working on, what you're building, what product you're building. Based on the products you're building, you're going to be able to either deliver it in increments or it just has to be one time. So you got to think about the development cadence, think about the life cycle relationship. What is your rhythm going to be? Is it going to be every 2-week delivery, every 4-week delivery? Remember, we choose the shorter when we have an option of using 4 weeks for a sprint. So what is the smallest chunk of functionality? We think about the MVP, the PSI, the MPP, and things like that, or MMP. Next, we go into delivery cadence and development approaches. There are many considerations you should make, not only the company, but also the product you're working on and the team. it's all about the team. Now, when I say you, I'm really talking about team on this one, because development approach and life cycle, there shouldn't be any thou shalt use Scrum or thou shalt use predictive or Kanban. No, the team decides based on all these parameters, okay? And then we need to align the delivery cadence, the development approach, and the life cycle to get a good payout from that one. Next, we have the planning domain summary. The planning domain just says plan everything under the sun. So think about your knowledge areas. Just think knowledge areas for this one. They all have to be planned. I'm really not crazy about the breakdown in the 7th when it comes to planning. It wasn't done very well. So they talk about project team composition and structure, communication, physical resources, procurement, changes, metrics, and alignment. I'm like, that's a little bit hard for someone to take in. You get what I mean? It's a little bit hard for someone to take in, because an easier way, instead of having to reconfigure one's thinking to be more like this, where you're thinking about project team composition, you're thinking about physical resources, but you're not thinking the easiest way. Knowledge areas is the easiest way. I really wish they had maintained the knowledge area breakdown for planning, if nothing else, because it makes so much sense, right? You plan scope, schedule, cost, quality, resources, communications, risk, procurement, stakeholder, and of course, all of those could have these things on the screen. Do you get what I'm saying? All the knowledge areas. Now I know I've blown my 15-minute limit because I'm getting carried away here, but the summary is this. In every knowledge area, we could think about resources tied to that area. If nothing else, the team, right? When it comes to procurement, it's pretty clear cut, but it touches resources as well. Changes touches all the knowledge areas, and so does metrics. We could measure anything, but the good thing about the 7th is they really focus on the metrics. And they make you think about the metrics you're measuring. That's a good part. But still, it shouldn't be in this silo, disjointed silo. I would have liked a knowledge area focus, alignment. So when you take a look at these variables for planning in the 7th, some of them are very familiar, like resources, procurement, communication. Just finish the picture, put everything else in it. But they didn't. They didn't catch the vision. All right, let's move on. Let's go from the planning domain. Let's move on to the next one. After planning, we talk about the summary of the project work domain. And it's pretty much the project work domain. Of course, I'm already giving you a summary. Now, when I look at the project work domain, this is what I think of. I think of direct and manage project work first. The reason is work is executed using integration as leverage. When you're integrating all the pieces of work, there's a lot of stuff that you're going to find out. And you're also going to make raw observations. You see where I'm going? Work performance data, right? So work performance data is your raw observations. As you're carrying out the work, you're going to be making those raw observations, aren't you? So in my mind, I just look at this project work domain as, honestly, direct and managed project work. That's what comes to my mind. It's an integration of a lot of things. Now, the PMI doesn't roll that way in how they define it or discuss it. Instead, they tell you that the project work domain is about balancing competing constraints. You see how this is now sounding like monitoring and controlling a little bit. It's sounding a little bit like monitoring and controlling. So you have to be careful with it. Even though it says project work and we're used to saying, oh, I'm executing work, so I'm doing direct and managed project work. No, there are more variables. And I want to show you the variables for a quick moment here. You take a look at the screen, we have, after this, let's go back. We have project processes, balancing competing constraints, maintaining project team focus, and then it goes back into communications. You see how it's a little bit focused on the executing stuff that you do. Managing physical resources. You see how they took control resources from the 6th and they created an addendum to it. You manage physical resources as well. I know we just had managed team in the 6th, but it's good to talk about managing physical resources. Working with procurements, RFPs, RFIs, all that stuff. And then monitoring new work and changes. So when the product owner is dealing with new work as a result of a changing environment, we talk about it here. And then we talk about managed project knowledge. Well, this is learning throughout the project. That's pretty much the summary of the project work performance domain. All right. For those of you just coming, we are going through this. I blew my ambition to cover it in 15 minutes because I got carried away, but I hope what I'm saying is of value to you. So let's jump back in and try and wrap this up quick. All right. The next one here is the delivery performance domain. The delivery performance domain, we think about the delivery of value. We think about deliverables, which has to do, of course, with scope. We think about quality, and we address the topic of suboptimal outcomes. Suboptimal outcomes are expected. There's absolutely nothing wrong in suboptimal outcomes if we learn from our mistakes and we do better next time. Next one here is the measurement performance domain. And when we talk about measurement, we focus on what to measure. Presenting the information that we've gleaned. There are also pitfalls. Measuring the wrong stuff, using only leading indicators instead of both leading and lagging indicators, stuff like that. And last but not least, we have the uncertainty domain, which I am a huge, huge fan of. The uncertainty domain makes you think a little bit more about general uncertainty, about ambiguity, about complexity, volatility, and risk. And I got to make a shameless plug here for my buddy, the Risk Doctor. If you have not subscribed to Risk Doctor video channel, the Risk Doctor video channel on YouTube, highly advise that you do. Just search for Risk Doctor on YouTube. You find his channel, Dr. David Hilson. Great mind when it comes to risk. We've collaborated and done stuff. If you go to riskresponder.com, you can check out our course we did for helping people get into the RMP exam and understand it at a deeper level. All right, so that's it, my friends. I hope this is of value to you. If you have any questions, let me know. I can see some of our friends put some chats in. So Askar, good to see you as always. Bakum Budzi, thank you very much. I'm glad you found value from it. Fabrico, yes, very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate all of you. And those of you who keep tuned to the channel and send in comments and likes. Likes are always good. So if you can hit like, that would be greatly appreciated. But don't forget, any question you have about the syllabus, about this, those questions are always welcome. It will always be a pleasure to answer questions about content you find difficult or esoteric. All right. Any questions before we close for the day? Any concerns? Okay, I know some of you are already PMPs, so congrats to you. And I know some of you are planning on getting certified in 2021 and some of you 2022. Yeah. This summary is meant to help you cut to the chase and just pick it up. And the moment you start reading, you're like, oh, that's what Phill was talking about. That's the idea. Because I know many of you have read this, okay? Before the end of the year, my book would be out, and my book helps bridge the gap between this and this. It's very substantial with the concepts from the 7th. There's a lot of good stuff in the 7th. It's just not presented well enough for a beginner to grasp what is hidden, the buried treasure. Now, for someone who's already a PMP, yeah, that would have been a nice PMP plus for anyone who's certified to go. You wouldn't get lost. You just say, oh, this is like a book written by someone else, not the PMI, but the stuff in there is still good. All right. Thank you all very much. I wish you all the very best in all your endeavors. You take care, and I will see you around. You can be sure of it. Maybe in an hour or two, you'll see your friend Phill in another video. All right. Take care, and bye for now.
Hello, and welcome to 7 Things to Know About Kanban. Number 1, Kanban is less prescriptive than other agile approaches. It is also less disruptive. Project teams can begin applying the Kanban method with relative ease and progress towards other agile approaches if needed. It's incredibly flexible. If you wanted to start Kanban, you could start right away. How is Kanban practiced? Kanban is centered around the Kanban board, which we will be learning about. Here's a simple version of a Kanban board. It has items that we plan to do, items that we are currently doing, and items that are done. I use a Kanban board for my personal work. I used a Kanban board to write 12 books. The Kanban board gives you a visual reminder of what needs to be done, and it encourages you to move along. Number 2, Kanban is a Japanese term. It's derived from roots that translate to visual board. Kanban's focus is to optimize the throughput of work by visualizing the flow of work through the process, limiting work in progress, and explicitly identifying policies for the flow of work. Kanban has distinct differences from other popular agile methodologies, primarily the fact that it's not based on time-boxed iterations like Scrum, but rather allows for continuous prioritization and delivery of work. Number 3, Kanban is from Toyota. It's derived from Toyota's lean production system. As I said, it's a Japanese word, and Kanban focuses on limiting WIP. You often hear that term quite a lot. Limit your WIP. What do we mean by limit your WIP? Well, in order for work to flow effectively through the process, we must limit our work in progress. This is founded predominantly on a law known as Little's Law. Little's Law states that the long-term average number of customers in a stable system, L, is equal to the long-term average effective arrival rate, lambda, multiplied by the average time a customer spends in the system, W. L, average number of items, WIP, lambda, the average number of items arriving at the system per unit of time, we call that throughput, and W is the average waiting time an item spends in a queuing system, lead time. The formula is WIP equals throughput times lead time, or WIP divided by throughput equals lead time. Therefore, if you want to increase throughput, limit WIP. Speed up the process, reduce lead time. If that's what you want to do, then limit WIP. There is a 30+ minute video on YouTube where I explain Little's Law. I advise you to look into it. But let's take a look at a bare bones example. John owns a small coffee shop. He wants to know the average number of customers queuing in his coffee shop to decide whether he needs to add more space to accommodate more customers. Currently, his queuing area can accommodate no more than 8 people. John has measured that on average, 40 customers arrive his coffee shop every hour. He's also determined that on average, a customer spends around 6 minutes in his store, or 0.1 hours. What is the average number of customers queuing in his coffee shop? Given these inputs, John can find the average number of customers queuing in his coffee shop by applying Little's law. Throughput equals WIP divided by lead time, or we could say lambda equals L divided by W. So L is a number in the queuing system. That's equal to lead time times throughput. So if we apply the formula, we have the average number of items, WIP, in the queuing system is equal to 40, which is your throughput, times your lead time of 0.1. And that gives us 4 customers. Now, this is not needed for your exam if you're preparing for the PMP exam or even the ACP exam. But if you wanted to know a little bit more, go watch my 30-minute video where I cover this in great detail. The summary is, in order to maximize your output, limit your WIP. Moving on to number 4, Kanban has defining principles. These are talked about on page 104 in the Agile Practice Guide. Start with the current state. 2, agree to pursue incremental evolutionary change. 3, respect the current process, roles, responsibilities, and titles. And 4, encourage acts of leadership at all levels. Number 5, Kanban has core properties. Visualize the workflow and limit your work in progress. Manage the flow. Make process policies explicit. Implement feedback loops and improve collaboratively. Moving on to number 6. The Kanban board is a fixture in many Agile frameworks. As you can see in this Kanban board, states have been further split into doing and done. There are many different types of Kanban boards, but unlike a task board, the Kanban board is not reset at the beginning of each iteration. Its columns represent the different processing states of a unit of value, which is generally, but not necessarily, equated with a user story. Each column may have associated with it a work in progress limit, and the work in progress limit are those numbers at the top, 3, 5, 3. Those are our limits. The priority is to clear current work in progress, and team members will swarm to help those working on the item blocking the flow of the work. You might hear the term Kanban method. We could define this as an approach to continuous improvement that relies on visualizing the current system of work, scheduling, managing flow as the primary measure of performance, and whole system optimization. As a process improvement approach, it does not prescribe any particular practices. Agile teams employing a Kanban method may de-emphasize the use of iterations, effort estimates, and velocity as a primary measure of progress, rely on measures of lead time or cycle time instead of velocity, and replace the task board with a Kanban board. Kanban seeks to alleviate the bottlenecks in waterfall development by limiting WIP, by limiting in-progress work in order to efficiently and effectively design and deliver products to customers. Limiting WIP prevents a team from committing to too much. Since new work should not be started until the current work has been completed, bottlenecks blocking the completion of work should become more visible in the process. There's a term that we often use to describe what we do in our heads. We stop starting and we start finishing. This framework focuses on the flow of work and was inspired by lean manufacturing. Kanban is still used in manufacturing as well as other applications. And this section focuses on Kanban for software development. This is from the GAO Agile Guide. I highly recommend Googling GAO Agile, and you can find the long document where a lot of this presentation is from. Last but not least, there are no described roles in Kanban, which comes as a surprise to many people because we're used to seeing configurations like 353, 3 roles, 5 ceremonies, 3 artifacts in the world of Scrum, and other frameworks have similar roles, but in this, there are no prescribed roles. This allows for maximum team flexibility so that members can work on each other's artifacts easily. Teams use a Kanban board to keep track of their work, which can be either physical or virtual. A Kanban board maintains a clear visual representation of the work through various stages of development. An example of a typical Kanban board is again shown here. This is from the GAO Agile Guide. Highly recommend you reading up. So in summary, visualize what you do today, limit the amount of work in progress, and focus on flow, backlog prioritization. These Kanban principles are intended to be responsive to change that often occurs during a demonstration. Having a short cycle time helps ensure that customers provide feedback to the team on a regular basis, resulting in delivery of desired software features faster than traditional methods. In addition, Kanban promotes having user stories that are all similar in size in order to limit in-process work so that it is both manageable and predictable. Thank you very much for joining me today. I wish you all the very best. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, share with your friends. All the best. Bye for now.
Did I hear someone say, I need a coach for the PMP exam or project management? Hey, if that's you, go on down to PMAnonymous.com. I'm accepting new students. Let's knock this exam out and let's get your career straight. See you there. Hello, my friends. It's your buddy Phill, project management trainer and coach. Today, we're going to take a look at the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. And I'm going to be sharing with you certain reasons why I believe you shouldn't dump your previous PMBOK Guide editions, be it the 6th, the 5th, whichever one. The reason is this. The PMBOK Guide 7th edition does not do a good enough job in breaking down the basics of project management. The basics of project management have been covered pretty well in the 6th edition, even though it's a larger publication, in the 5th edition as well to a large degree. The reason why I often say the 6th edition is one of the best is because of chapter 3 that really goes in on leadership and the role of the project manager. Now that the 7th edition does not do as good as the 6th. Something else that's covered really well in the 6th edition is the general structure of project management. When you think about page 171 in the 7th edition, the breakdown of process groups is very weak. And that's the structure that a lot of beginners need for project management. They need to understand, how do I start a project? What do I do as a project manager? So as opposed to telling them, you behave nicely to your customers, you're a diligent steward, you espouse team, think, instead of those things which come with almost every other job in today's modern world, it is better to give them some structure such as initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and controlling, and closing. Something else that the 7th edition doesn't do very well is break down the structure further from process groups into chunks of knowledge. So we call them knowledge areas. The knowledge areas are covered brilliantly in the 6th edition. It's a little bit overkill. I know the 6th edition is a huge behemoth. It's too big for sure, but it does tackle the concept of knowledge. And you can find this in the concepts, trends, tailoring, and consideration for Agile. To be quite honest, if I was PMI, I would say concepts, trends, tailoring, and considerations for Agile needs to be a separate book because there's so much great stuff in the CTTCs. Now, I guess you could say that the CTTCs are covered in its own little area in the Agile practice guide. If you go to pages 90 to 95 thereabouts, you find the knowledge areas being covered from an Agile lens as well. So even though it doesn't have the concepts, trends, and tailoring, it does have the considerations for Agile, right? And that is why I would say also hold on to your Agile practice guide. It has a really good breakdown of how you can see project management from an Agile lens, through the knowledge areas. So what does the 7th do? Well, if you look at the 6th has some great structure. It gives you the process groups, it gives you the knowledge areas, and it gives you the concepts, trends, tailoring, and considerations for Agile. Okay? It's too big. It's huge, right? It's too big. It did need to be taken down a little bit. The 7th edition, what the 7th edition does is it blows out the PMI code of ethics into 12 principles for project management. You could call them delivery principles. That the 6th edition doesn't have. The other thing that the 7th edition doesn't have, and this is the 3rd book I'm talking about now, the 7th edition does not replace Agile Think. And that is in the Agile Practice Guide. Okay. Now, the principles in the 7th edition, they're progressive. However, they do not focus on Agile Think. And that is what you will get from the Agile Practice Guide. Okay? So if you're trying to study for any of the more serious, like really harder exams, you are going to need to still understand knowledge areas, process groups, and of course, considerations for Agile, which are well covered in here. The 7th edition mentions the word Agile a handful of times, even though the thinking is a lot compatible with Agile, but really understanding the practices of Agile, it's not done in the 7th edition. This is why I encourage you. I've been hearing a lot of you saying you're going to chuck your 6th edition or you're going to throw away your Agile Practice Guide now, your PMP. Don't do that. Keep it. You're going to need the 6th edition in time to come, and you're going to need your Agile Practice Guide if you stay in the profession long enough. See? The other reason why I would recommend keeping your 6th edition is in the 7th edition, the language that is used in the domains, guess what language it is? It is knowledge area language. Let me give you an example. Page 7 of part 2, which is a little bit confusing. Some people think that the PMBOK Guide 7th edition
is 200 and something pages. That is not correct. It is over 300 plus pages because part 1 is numbered on its own and part 2 is numbered differently. So where part 1 ends at page 67, part 2 starts again at page 1 and continues to 274. So it's like 330 something pages. But anyway, going to page 7 of part 2, it says a project performance domain is a group of related activities. Now think about that word. You know how we use the word activity. We use the word activity quite specifically in scheduling. So when we say activity in this lens, it means something different. It doesn't mean an activity in your schedule. Can you see why you need a grounding from the previous editions to help you navigate and understand what exactly they're talking about? Okay. Now, if we look at the language, it says there are 8 performance domains: stakeholders, team, development approach and life cycle, planning, project work, delivery, measurement, and uncertainty. Let me show you the problem with this. You have stakeholder, you have team, you have development approach, you have delivery, you have measurement, you have uncertainty, and you have planning. How does that enable a beginner to get this concept of project management when all of these need to be planned anyway? And then you have planning as a separate thing, as if we don't plan all of these, as if we don't execute all of them. Do you get what I'm saying? As if we don't monitor them. If we have domains, we might as well just stick to the convention of process group and knowledge area because it's the same thing, even better, more effective. Do you get what I'm saying? There is absolutely no reason to use domains that are quite laborious to understand because they don't overlap in a clean way. It becomes worse. You know that image in the 6th edition on page 555? This breakdown of domains, it worsens page 555 in the 6th edition. It makes it worse. So these are all reasons, my friends, why I encourage you to not throw away the 6th edition. It's not the greatest publication. I know it's not the best. I quite prefer the Agile Practice Guide. But if you keep your 6th edition, I know it's bulky and annoying for many of us, but you're going to have some structure in time to come that you can go back and look at and use it to educate others. It is also a cleaner breakdown. You also have the concepts, trends, tailoring, and considerations for Agile. And as far as the Agile Practice Guide, it has more Agile, practical Agile than the 7th edition. Agile Practice Guide goes deep into concepts of practices that you would carry out on an Agile team, T-shaped skills, broken comb, fishbowl window concept. You know, you have all of the Agile approaches broken down to some degree, you know, like LESS, Scrum of Scrums, TDD, XP, and the like. The 7th edition doesn't do that for you. I will also point out to you that the 7th edition is quite unwieldy as far as the number of definitions as well. I know people think they're getting away from definitions. No, it's pretty unwieldy as well.
We're talking about at least 100 of these definitions that are documented in these tables and the glossary and stuff. So you're not going to get away from these definitions, my friends. You still have to tackle them, okay? So what the 7th edition does, the real strong point in the 7th is given some principles, that people in the PMI world can use. To be quite honest, those principles, they ain't going to be used in the world of Agile, mainstream Agile. Mainstream Agile is still questioning discipline Agile. Mainstream Agile is still questioning these principles. Are they a substitute or even worth complementing the Agile Manifesto? So I'm just being honest. I'm just keeping it real for you. When you talk about the 7th edition, the value it brings to the table is limited. At least the Agile Practice Guide has got the Agile Manifesto values and the principles. The Agile Practice Guide has got the continuum of life cycles. Agile Practice Guide shows you the Stacy model. The 7th edition mentions the Stacy model and fails to show it to you. 7th edition mentions something as graphic as the Hersey-Blanchard model, and it doesn't even show you that matrix of it. It mentions the Thomas Kilmann mode instrument, shows you no graphic or image of it. That is inherently hopeless to a visual learner. So I'm telling you this so you don't get carried away thinking everything is in the 7th. It is not. All right? Keep your 6th edition, keep your Agile Practice Guide, and also take a look at Standards Plus, which has some brilliant articles, video, that builds on what the 7th edition started. The size of the book, I know it looks very small, but when you boil it down, a lot of the 6th is the second part of the 6th. So if you strip off that second part that no one reads, you have content that is, it's bigger than the 7th, but the presentation of it, the ordering of it, I think is a lot better. All right, that's my 2 cents. If you feel the 6th edition is of no value, I guess you should think again, look at these points and keep it in your library for another 10 years at least. And if at that point you feel it's useless, then, I don't know. I still have my PMBOK Guide 2nd edition way back from 2004. This is 17 years later, still in my library. So don't throw away your 6th. It's hard to find the 2nd edition. 1st edition is hard as well. I had a copy of the 7th edition, of the 1st edition too. I have a copy of the 7th and everything before it, but my 1st edition, I can't find it. So that's my 2 cents, my friends. I hope this gave you some food for thought. Bye for now. Hello, my awesome project managers. How you doing today? Today, we're going to talk about the mindset for the PMP exam. Now, lots of you have heard about the 7th edition and how the 7th edition has been announced as a reference for the PMP exam. Yes, but we got to go back to the basics. And the basics cannot be found to the degree you need in the 7th. For that reason, you find in the 7th, mention is still made of the process groups. And the language in the domains is pretty much knowledge area language. For that reason, You got to keep this close to you, okay? Now, the exam, you could look at the exam in two different ways. One is an agile and hybrid perspective, and the other is a largely predictive perspective. However, this book, it cuts across both of those mindsets. What do I mean? Follow me to the 4th chapter of the 6th edition. In the very beginning, the opener to chapter 4, you follow me to page 72, it says, key concepts for project integration management. Project integration management is specific to project managers, whereas other knowledge areas may be managed by specialists. See that? This area is one the PM cannot delegate when they are in a predictive environment or an environment where their role is preeminent. There is a mindset, that's true, if you are tackling these predictive questions. The idea is that the project manager cannot delegate this in a predictive setting. It's their job. Now, talking about an agile setting, if you follow me to page 74, it says, at the bottom of the page, considerations for agile and adaptive environments. Iterative and agile approaches promote the engagement of team members as local domain experts. In integration management, the team members determine how plans and components should integrate. So what have I just said? In a predictive world, there's a way things work. In an agile world, as you can see, page 74, it actually maps back to stuff that is in this book. Believe it or not, what is on page 74? Page 74 here, right? It maps back to page 90. Which one is it? 91. So if you look at page 91 in your Agile Practice Guide, where it talks about integration management and its application in Agile work process, it is a direct lift in the 6th edition, if you didn't already know. So what am I trying to tell you? You need to read concepts, trends, tailoring, and consideration for Agile for every process. That is the most important thing to do first, because it helps you understand how is this done in the world of predictive? How's it done in the world of agile? See, integration is done differently. Scope is done differently. Schedule is done differently. And that is part of the mindset I want you to get. The mindset for how knowledge areas should be practiced. So I'm going to give you a very quick tour. Are you ready? Okay. For emphasis, we will give a befitting background where we touch on each knowledge area. So, integration. In the integration management knowledge area, you got to immerse yourself into seeing this as your responsibility in predictive. In Agile, it's the team responsibility, okay? I'm going to read more from here because I know a lot of you, when you see this, you're like, oh, but it's old, Phill. It's not old. Well, my PMBOK guide is old, but the content is still fresh. Let's go to page 91 one more time. All right, a few more things to read from page 91. It says here, the expectations of the project manager as noted in the PMBOK guide do not change in an adaptive environment, but control of the detailed product planning and delivery is delegated to the team, okay? So that is integration, right? The project manager is accountable, but in an agile setting, they bring in the team to be much more participative, okay? Let's go to our next area, scope. In the area of scope, it says on page 91, Agile methods deliberately spend less time trying to define and agree on scope in the early stage of the project and spend more time in establishing the process for ongoing discovery and refinement. See that? So we're not going to define all the scope in one day in an agile environment. It's going to evolve. The product owner is going to whittle stuff down, reorganize stuff, prioritize stuff based on value, and so on. That's really what this is saying. All right, moving along here, we're going into the schedule area. So getting into schedule management, you know, in the predictive world, we come up with usually a big old schedule, right? Something like this. And the world of predictive suggests tasks and break those down into subtasks and have milestones. Well, if you take a look at page 92, it says adaptive approaches use short cycles to undertake work. The way we roll is different. It says, in large organizations, there may be a mixture of small projects and large initiatives requiring long-term roadmaps. You see that word? So in the world of Agile, we could use roadmaps. We could use roadmaps for us to define what is going to happen in the future at a very high level. But at lower levels, we just roll with our sprint plan, right? We just roll with our sprint backlog. We do sprint planning. And so it reads here towards the end, it says, the role of the project manager does not change based on managing projects using a predictive development lifecycle or managing projects in adaptive environments. However, to be successful in using adaptive approaches, the project manager will need to be familiar with the tools and techniques. Which tools and techniques? In an agile and adaptive environment, you know what you do. You use the agile onion, the planning onion for agile. You plan in different layers. You should also be aware of different layers of planning, taking a look at product backlog items, PBIs. So at the topmost level, you have the product. You can break that down into the epic, break that down into features. You plan at all these levels. That's what this is saying. All right. With schedule done, let's move on to the next one. Money, budget. So do you know that in the world of Agile, we have a fixed team? Now, people could come and go, but for the most part, it's a constant fixed team. We're not going to increase the team size to 15, 20. No, we keep the team size constant. Could people come and go? Yes. Here's the mindset on page 92. It says, projects with high degrees of uncertainty, or those where the scope is not yet fully defined, may benefit from detailed cost calculations due to frequent changes. May not benefit from detailed cost calculations due to frequent changes. What are they saying? You're doing a 2-week sprint. Why do you want to go all the way from control accounts, planning packages, WBS components, all the way down to work packages? No, you don't need to do that. You shouldn't do that. You're in an adaptive environment. The way you do things in predictive, in cost, it's going to be different, right? It's going to be different. It says, in cases where high variability projects are also subject to strict budgets, because you do have some agile projects where everything is still strict. It says the scope and schedule are more often adjusted to stay within cost constraints. So you have to be more flexible to cope with those arrangements in terms of cost. All right, it says, still on page 92, excuse me. I've been speaking for about 3 hours, so voice is about trying to go. You're going to keep it held in there for a few more minutes. It says, when you're in the world of Agile, instead, lightweight estimation methods can be used to generate a fast, high-level forecast of project labor costs. See that? That's the world of cost. That's how we roll in cost. With that said, let's move on to our next one, quality. So what exactly is quality? Quality is fitness for use, conformance to requirements, and customer satisfaction. The perception of quality should not change
in an agile environment, we should still care about quality assurance and quality control. It says here, in order to navigate changes in an agile environment, agile methods call for frequent quality and review steps built in throughout the project rather than towards the end of the project. So we're doing things more frequently. The inspect adapt mindset is upped in agile environments. It says recurring retrospectives regularly check on the effectiveness of the quality process. Everything you do in agile is a risk or quality coping mechanism. Everything, including your retrospective, even your daily scrum, your sprint review, right? It says, in order to facilitate frequent incremental delivery, agile methods focus on small batches of work incorporating as many elements or project deliverables as possible. Small batch systems aim to uncover inconsistencies and quality issues earlier in the project lifecycle when the cost of changes are lower. So that's quality for you. In the predictive world, yes, we're still concerned with things like our affinity diagrams, our flow charts, our Ishikawas, our histograms, our scatter diagrams, and of course the control charts. We used to dread those, but it seems like the PMI is not as emphatic about some of these. They used to be on previous exams, but it seems to have dialed down and toned down a little bit. Six Sigma, stuff like that. The precise numbers for the Sigmas used to be something people would worry about. Let's go to resource management. Projects with high variability benefit from team structures that maximize focus and collaboration, such as self-organizing teams and generalizing specialist T-shaped skills. So the way we work in Agile with our team is very different. It says, although the benefits of collaboration also apply to other project environments, collaborative teams are often critical to the success of projects with high degree of variability. We are so obsessed with collaboration, with synergy in the world of Agile. In the world of predictive, should we be? We should, but it's usually different because you don't have a co-located, cross-functional, though, team. A lot of times the team, they just do their own stuff disjointedly and they come together, but we don't have a co-located, self-organizing, self-managed, self-motivated, inspired team. We usually rely on the project manager. Project manager go inspire and motivate and stuff like that. All right, so that's resource management. Let's move on to the next one, communications management. What can we say about communications in an Agile world? It just needs to go and flow like copiously. It's talked about in the Agile Practice Guide. It just needs to flow, flow, flow. Project environments subject to various elements of ambiguity and change have an inherent need to communicate evolving and emerging details more frequently. It says this motivates streamlining team members' access to information. Frequent team checkpoints and co-locating. See, when you put the team together, communication just flows quick. It says, in addition, posting project artifacts in a transparent fashion and holding regular stakeholder interviews are intended to promote communication with management and stakeholders. All right, so here we're on page 94 of the Agile Practice Guide, and we're moving into our next area. Our next area is a risk management. So when we talk about a risk, what is a risk? A risk is uncertainty that could affect the project positively or negatively. You should also remember, though, when we talk about risks, this is not relegated to just predictive. We manage risk in our own way in the world of Agile. So let's change the environment to one of risk. Risk. So this is talked about on page 94. It says high variability environments by definition incur more uncertainty and risk. To address this, projects managed using adaptive approaches make use of frequent reviews of incremental work products and cross-functional project teams to accelerate knowledge sharing and ensure that risk is understood and managed.
Risk is considered when selecting the content of each iteration, and risks will also be identified. So do you know that the product owner should be thinking about the risks of each of those stories, not just value, but risk. Those that are low risk, low value could be done, but high risk, low value, product owner needs to think again. This is how we think about risk in an environment such as this. So the bottom line is, as someone in the product owner seat, are you going to make that call to say that item the CEO asked for is high risk, low value, so you're not doing it? You got to have the guts to do that. All right, next one is procurement management. Procurement management is on page 95. It says, in agile environments, specific sellers may be used to extend the team. This collaborative working environment or relationship can lead to a shared risk procurement model where both the buyer and the seller share the risk. So if you've not read page 77, procurements and contracts in the world of Agile, if you've not done that, let me encourage you to, because you could very well get questions that test your understanding of flexible contracts. When we think about flexible contracts in the world of Agile, also be aware of how the Agile Manifesto could influence this whole dialogue. It really could, because the Agile Manifesto talks about customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Here's our final one, stakeholder management. Let's read page 95 in this book. It reads, projects experiencing a high degree of change require active engagement and participation with project stakeholders. To facilitate timely, productive discussion and decision-making, adaptive teams engage with stakeholders directly rather than going through layers of management. So the way we think about our stakeholder engagement is different here. In order to accelerate the sharing of information within and across the organization, Agile methods promote aggressive transparency. The intent of inviting any stakeholders to project meetings and reviews or posting project artifacts in public spaces is to surface as quickly as possible any misalignment, dependency, or other issues related to the changing project. And my friends, that was it. Over the past number of minutes, we've been trying to marry some of the stuff in the Agile Guide and trying to make sense. How should I think for my exam from an Agile perspective, from a predictive perspective? And I can tell you, there's a common line of thinking on your PMP exam. Do you know what that is? The ability to think in a collaborative fashion, the ability to espouse teamwork over working in a silo, and the ability to solve problems. Your thinking for your exam, PMP exam, it needs to be as follows. Am I initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling, or closing? Where am I? Okay, I know where I am. Okay, what am I doing? A lot of the questions, you're either going to be managing change, that's big, or you're going to be managing a risk, or you're going to be managing an issue or a problem. You see, there's a difference. A risk could cause you to change how you're doing stuff. An issue could also cause you to change your plan, okay? An issue could also cause you to think about something you didn't originally. We call that a workaround. In addition, on your exam, you could be tested on finding what needs to change specifically. Is it schedule? Is it cost? Is it scope? Based on the question. A new regulation, a new request. If it's a regulation, it absolutely has to be done. So you better just stop making change. You're going to get very practical questions. You're a project manager on a project, blah, blah, blah. What should you do next? But you always want to solve the problem. You don't want to be scared of your stakeholders. So if your stakeholders are posing unrealistic dates, you got to go back to the drawing board with them and say, you know what, we need to review this. Don't just keep quiet, review it. That is part of the mindset. Solve the real problem. Collaborate, treat others the way you want to be treated, okay? And if someone is lying, of course, you need to call them out. Why wouldn't you? See? So again, from a knowledge area perspective, If we're talking about integration, your job, project manager, is to make stuff happen. I don't care who does it, right? It just has to be done. And you need to be the catalyst to integrate stuff. That's the general mindset. In the aspect of scope, the general mindset is if scope is changing without authorization, you need to stop it. And if it does need to change, then it needs to go through proper change control procedures. When we talk about schedule, the way we roll in schedule, the general mindset is control the schedule. Build the schedule the right way. You got a product backlog, a sprint backlog. Of course, as a Scrum Master, you need to understand what those mean and who owns the product backlog, theoretically speaking, and who's going to prioritize it. Of course, with the help of the team, it's a product owner and things like that. In the world of budget, the general mindset is be a good, caring, respectful steward, right? Going back to the 12 principles, to borrow that principle, right? You can just say that. Going into the world of quality, where we've got all sorts of crazy tools and techniques, the bottom line is technical excellence and good design does what? It enhances your agility. So be excellent. Don't cut corners. That's really what the quality area is saying on the exam. On the exam, talking about the resource area, general mindset is people are humans first. I know it says human resources, but it's just bad. We don't call them resources. We just call them team members, right? The idea is be a servant leader towards your stakeholders and team members. Believe the best, be an impartial bridge builder, build bridges between teams, and help people really understand what teams are doing. Teams that might otherwise be in silos, help them to understand what is being done. All right, the next one we're going to talk about is communications management. So in the world of communications, in the world of Agile, we use a lot of information radiators and transparency and stuff. But in the world of predictive, we might have to do things more manually. But the bottom line is we do stuff. We do communicate. We should not cut corners when it comes to effective communication. In fact, we have the sender-receiver model. You can see behind me. That does not go away. However you communicate, there's going to be a sender-receiver model. Whether you're communicating with an audience on a team or it's a wider audience of stakeholders, all of this stuff still needs to be done. So when people say questions are hybrid on the test, it's really this kind of thinking in a more universal way, right? So that's communications for you. All right, going into the world of risk management, as I said previously, Agile in and of itself presents to us a risk coping mechanism. It's a risk coping mechanism. Everything that we do, inspect, adapt, you could do all of that stuff and just have built-in mechanisms. So for your exam, the concept is tackle those risks. When you find a risk, make sure you intentionally think about how to counteract that risk from a variety of perspectives. You could choose to mitigate, transfer, you could choose to enhance. It really depends. Is it negative? Is it positive? And what are you looking to gain from it? You do need to know your 5 strategies for negative risks or threats and your 5 strategies for positive risks or opportunities. Those are important. And moving on to the next area is procurement. Again, on the exam, the overall mindset should be one of collaboration. You want to collaborate more than negotiate contracts. That's the idea. And in the final area of stakeholder, let's go to stakeholder now to wrap this up. Stakeholder management, again, it's very similar to the area of the team and resources. When it comes to stakeholder management, again, think about how to bridge gaps between stakeholders, think about how to get them engaged, think about how to keep them happy, and think about really solving their problems. All right, and that's it. I just want to go over those facts with you really quick. Mindset for the exam, whether you're predictive or agile, it has to be an effective mindset, has to be one that's respectful of people and one that's actually solving problems, okay? I hope this was of help to you. Talk to you soon. Bye for now. Hello, it's your buddy Phill, Project Management Trainer and Coach. It's a very quick run through of 7 ways to speed up your PMP exam prep. I find a lot of people going through months and months trying to understand simple concepts. Do you know that they exist out there free on YouTube, a plethora of videos that can help you rapidly understand all the building blocks for your PMP exam? Let's start off going to the mothership. The very first one is the 6th edition. Like it or not, the 6th edition is a landmark in the world of project management. A lot of colleges still use the 6th edition. So the 49 processes of project management, along with the 5 process groups and 10 knowledge areas, give you a very good building block to understand project management. You can find a free crash course on the 49 processes in under an hour right here at this link. All links will be posted below. Secondly, take a crash course on the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. The 7th edition is a maze to understand. The reason is because it does not expose you to the understandings that you will get from knowing the 6th edition. When you understand the 6th edition, step 2 will be to take a crash course on the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. There is a free 2.5-hour crash course right here on YouTube. Again, you will find the links to all of these videos below. So I highly suggest understanding the 12 principles that exist in the 7th edition and know what the domains are. The domains are pretty much a repackaging of a lot of information that you will encounter in the 6th edition and also in the Agile Practice Guide. That takes us to step 3. Take a crash course on the Agile Practice Guide. Again, there's a free link where you can get videos of the Agile Practice Guide condensed. There are so many videos available on this channel, but I've chosen to share one of the Agile Practice Guide. It's under 17 minutes. Watch it and understand the details in the Agile Practice Guide. Right now, I will give you a few key pages to look out for in the Agile Practice Guide. Pages 8 and 9 on the manifesto, 14 on the Stacy complexity model, 18 and 19 to understand predictive, iterative, incremental, and agile. Also take a look at pages 49 and 50 to understand the concept of chartering. Take a look at page 33, 37, and also pages 90 to 95 that will help you understand how Agile works from a knowledge area lens. This is so invaluable. Also, the glossary contains a lot of great information. Number 4, take a crash course on the PMP exam content outline. This, after all, is what your exam is based on: people, process, and business. But in one of the links that I have here, absolutely free for you right here on YouTube, you have a breakdown of the PMP exam content outline from an agile lens. This is so invaluable if you're getting ready for the exam. Number 5, take a crash course in Scrum and read the Scrum Guide. Why Scrum? Taking a look at organizations that exist in the world today, about 71% of them are agile in some way, use agile in their practices in some way. Now, some of them might be hybrid, but they introduce some forms of agile. Now, of those organizations that use some forms of agile, do you know that 90% of those organizations use Scrum, some elements of Scrum, or Scrum in totality. So it behooves you to understand Scrum going into your PMP exam. Again, you've got a couple of links. You've got a link where you can look at how Scrum works visually, and you have another link that reads the Scrum guide from start to end. Take a look for those links below. Number 6, take a crash course that bridges all PMP exam components. A crash course on everything you need to understand for your PMP exam. The content outline, the Agile Practice Guide, the 7th edition and the 6th edition. It is all there in that link below for absolutely nothing, for free. Number 7, schedule your studying and exam. If you fail to plan, you already know that you're planning to fail. So why not use a solid plan? Again, you can find it right there at that link, learn.pmsucceed.com/PL. You see it all on the screen. Highly suggest you go to that link. And there's a video that shows how that schedule was built in Microsoft Project. So you want to use a schedule to decide when to study. The time of the day to study should also be taken into account. You want to study when you are at your best, not when you've been beaten up from the day. Study at your best and you'll get the best results. So that concludes 7 ways to speed up your PMP exam prep. Take a look for this link, tinyurl.com/PMP crash. You can get all of these videos in one playlist right there on YouTube. It's absolutely free. Now the ball is in your court. What are you going to do with all this information? Get certified. Begin your journey today in all earnestness, and let's get this done as soon as possible. Thanks for joining me. You take care. Bye for now. Hello there, my friends. It's your buddy Phill, Project Management Trainer and Coach. Today, we're going to be talking about Agile. I love the Agile Alliance roadmap that shows you lots of terms. In fact, it's called the Agile Subway Map. The Agile Subway Map can be found on the Agile Alliance website. But we're going to talk about a smattering of terms. Some of these could be very helpful in your ACP exam and your PMP exam. So we're going to start off on the yellow line. Now, if you've ever been to the UK, you know where this is from. It looks very similar to the London Underground, but I know we have other subway systems in the world. It just reminds me so much of the London Underground. But let's start off on the yellow line, and we call this the Circle Line in the UK. It starts off with the project charter. The project charter is a very important document in the world of the PMI. In fact, no charter, no project. And the Agile Alliance say the team develops and maintains a high-level summary of the project's key success factors, synthetic enough that it can be displayed on one wall of the team room as a flip chart size sheet of paper. Now, in the world of the PMI, we may define a project charter differently, but the bottom line is it puts everyone on the same page. If you're taking the PMP exam or the ACP exam, the bottom line is no charter, no project. The next term is sustainable pace. Now, if you've read the Agile Manifesto, you know that the team and the business people must maintain a constant pace indefinitely. Constant pace does not mean fast pace. Constant pace needs to be sustainable. So it reads, the team aims for a work pace that they would be able to sustain indefinitely. This entails a firm refusal of what is often considered a necessary evil in the software industry, long work hours, overtime, or even working nights or weekends. You know how that goes. The next one here is a Scrum of Scrums. If you haven't taken a look in your Agile Practice Guide at the Scrum of Scrums, you should. The Scrum of Scrums is a scaling technique. It's a technique to scale Scrum up to large groups of over a dozen people, consisting of dividing the groups
into agile teams of 5 to 10. Each daily scrum within a sub-team ends by designating one member as ambassador to participate in a daily meeting with ambassadors from other teams. And it's called a Scrum of Scrums. It's got a great visual in the Agile Practice Guide. So imagine a team of, let's say, 5 or 6, and you have one ambassador from that team meeting up with another ambassador from another team and another ambassador from another team. And you end up having different pods scaling up so that instead of bringing 30, 40 people together, it boils down to having 3 people meet for a scrum of scrums. And you could scale that up as much as you like. I think this is a brilliant technique that should be used even beyond the agile industry. The next term we're going to talk about is pair programming. Pair programming consists of 2 programmers sharing a single workstation, one screen, one keyboard, one mouse among the pair. The programmer at the keyboard is usually called the driver, and the other is also actively involved in the programming task, but focusing more on overall direction. We call that person the navigator. So, pair programming, more simply known as pairing. The phrases paired programming and programming in pairs are also used frequently. The next term we're going to talk about is team room. Team room refers to a dedicated space for the team. This is the team's haven. Think of it like that. The team, ideally the whole team, including the product owner or domain expert, has the use of a dedicated space for the duration of the project, set apart from other group activities. This space is furnished with the various amenities that the teams may need, workstations, adapted for pairing if the team uses that practice, whiteboards and flip charts, wall space to display task boards, project plans, or other charts. Next on the yellow line, we'll talk about the retrospective. It's referred to here as heartbeat retrospective. And the reason is it adheres to the rhythm of the iterations. Roy and I often refer to this as Agile Vegas. In other words, whatever happens in Vegas stays there. Whatever happens in the retrospective should stay there. It's a facilitated meeting following a set format. Several distinct formats have been described depending in large part on the time set aside for the meeting, typically between 1 and 3 hours. One important reason to use a facilitated format is to give all team members an opportunity to speak up. The term retrospective, popularized by Norm Keith, has gained favor in the Agile community over better known ones such as debriefing or postmortem for its more positive connotations. This is also known as the sprint retrospective or iteration retrospective, often abbreviated as sprint retro. The term reflection workshop from Alistair Cockburn is encountered less often, though it appears to have influenced the Agile Manifesto's wording of the corresponding principle. A retrospective is intended to reveal facts or feelings which have measurable effects on the team's performance and to construct ideas. And as you know, where feelings are involved, we need to tread carefully. And that is why we tend to be more secluded about the retrospective. It's not open to everyone. It is very different from a lessons learned session where we open up a lessons learned to several individuals from the firm or associated firms and organizations. In the retrospective, as much as possible, we try to keep what we're talking about close to the vest. In some instances, we could have other people, other entities from outside the team, by invitation, attend the retrospective. An effective retrospective will normally result in decisions leading to action items. It is a mistake to have too few or too many. 1 or 2 improvement ideas per iteration may be well enough. Identical issues coming up each retrospective without measurable improvement over time signals that the retrospective has just become an empty ritual. Still on the yellow line, next we have the word facilitation. Who is a facilitator? A facilitator is a person who chooses or is given the explicit role of conducting a meeting. This role usually entails that the facilitator will take little part in the discussions on the meeting's topic, but will focus primarily on creating the conditions for effective group process in the pursuit of the objectives for which the meeting was convened. Facilitation is a specialization of its own, the details of which go well beyond agile practices. A good introduction is a material provided by the International Association of Facilitators. Now, having facilitated a number of meetings, a number of engagements, I can tell you, one of the best traits of a facilitator is one who is sensitive to those in the room, and one who is observant to note those who are not speaking enough, and to ask the right questions to bring people in at the right time in the right way. Still on the yellow line, we have one more thing to talk about, and that is by far the most important for today. It is team. Now, when we say team, there are many different connotations for this word. By team, we could be referring to the Scrum team in a world of Scrum, or even in a world of Kanban, we could be referring to all the team. So, it is important to ask the question, are we talking about all the team members? Are we talking about a subsection of the team? A team in the Agile sense is a small group of people assigned to the same project or effort, nearly all of them on a full-time basis. A small minority of team members may be part-time contributors or may have competing responsibilities. The notion of team entails shared accountability, good or bad. The outcomes should be attributed to the entire team rather than to any individual. The team is expected to possess all of the necessary competencies. Remember, we use the word T-shaped. T-shaped skills, broken comb, paint drip. So the team is expected to possess all of the necessary competencies, whether technical or business. Roles and responsibilities do not matter as much as results. A developer may test, performance analysis, or think about requirements. An analyst or domain expert can suggest ideas about implementation and so on. But the bottom line is T-shaped skills. Another key one is self-organizing, self-led, self-managed team. The most elementary error is to equate group and team, to think that a team results automatically from having people work together. A team should have at least 3 at the same time. So team is really big when it comes to the world of Agile, and for your exam, you will be tested pretty heavily on the concept of team, how to engage the team, how to support the team, how to build a team, and topics like that. And that concludes our first episode of the Agile Subway. I hope you enjoyed it. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, share with your friends, and in subsequent episodes, we'll cover the pink line, the red line, the green line, the purple line, the turquoise line, the cream line, and the orange line. See you there. Welcome, my friends, to this review of the people, process, and business domain. Before we get into the people domain, I have a few questions to ask you, and this is trivia. This obviously does not appear on the exam. How many tasks are there in the people domain for the PMP exam? The answer is 14 tasks. Next question. What percentage of the PMP exam is based on the people domain? The answer? 42% of the exam. That means going into the exam, you need to be all over the people domain. It's a huge part of your exam. Next question. When it comes to managing conflict, which conflict resolution strategy do we employ when faced with an emergency? The answer is force or direct. Final question. You're leading an individual on a team. You choose to use high supportive behavior
and high directive behavior. Which of these are you using? A. Delegating. B. Supporting. C. Coaching. D. Directing. The answer is coaching. The coaching quadrant in the matrix shows high supportive behavior and high directive behavior. Let's get into our lesson for the people domain. That concludes our first part of trivia. Now, let's jump into the people domain.
Hello and welcome to the PMP Exam Radio Show. It's a pleasure to have you here with me today. Thank you very much for tuning in. I hope you've had a wonderful week. Well, it's Friday. Thank goodness. It's been a long week for some of us. For some of us who've been on international travel like myself, my goodness, what an ordeal. It's a project and a half, just to get from here across the pond. But good news is I made it to Europe, and that's where I'm broadcasting from right now. I got a message from one of our listeners on YouTube, and the message was something to the effect of, I didn't do well on the exam in 2021. I didn't do well in the people domain. Now, for those of you who might think the exam does not have casualties, it does. And the PMP exam has casualties because a lot of well-meaning, hardworking students don't know what to expect. So today, I want to go through the entire PMP exam content outline. I want to give you let's call it a boost, right? I want to give you a booster shot of the PMP exam content outline so that you continually remember what to expect on the exam. I want to give you a set of principles, my principles that I share with students as they prepare for this exam. Remember, the exam is broken into people, process, and business. And Vicky shared that people was a tough part of her exam. So I want to jump straight into people. So here is the people domain. The first task is manage conflict. The philosophy is simple. Conflict should be managed by the people involved in it. And people who are involved in it, of course, are team members. So team members should be educated. They should be sensitized to the importance of conflict. There's good conflict. And good conflict is constructive conflict, which presents alternate ideas, alternate opinions, but it should be managed in a proactive fashion, first of all, by creating ground rules, sharing those ground rules, and the servant leader, whoever is a servant leader with a team, it could be the scrum master or some other role, it could be anyone on the team. But the bottom line is getting to understanding the source and the stage of the conflict, analyzing the conflict, not taking sides, but encouraging the team to resolve conflict themselves. In cases where conflict cannot be resolved by the team, the scrum master may need to step in. And this is where we could evaluate, recommend, and reconcile the appropriate conflict resolution solution, whatever that looks like. But the bottom line is conflict should be resolved accordingly. To do well in this task, you need to understand the Thomas Kilmann mode instrument. I've talked about this previously, but if you go to the PMBOK Guide 6th edition, it's broken down pretty well. I like the way it's broken down in the 6th edition without really calling it the Thomas Kilmann mode instrument. But you've got the avoid, you've got compromise, reconcile, smooth, accommodate, all of those. Know those really well, okay? That's task 1. Task 2 is lead a team. The philosophy, the overarching principle is leadership is not a one-size-fits-all thing. You need to be aware of situational leadership. The Hersey-Blanchard model, which I may have mentioned before, be really solid on that and the philosophies of that, and understand the different definitions of leadership talked about in the 6th edition, transformational leadership, charismatic leadership, and so on. Also, understand in the Agile Practice Guide, servant leadership in and out. Know the 10 tenets of servant leadership. You can find this available. Robert Greenleaf started this movement, and he has a website, and you can get the tenets of servant leadership from there. Now marry that back to the Agile Practice Guide and be really good on that. Next, support team performance. Support the team, give them power, give them the autonomy and support they need. Trust them to be able to self-lead and self-manage. Task 4, empower team members and stakeholders. Again, empower them. Secure leaders give power to others, right? So know their strength, support the task accountability, whatever tasks you've given to them. There's a difference between responsibility and accountability. We're talking about task accountability. In other words, not only are they responsible, they are accountable. Self-leading, self-managing. That whole mantra. Okay? Task 5, ensure team members and stakeholders are adequately trained. It is your responsibility as a servant leader in whatever capacity you work to effectively train, mentor, coach people. Look for the opportunities for coaching. Make sure people get coached and trained. It's that simple. Now, on the exam, when you get questions, it will be dressed up with a situational type of language, but you need to be able to see through the language to see training as the best option. The best option is not going to hire a bunch of people, right? And get rid of the existing team. That's not the best option. The best option is, as a servant leader, take responsibility, take ownership, get people training, get them coaching, get them mentoring. Task 6, build a team. Know what you're looking for. The biggest decision you can make is in the hiring process. So hire the right people, get them in, and continuously assess and refresh team skills. It goes back to what we were just saying. Part of building a team is equipping a team. Task 7, address and remove impediments, obstacles, and blockers for the team. This is what servant leaders do. Now, what's the difference between an impediment and a risk? An impediment is happening right now. A risk is disaster waiting to happen or opportunity waiting to happen. So when we say impediment, we're talking about a blocker, an obstacle. We're not talking about positive risks here or negative risks. We're talking about something happening right now. So we want to find out what are the critical impediments. We want to prioritize them. We want to go after them. That's what the question is going to test you on. Do you know that it is your responsibility as a servant leader to remove impediments, obstacles, and blockers? Whether you call yourself a team lead, a project manager, scrum master, same thing. Task 8, negotiate project agreements. Analyze the bounds of the negotiation for agreement. Now, when we talk about negotiating project agreements, we're not just talking about money, monetary things. We could be talking about negotiating a user story, for example. We talk about the INVEST acronym. We talk about the user story being independent of all others, and N in the INVEST acronym stands for negotiable. Well, we need to negotiate those things. So we're not just talking about money. We're not just talking about contracts. We're talking about negotiating user stories or even velocity. The company wants you to do 100 story points. And you know that from your burn up and burn down chart and from your records of how many story points you can do, this is unattainable. Well, negotiate it. Don't just say, oh, management says I should do 100 story points, so I'm going to try to do it, burn the team out. No. Don't do that. You want to analyze the bounds of the negotiation. You want to assess priorities, verify the objectives, participate in the agreement negotiations. You got to negotiate trade-offs, right? You will be tested on trade-offs. You will be tested on understanding trade-offs and negotiation when it comes to resources, when it comes to team members, right, on the project. So keep that in mind. Task 9, collaborate with stakeholders. Collaborate. Business people and developers, they should work together daily. Just remember that. Task 10, build shared understanding. I talk about the DIGCIV acronym, which you can find in 8.2 in the 6th edition. Define the problem, identify the root cause, generate alternatives, choose the best alternatives, implement that alternative, and verify the solution's effectiveness. But the bottom line is get on the same page, right? Break down the situation, survey the necessary parties, support the outcome of the parties involved. Your scrum master and the team decides to go in a particular direction. That's the direction to go, right? So you need to support that. and then investigate any potential misunderstandings. Task 11, engage and support virtual teams. Virtual teams have been around for a long time. They've come to stay. This crazy pandemic is a reminder. But when it comes to virtual teams, understand the tools of the trade. Understand what a virtual team is, but understand buzzwords such as fishbowl window or pair programming, talked about in the Agile Practice Guide and things such as that, or remote pairing, which is the right word. Task 12, define team ground rules. Understand page 50 in the Agile Practice Guide, the team charter, right? Understand other names for ground rules. We could say team charter, team agreement, social contract, team contract, that kind of thing. But understand pages 49, page 50 in the Agile Practice Guide, and understand the output 9.1, where you get the team charter in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. All of this is stuff that you should know for your exam. Task 13, mentor relevant stakeholders. Similar to what I said, if you find a gap in someone's understanding of a method, a framework, a principle, an idea, a project task, a story, mentor them. Allocate time to mentoring, recognize opportunities. It could be maybe something someone said, and you realize, oh, that's an anti-pattern. They need to be mentored. They need to be educated. Task 14, promote team performance through the application of EI. EI is big. There are definitions in both the Agile Practice Guide and the PMBOK Guide. Understand it's bridling your emotions and influencing the emotions of others. All right. And that is just the people domain that Vicky wrote in to say she had a rough time with on her last exam. Vicky, I wish you all the very best on your next attempt. In the next few episodes, we're going to be tackling the process and the business. But I hope this was a nice little boost for you, a little bit of encouragement to get you in ship shape for your exam. Thank you. You take care, everyone. Speak to you soon. Hello, my friends, and welcome to the process domain. Today, we are going to explore process. First question for you is, how many tasks are there in the process domain for the PMP exam? Of course, this doesn't appear on the exam, but it's trivia to get us started. The answer is 17 tasks. Next question. What percentage of the PMP exam is from the process domain? The answer is 50% of the exam. Next question. Name the 3 artifacts of Scrum. The answer? Product backlog, sprint backlog, and the PSI, potentially shippable increment. Next question. Name 3 processes that are used in communications management. The answer, plan communications management, manage communications, monitor communications. Next question. Name the 5 strategies for positive risks or opportunities. 1. Escalate. 2. Accept. 3. Share. 4. Enhance. And 5. Exploit. Next question. While using a power interest grid, you decide to put a stakeholder B into the top right quadrant. What strategy should you use for stakeholder B in the top right quadrant of the power interest grid? The answer is manage close. And that concludes our quick preamble into the process domain. Let's jump into it. And today we're going to be focusing on the process domain. Remember, it's a very quick boost, but I want to give you some insights into what to look out for and to get you to be more confident in your preparation. So taking a look at the PMP exam content outline, you know it's broken down into people, process, business. Just as a very quick reminder, we know that the people domain is 42%, the process domain is 50%, and business is 8%. So let's take a look at the process domain. Taking a look at the process domain, you can see that this is 50% of the exam. And the very first task is execute the project with urgency. The urgency required to deliver business value. When you're taking a look at task 1 in process, you almost immediately have to think in an agile fashion, because agility is all about responding to what is needed as needed. So you got to assess the opportunities. And based on the opportunities you assess, you could choose to deliver incrementally. You could choose to deliver it one time if that is what is most appropriate. And you could choose to deliver it in frequent small increments or frequent smaller increments. But what I mean by this is delivering, let's say, in smaller increments of a day or 2 days, or delivering in small increments of a week or 2 weeks. You see, there's a difference. Even when you deliver, you could deliver in very tiny little pieces, like a stream of tiny little pieces, or you could deliver in small pieces, not tiny, but they're still small. You see what I mean? Now, this definition is encapsulated in the Agile Practice Guide. When you take a look at page 19 and page 18, right, and you read those definitions, there's actually a table in the Agile Practice Guide that breaks down iterative, predictive, incremental, and agile. The difference between how incremental and agile is described is in this frequent smaller deliveries versus frequent small deliveries. Incremental is all about get it out in increments, smaller. When you take a look at agile in context as needed, we use the term small. And they use that to distinguish between two. Now, someone might say it's a little bit finicky, but I quite like it because it calls your attention to the importance of incremental delivery, incremental value. Okay. So task 1 is all about looking at your project and saying, should we deliver this using agile, iterative, incremental, predictive? All right. And then it says, support the team to subdivide project tasks as necessary to find the MVP, the minimum viable product. Some products, you know they're viable right from the get-go. But in instances where you're not sure a product is viable, you need to have either a conversation, a prototype, some sort of tinier version of the whole, to understand and get feedback, to know if that product is viable. Is it something that will fly in the market? Is it something that customers would want? Is it something that is a viable product to deliver value, to bring in, be it revenues or benefits or satisfaction? And that is what MVP is all about. And there are many different terms to be aware of in Agile, but MVP is all about feedback. Minimum marketable product is what is the minimum amount of product we need to release that is marketable, that people will gravitate towards in the first instance. What's the minimum amount we put out? So the logic is, don't wait till you've got every single release. Maybe you just release one part, one feature set, and that's a minimum marketable product, right? Or maybe you have to release 4 or 5 feature sets before it is looked at as a marketable product. And that would delay your entry into the market space. You see, there's a difference between MMP, is this marketable as a product, versus MVP, is this viable as a product? So when you understand a product is viable, what's the minimum amount to put out? And then we have another term, MMF, minimum marketable feature, which is the product is released. what is the minimum amount of features that we add as some sort of increment to release it to the marketplace. So all of these terms, they are important in really understanding task one. All right, task one is probably the longest one. Let's go to task two, manage communications. For this, you need to be aware of how communications exists in the world of predictive. So we have plan communications management, manage communications, monitor communications. You've got to know those pretty well, right? And then you need to understand how communication flows. How does communication flow in an organization from portfolio down to program, down to project, to operations and back? You also need to understand in the world of Agile, how does communication flow? How does it exist? Basically, every ceremony in the world of Scrum is a communication vehicle, whether it's your sprint planning, your daily Scrum, the sprint itself, the retrospective, the sprint review. They're all vehicles for communications. The next one is assess and manage risks. The summary of this is know everything in risk management. Understand the nuts and bolts of plan risk management, identify risks, perform qualitative, perform quantitative risk analysis, plan risk responses, implement risk responses, and even monitor risk. Understand the nuts and bolts of those. And then in the world of Agile, understand how risk is managed. Understand that when we look at product backlog items, for example, we should also look at them through a risk lens. Those that are risky but high value, you want to do those first. Those that are not as risky and are high value, you want to think of doing those next. Those that are high risk and low value, you don't want to do those, do you? Because those might end up being less bang for the buck. So you want to do those that are low risk, low value before thinking about those that are high risk, low value, if that makes sense to you. So the way we look at risk as built into a lot of the framework, whether you're working with Kanban or you're working with Scrum or you're working with TDD or FDD, a lot of these have inherent mechanisms built in to either the ceremonies or the practices. The next one is engage stakeholders. We talked about this a little bit earlier in the last episode. In this one, think about identify risks and think about how the stakeholders come into this process. Because as you're identifying risk, what should you do? You should also bring stakeholders in. That's a way you can engage them. It's also where you should analyze their risk appetite, stakeholder risk appetite. So what we have listed in task 4, it goes kind of beyond this. This is just a nice start. So you identify stakeholders, you analyze them, categorize them, engage them. But you also need to remember the pretty standard processes: identify stakeholders, plan stakeholder engagement, manage stakeholder engagement, and monitor stakeholder engagement. Task 5, plan and manage budget and resources. This is really all about cost management. So you have plan cost management, estimate cost, determine budget, and control costs. And you need to be aware of all of those. Those formulas for earned value, be really well aware of them. All right, next one here, plan and manage schedule. So plan and manage schedule, again, you have 6 processes in schedule management. You got to know them all. You got to know what you get from them all. You got to know how you deal with them all. So when you take a look at plan and manage schedule from an Agile lens, it's important to see this as built into the process. In the world of Agile, we talk about roadmaps. We talk about the Agile onion, where we plan at different levels. But when it comes to scheduling, planning at the roadmap level is something that pretty much cuts across the entire endeavor. But coming down to the product backlog and the sprint backlog, when we talk about the sprint backlog, that's when you need to begin thinking about the aspect of tasks. So the summary is, when you take a look at schedule management from the perspective of Agile, it's when you get to the sprint backlog that you really begin thinking about tasks. And not every team goes down to that level. But in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition, it shows you how the roadmap is broken down. So you think about the higher level release, then you think about the iterations within the release, you think about the features within the iteration, you think about the story. So how all that comes together is very important as well. Moving on to plan and manage quality of products and deliverables, I want to encourage you to look into the annexes in the Agile Practice Guide, where you have the breakdown of the Agile Manifesto values and principles and how those map to specific practices and aspects in the world of Agile. That is talked about quite a bit in the two tables in the annex that I would highly advise you look at in the Agile Practice Guide, where it shows the values and how those map to practices. And in fact, let me show that to you really quick. So for those of you who are able to watch the video via YouTube, just take a look. Right there on the screen, you can see this is Annex A2, Table A2-1 on page 98. And the same thing on page 98, you have the, again, manifesto information, the principles on the left, and the section in the actual Agile Practice Guide. You see that? So it shows you how the principles map to certain practices. I would highly recommend that. It will help you in the long run. All right, let's move back into the next task. Scope management. All I'll say at a high level is understand how scope is managed across those 6 processes of scope. Integration. Again, this is really code for integration management with respect to planning. Number 10, manage project changes. Highly recommend knowing the flow for change requests. I have a video for this out on YouTube. If you Google change management Praizion within YouTube, you should find those videos. If I'm able to, I will put a link under this media so that you can find these things I'm talking about. Plan and manage procurement. Again, there's a video out there. If I'm able to, I will put the link below. But for the exam, definitely understand agile contracts, flexible contract arrangements, and how those work. Manage project artifacts. Know the 3 artifacts, for example, of Scrum, those artifacts that are peculiar to Scrum and those that are more peculiar to predictive. Really understand page 89. Know what those artifacts are and what they do for you. Task 13, determine appropriate project methodology. Again, boils down to page 18 and 19 in the Agile Practice Guide. Knowing when a project should be agile, predictive, iterative, incremental is important. Task 14, establish project governance structure. Understanding that governance is a framework within which authorities are exercised, and understanding the types of governance. Project governance is really what we should be thinking of more as project managers. Understanding escalation paths and thresholds. Number 15, managing project issues. Again, the DIG-CIV approach, defining the problem, identifying the root cause, generating alternatives, choosing the best alternative, implementing the alternative, and verifying solution effectiveness. All of this is talked about in 8.2 in Manage Quality under problem solving, the tool and technique. I just call it the DIG-CIV approach, DIGSIV approach. I also have a podcast episode on the DIG-CIV approach. Look for it. Task 16, ensure knowledge transfer for project continuity. Is all about knowing and understanding the vehicles for knowledge transfer, the managed project knowledge process, understanding how knowledge is transferred across a project, understanding the usefulness of retrospectives, when the team comes together to share lessons learned and things like that. But of course, you do know that the way we look at this in Agile is different from predictive. In Agile, we don't necessarily document all of this information and share it far and wide. It's internal, close-knit to the team. We keep it close to the vest. We're not airing dirty laundry or putting stuff in documents. It works differently. But the bottom line is discuss the project, understand expectations, confirm the approach for knowledge transfers, and just copiously share knowledge. You've got not only retrospectives, but you also have sprint reviews where you can share knowledge, customer to team. You can also share knowledge across the daily scrums, things like that. Last but not least, we have plan and manage project or phase closure and transitions. And this is all about managing the closure, close project or phase, understanding final product, service, or result transitions, the final report, understanding regression analysis and things like that. Regression analysis helps you understand why you got the result you got. And of course, retrospectives, closing out, with a knowledge and retrospective ceremony. It is just going to help any team better close out and move to the next thing, right? The thing about Agile is at any point in time, we are ready to close because we don't do it one time. We do it incrementally. We do it iteratively over the period of the project, over the period of the stream of value we're releasing. We're always going back to make sure that we are indeed ready to close out that chapter. Anyway, that's that. I hope this helps you. I know it's been a bit of a whirlwind, but there's so much stuff to cover. It cannot all be done in just a few minutes. If you feel you need more training or coaching, go on down to the Praizion website, Praizion.com. Sign up for our course, PMP Exam Prep Camp, or any of the other vehicles that you find on our website. Thank you very much. Speak to you soon. Bye for now.
Welcome back to the last section where we talk about the business domain. And the question is, how many tasks are there in the business domain for the PMP exam? The answer? 4 tasks. Final question. What percentage does the business domain cover on the PMP exam? The answer is 8%. Let's jump straight into it. This is going to be the longest of all the sections because there's very little information to go off on in the PMBOK guide or the Agile Practice Guide when it comes to the business domain. So we need to blow this out quite a lot. Let's go.
We are going to take a look at the PMP exam content outline from an agile and hybrid lens. It's one thing to read the content outline just thinking about the 49 processes, but I always want you to go a step further and to read the content outline and think about the agile and hybrid perspective. All right, so in the PMP exam content outline, we have people, process, business. The previous episodes, we covered people and we covered process. Today, we are covering business. So let's get down to business. Open up the PMP exam content outline, and why don't you follow me to page 10? It's the business environment. The business environment is all about business-related ideas and how those relate to projects. Let's go over this really quick because there are only 4. But the thought and the thinking for this needs to be organizational level, program level, portfolio level, external environment level, and how that affects your projects, your organization, programs, portfolios, that big thing. And that's why the PMI have made this 8% because they know that in the publications they have, they actually didn't do a splendid job of documenting this clearly. And that's why those of you who are reading for the exam, you find yourself asking the question, where can I find this? Where can I find that? And the answer, you don't get. What you hear is crickets. Because it's hard to find this content, but I'll break it down for you. So let's go straight to the first task. It reads, plan and manage project compliance. So, when you talk about compliance to begin with, how can we define it? Think about compliance like this. Compliance means adhering to a regulation, a law, a rule, a policy, a standard, a specification. And when we talk about this in business, compliance is linked to corporate governance. What is governance? Governance is the framework within which authority is exercised. It's the framework in which rules, regulations, and practices are upheld in the firm. So it's very firm level driven. Going a step further into the content outline, still in task 1, it reads, plan and manage project compliance. First enabler, confirm project compliance requirements. So we're talking about requirements for security. This could be physical security, it could be data security, it could be health and safety, it could be regulatory compliance. So all those compliance requirements need to be identified. And guess what? In the world of predictive, we often say the project manager should identify these and they have the accountability and the responsibility for this. But you know the truth? From a hybrid and agile perspective, we need to adopt a decentralized responsibility, accountability mindset. See, that's how it works in the world of agile. So it's not just one person's responsibility. In the world of agile, it's everyone's responsibility. Are there some individuals that may have an advantage of knowing more about these compliance clauses? Of course, but it's everyone's accountability and responsibility at the team level when we talk about this from an agile perspective. We also have an enabler that says classify compliance categories, and then we have one that states determine potential threats to compliance. So think about it. Why would you classify compliance categories? Well, experience has shown that if you have categories for these compliance clauses and variables, it is easier for you to identify them, easier for you to take an account of each one. So classify the categories and determine threats to compliance. In other words, what are the risks that you would be out of compliance? And also, be honest. Does it make more sense to perhaps not be in compliance? Taking a look at a risk perspective and a risk response perspective, you know, one of the PMI principles, they say optimize risk responses, choose the adequate risk response. Well, some organizations choose to not be in compliance. I'll give you a simple example. I was watching a soccer player today do this big old celebration and ripped off his shirt, and he knew he was going to be carded. He was not in compliance, but he decided to take the risk of being out of compliance to celebrate the goal. Now, sometimes in business, you choose to not be in compliance because the cost of being in compliance is too much. You'd rather pay the penalty than go through all these hoops and jumps and paperwork, you see. So that's another mindset that you can think about. When does it make sense to maybe not be in compliance? Okay, now this is all businessy stuff, and that's why it sounds kind of weird. Determine potential threats to compliance and then use methods to support compliance. Be intentional about your compliance. And then determine the necessary approach and action to address compliance needs. Think about how you need to act, steps you need to take, checkboxes you need to tick to address compliance needs from all perspectives, be it health, safety, risk, legal, and so on. And the last enabler simply reads, measure the extent to which the project is in compliance. So, take stock of your levels of compliance all throughout. Don't wait till you are audited by an external auditor for SOX compliance or OSHA regulations and how well you're meeting those, or the Americans with Disability Act or something to that effect. These are all regulatory law standards that we encounter in the world of business, security standards, and so on. Okay? So that is the first task. Now, to round up this first task, how do you tackle these things from a pragmatic project perspective? Who is doing this? Is this part of the project? You bet it is part of the project. And that's why the mindset needs to be identify what needs to be done, and then make this part of your project tasks, part of what has to be done on the project at some time by the team, by someone in some capacity or the other, and as a whole. In the world of Agile, when we think about compliance, many a time these compliance activities, they get put into the backlog because they are part of what we genuinely look at as requirements. You know, there's a difference between a user story that is a nice to have, that's a request, versus a compliance item. And those compliance items, if they're part of what you're coding or what you're developing, whether in the world of IT or in the world of engineering or in the world of services, you want to make sure those compliance aspects are in there. Whether it's food service, you're dealing with the FDA, you better make sure you get all your ducks in a row. You get what I'm saying? That's the mindset. It could be anything. I know a lot of times when we look at Agile and hybrid stuff, there's a tendency to want to think IT, but no. Don't just think IT. Think wider than IT. Think gaming, think medical industry, think food, FDA, stuff like that. All right, let's move on to task 2. Task 2 is evaluate and deliver project benefits and value. The summary is this. When you are taking on a project, always ask the question, what is the benefit? What is the definite chief aim? Why are we doing this? What value are we looking to give to the customer? So we want to investigate, first of all, that benefits are identified. Not that benefits are realized, but that you identify them. There's a very robust section in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition on page 33 forward that talks about benefits. And there's a brilliant page 7 in the 6th edition that really gives you examples of tangible benefits, intangible benefits. Highly advise you to go read that up so that you understand what we mean by benefits and what we mean by value, because it says evaluate and deliver project benefits and value. So, value, when we say something has value, we're talking about the net quantifiable benefits that a customer or stakeholder realizes. If the customer is getting benefits, they are getting value, because value is the net quantifiable benefits that a customer realizes. So you want to identify that these benefits are identified, right, first of all, and then document agreement on ownership for ongoing benefit realization. In other words, who's going to own these benefits? Who's the benefits owner? This is all talked about in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition, page 33. The benefits management plan is really the document they're alluding to. Some people just call it a benefits plan. But that's where you begin the journey. Identify the benefits, know who the benefits owner is, get specific, right? Get quantitative, get qualitative, get specific. Number 3 says verify a measurement system is in place to track benefits. In other words, make sure you know what you're measuring. Are you measuring ROI? Are you measuring MPV? What exactly are you measuring? The 4th one is evaluate delivery options to demonstrate value. Ask the question, how are we going to deliver? Are we going to deliver incrementally? Are we going to do it a one-time thing? Pretty much, is this incremental? Or is this iterative? Or is it predictive? There are many questions you can ask, but you're either delivering one time or you're delivering multiple times. Some projects you absolutely can do that, and other projects you can't. But some projects where you can't deliver multiple times, you can think about an incremental validation of the sub-deliverables, even though you can't deliver a sub-deliverable on some projects all on their own. They just won't work. There's no point. But You can have those incremental milestones. And you know what value you're getting? You're getting value from customer feedback. In the world of Agile, we call this MVP, the minimum viable product. What is a minimum amount of product you need to show a customer? Or what is the minimum thing you need to do? MVP doesn't have to be a product, as I've said many a time. It could actually be a discussion. But the thing about MVP, you want to get feedback to make sure you're building the right stuff. And once you know what to build, then you know how to deliver it as you think more critically and introspectively. So evaluate the delivery options to demonstrate value. When you know that this is definitely going to deliver value, ask, okay, how should we deliver it? Frequent, smaller increments? Maybe larger chunks? Maybe a one-time thing? All right. Final one here for task 2 is appraise stakeholders of value gain progress. In other words, let your stakeholders know the value that has been delivered over successive time periods. For some projects, there's no value until you're done. Other projects, you begin realizing value along the way. And some projects, you deliver a product and it takes another 6 months, 1 year before you realize any value from it. But it's good to know what you're dealing with. Let's go to task 3. Evaluate and address external business environment changes for impact on scope. Think about that. External business environment changes. Let's talk about the crazy pandemic. When COVID hit, a lot of organizations had to do just that. They had to evaluate and address the business environment changes because no longer could their teams go into work. No longer could they sustain work in person. It had to be done by small teams coming on different shifts. It had to be done for some companies, like training companies. They had to change how they were doing stuff. And this is all they're saying in task 3. Constantly, as a good project manager, evaluate external business environment changes for the impact on scope. If the scope needs to change it. So you were thinking of building this big old 10-story structure to house your team, and then COVID hit. And you got 1,000 workers who don't need to be in the office, but you're about to fork out $50 million on a new building, and it's going to 2 years, and you see what I'm saying? This is when we need to think in an agile fashion, because maybe that's not the best use of your resources at this time. You see? So evaluate and deliver project benefits and value. And then when you know what value you're thinking about, constantly evaluate and address external business environment changes for impact on scope, because you may not be able to realize that value, those benefits of housing your team in this new structure, because the environment has changed. And that's a pretty drastic example. But on every project, there are examples of how the external environment could affect the project scope. So the idea is this: if you've thought about this from an agile perspective, as you prepared for the exam, you might have thought about backlog refinement. Well, that's part of it. Backlog refinement is when the product owner is constantly, not only in a backlog refinement ceremony, but it's constantly looking at the environment and asking the question, what has changed? How should I reprioritize with the team this product backlog? What needs to go? What can stay? Perhaps we can cut off 50% of those product backlog items. We don't need them anymore. That's the way you need to be thinking. Being agile. All right. So assess and prioritize the impact on project scope, backlog, based on changes in the external business environment, and then recommend options for scope or backlog changes. Pretty much what I said. Based on the business environment, you may need to make changes to the product backlog, schedule changes, cost changes, and then continually review external business environment for impacts on project scope, the backlog. It's a constant thing. Constantly ask, what is changing? New technology has arrived. Oh, well, we know that our customers aren't going to want what we're building because there's a new technology. You know, case in point, when 3D printing came on the scene, there were a lot of companies that realized they couldn't keep doing what they were doing at the rate they were doing. A lot of the projects had to change. They had to realize that it was a cheaper, more efficient way of doing things. 3D printing. Just as an example, let's go to number 4. Number 4 is support organizational change. And that's big. We're not talking about project change or program change or portfolio change. No, this is far-reaching, higher level change, organizational change. And the first enabler is assess organizational culture. Why? Because based on culture, you know how people will react to change. You know how people will be when you announce a change is coming. Some firms are just change averse. Some firms, they're deeply rooted in tradition, and they just find a hard time changing to anything. So assess your organizational culture and understand how best to deliver your project outcomes and outputs so that it will be taken in a productive manner. Some projects try to do too much too soon. They haven't assessed the organization's culture, and they are harming the organization by doing too much too quick. You know, in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition, it reads something to the effect of people having change fatigue because you're trying to do too much change too quick. Don't do it, is pretty much what PMI is saying. The PMBOK Guide 7th edition actually takes change to a pretty high level, and I'm not talking about summary level. No, I mean, they really went pedal to metal in talking about various change models. We talk about the William Bridges transition model. We talk about the ADKAR model. We talk about the John Cotter's model and others, including PMI's FPIMS, FPIMS model. I call it a FPIMS model. But there's a lot of talk about that. I'm not telling you this because I'm saying these models are going to appear on the exam. No, I'm trying to sensitize you to how vast organizational change is. The ADKAR model is a brilliant addition, and it sensitizes you to what people go through and how you should respond as a professional. And the William Bridges transition model, it just helps you see how people go through peaks and valleys of emotions, some pretty rough emotions. And when you understand what people are going through as you try to introduce change, that should prompt you to have sense-making sessions, to be empathetic towards people as they go through change in an organization. So the final task in business is all about supporting organizational change. Assess the organization's culture, evaluate the impact of the organizational change to your project, and determine required actions. So, how does change happening in the firm as a whole affect my project? And the last enabler is another question. How does my project impact the organization? In other words, evaluate the impact of your project to your organization and determine required actions. What needs to be done? What needs to be done to make sure that this change is absorbed the best way possible, is conveyed the best way possible? These are the ideas behind this one, and we could go into things like empathy and sense-making sessions and bringing the organization along, doing all the right people stuff. And trust me, you will be tested on change management at the project level and at the organizational level on your exam. You can expect those. So when we talk about change in process, it's different, right? We've gone over that before. Talking about change on the process level, it's all about, artifacts and deliverables and process and stuff. But task 4 in the business environment is at a higher level. It's organizational change. And you want to be proficient with that thinking, and you should know what to expect. In other words, it's all in the outline. Read it. Okay, my friend. So we're done talking about the business environment. We've talked about plan and manage project compliance. We've talked about evaluate and deliver project benefits and value, evaluate and address external business environment changes for impact on scope, and support organizational change. And I know I went through it really quick. We actually could break this down for the next 4 hours. All right. So I still want you to go read up some of this stuff that I mentioned. Go read up page 33 and the 6th edition. Look at page 7. Open up your Agile Practice Guide. Just mine for some information regarding this along these lines, and put on your organizational change thinking cap when you get into the exam. All right. I hope this has been of help to you. Don't forget to hit like if you can. If you're watching this on YouTube, share with your friends. Please subscribe. Please, if you're enjoying it, I want you to give it a thumbs up. I want you to give it a rave review. And I wish you all the very best on your exam. You take care, and I will speak to you again very soon. Bye for now. Hello, my awesome project managers. I hope you're doing well. Today, we're going to take a listen to the Project Management Audio Digest. This is 20 plus hours of audio that I've put together for project managers getting ready for the exam. If you want the full 20 hours, I would recommend going down to Praizion.com, Praizion.com, and look for the Project Management Audio Digest. We've got it going at a steal, but I hope you enjoyed this chapter, Communications Management. You know, the project manager spends 70 to 90% of their time communicating, so this is an area you definitely want to pay attention to. Let's jump into the lesson.
Welcome to the Project Management Audio Digest, a series of project management audio teachings and instruction by project management author, trainer, and coach, Phill C. Akinwale. No part of this publication may be reproduced, transmitted, transcribed, stored in a retrieval system in any form or by any means without the written permission of Praizion Media, LLC. And now, let's join Phill in the classroom to learn about Chapter 10 in the PMBOK Guide, which is about Project Communications Management.
Depending on the size of your project, you might have a very intricate communications management plan, or it might be something very small. But it is definitely something as a project manager that you should consider. What is the appropriate approach for project communication activities? Who are your stakeholders? What information do they need? How do they need to be communicated with? What is the frequency? What is the format? What type of media? There are all different types of communication possibilities. And so your communication management plan is what really facilitates you in making the right decisions and then communicating to the rest of your team and stakeholders what they can expect in terms of communications.
John C. Maxwell, a mentor of mine, has a book titled Everyone Communicates, Few Connect. How true. It's one thing to speak, but it's another thing to connect with your audience. In this section of communications, we focus on communicating with an intent to connect, to convince, to motivate, to engage, to inspire, to do great things, to end up on the other end of our project with a final deliverable that is fit for use and conforms to requirements. That is what communications is all about. When we describe communications, we may use descriptive terms such as internal communication, that's internal to the project or the firm,
external communication, external to the project, external to the firm. We could also use the descriptor of external stakeholders. These are people outside of the organization or outside of the project. We also use terms such as formal communication or informal. We may use double descriptors such as formal written or formal verbal or informal written or informal verbal. So what does this mean? Formal communications, when it comes to verbal, could be press conferences. Informal verbal could be speaking to a colleague, talking in a meeting. Informal written could be email, memos, social media, and things such as that. When we talk about the direction of communication or the hierarchy of communication, we could use descriptors such as upward, downward, or horizontal. Upward means up to senior management, downward means down to subordinates, and horizontal means across peers. We could also use the term official communication, which could refer to annual reports and reports to government bodies and regulators. We could use the term unofficial, and when we use the term unofficial, this refers to communications within the project, exchange between stakeholders, team members, to gain trust and build relationships. This is typically informal. And we also have written and oral. Communications are a very important part of project management. It is often said that the project manager spends up to 90% of his or her time communicating. So if you're communicating, we must make sure we do it well. And part of making sure we do it well is ensuring that we minimize misunderstandings. To minimize misunderstandings, we can follow the 5 C's of written communication. And these are talked about in the PMBOK guide, and the 5 C's are correct grammar, concise expressions, clear purpose and expression, coherent logical flow of ideas, and controlling flow of words and ideas. When we talk about correct grammar and spelling, we're talking about using the right language, and we're talking about it being free from distortions. We do not want the grammar to give a distortion of the message. When we talk about it being concise and the elimination of excess words, that speaks for itself, as short and sweet as possible. When we talk about being clear, having a clear purpose and expression directed to the needs of the reader, we need to think about what the reader is really looking to gain. Factor the audience in. Coherent, logical flow of ideas could be using markers such as an introduction and summaries of the ideas. Controlling the flow of words and ideas involves using graphics or perhaps just summaries. And those are the 5 C's of written communication. Now, the 5 C's of written communication are also supported by communication skills, such as active listening, awareness of cultural and personal differences, identifying, setting and managing stakeholder expectations, and enhancement of skills. The PMI referred to the enhancement of skills to be things such as persuasion, persuading people, teams, organizations to carry out a certain action, motivating people, providing encouragement, coaching people, negotiating to achieve an acceptable agreement, and resolving conflict to prevent disruptive impacts. The PMI say the fundamental attributes of effective communication activities and developing effective communication artifacts are clarity of the purpose of the communication,
understanding as much as possible, and monitoring and measuring the effectiveness of the communications. So all that is background information as we begin to get closer to the first process of communications management. And the first process is planned communications management. This is a very straightforward process. It's all about developing a plan for what to communicate, how to communicate, why are we communicating this, and when. You can think about it as the 5 W's of sorts. So in planned communications management, our main goal is to develop a plan of action for how to effectively communicate with stakeholders so that they will be engaged and they will receive the information they need in a timely manner. This process could be performed at various points throughout the project. It is not a one-time deal. Communication requirements could evolve through the project, and for that reason, the project manager should be ready to adapt to the needs of the stakeholder where communications are concerned. One of the hallmarks of a great communications management plan is one that considers all of the stakeholders, at least the key stakeholders, and their competing communication demands. Communications management should be performed early in the project during stakeholder identification, and at this point, as we are identifying stakeholders, we could at the same time begin to identify the stakeholders' communication needs. Asking a simple question, how will you prefer communications to be sent, could clear up a lot of confusion. It could also give the project manager the opportunity to communicate in the most effective way to certain stakeholders. Every stakeholder has their unique communication wants and needs. And while all projects share the need to communicate project information, the way the communication is dispersed could vary widely. Also, the way communications are stored and retrieved could vary widely across projects and across stakeholders. So the first process, planned communications management, like I said, is aimed at a major output, and that major output is the communications management plan. However, as you are putting the communications management plan together, bear in mind that the stakeholder engagement plan could change, because the stakeholder engagement plan is a plan for how to engage stakeholders. How do you engage stakeholders? Through communications actions. So the communications management plan and the stakeholder engagement plan are very closely related. Let's look at the inputs to this process. The first input is the project charter. The project charter contains the key stakeholder list, and that could contain information about roles and responsibilities of stakeholders as well. The next input is the project management plan, and like I said, we've got the stakeholder engagement plan here. The stakeholder engagement plan gives us an idea about how to effectively engage stakeholders. These stakeholder engagement strategies are often linked to communications. We also have the resource management plan, and this gives guidance on how team members and team resources will be allocated and managed. And this is very closely related to communications because they could be associated communications requirements. The next input is project documents. Parts of these could be requirements documentation specific to communications and the stakeholder register. The stakeholder register can be used to plan communications activities with stakeholders. The next two we know very well, enterprise environmental factors, which could include organizational culture and structure. You're probably used to that one by now. Any policies regarding personnel administration, stakeholder risk thresholds, all of these in some way boil into communications. And we have organizational process assets, policies and procedures for communication, social media, and stuff like that. Also, any lessons learned in the lessons learned repository could be used in this process. Whenever you hear EEFs and OPAs again, check it out in the PMBOK guide. Make sure you know what exactly they're talking about. Let's move on to our tools and techniques. The first one needs no introduction, expert judgment. This is common sense. If you are communicating, of course, you should have expert judgment regarding the background of the project, the people that you're communicating with, the industry, the type of the project deliverables, any organizational policies and procedures. You should be aware of that. And if you're not, you know where to get expert judgment from people who know about this stuff. The next tool and technique is called communication requirements analysis. This is an end-to-end analysis of communication needs on the project. Now, back in a previous edition of the PMBOK guide, there was a formula to calculate the number of communication channels, and it was n times n minus 1 divided by 2. Now, I'm not sure if you're going to get this on the exam, but I would advise that you look into it, okay? So sources of information are used to define communication requirements. And the PMI mentioned some of these on page 317 in the PMBOK guide. They talk about the number of potential communication channels or paths. And that's why I would recommend taking a look at that formula, n times n minus 1 divided by 2, and know how to solve problems around it, just in case it rears its head on the exam. Other things to consider in communications requirements analysis are the development approach. That could affect communications, any legal requirements, logistics, external information needs, internal information needs, so on and so forth. The next tool and technique is communication technology. Now, when you think about communication technology, you should be thinking about factors that can influence the type of technology used on the project. And the PMI talk about these 5 big buckets of influences, things that can affect our choice for communication technology. Our choice to use email and not video conferencing, or our choice to use text messaging instead of something else. The first influence here is urgency. The urgency of the need for information could dictate your choice of technology. Secondly, the availability and reliability of technology. Perhaps the technology isn't reliable, then don't use it. Maybe it's not available, don't use it. If it is, do use it. Ease of use. If technology is easy for team members to use and you don't need a PhD to use it, then go ahead and use it. The project environment. The nature of the environment. Is it face-to-face? Is it virtual? What is it? That could dictate the technology that you choose. And last but not least, we've got sensitivity and confidentiality of the information. The more confidential a project is, the more careful you want to be in choosing certain technologies. The next tool and technique is communication models. There are 2 communication models described in section 10.1.2.4. The first is known as the basic sender-receiver model. In the basic sender-receiver communication model, we have 2 entities, the sender and the receiver. This model focuses on ensuring that the message is delivered, as opposed to ensuring that it's understood in addition. So the different components here are encode, transmit, and decode. So the sender encodes the message. The sender converts an idea into symbols, text, sound, or some other medium. And then that message gets transmitted through a communication channel. That message could be compromised by various factors, and we typically refer to this as noise. Noise is anything that can hinder the communication of the sender to the receiver through the medium. Examples of noise could be insults, noise itself, language, culture, and so on. The final piece of this is decode. Decoding means the receiver has translated the message back into a form useful to the receiver. The next communication model type is known as interactive communication model. The difference here is that there is an acknowledgement of the message being received and feedback to ensure that the message aligns with the receiver's perception of the message. You can take a look at the PMBOK guide and see an example of this. Both the basic and the interactive models are shown in figure 10-4. When we deal with cross-cultural communications, there could be a challenge here. The meaning of the message may be misunderstood. Also, different communication styles could arise from differences in work methods, differences in age, differences in background, nationality, professional discipline, ethnicity, race, and so on. As a communicator, it is the job of the project manager to break down these barriers and ensure that the communication goes to the receiver as effortlessly as possible. Also, bear in mind that the current emotional state of the sender and the receiver will influence how the communication is sent across and how it is perceived by both the sender and the receiver. The next tool and technique here is communication methods. There are three main communication methods: interactive, push, and pull. I often say to people, remember, my name is Phill. They call Phillips PIP for short. So just remember me, PIP. Push, interactive, pull, or pull, interactive, push. Interactive communication is between two or more parties involved in a multi-directional exchange of information in real time. We use this in meetings, phone calls, instant messaging, social media, video conferencing. Push communication is pushing the information out to those who need it, but not necessarily getting confirmation that that information has been received. Examples of push communication could be blogs, press releases, reports. Email, of course, is notorious for being push. Faxes, voicemails, and so on. The final one is pull communication. Pull communication is useful when we are dealing with large audiences. Always remember that for your exam. Large audience communication, think about pull. In pull communication, the recipients need to take responsibility for getting the information they need when they need it. So in pull communication, we could put the information out on a web portal, for example, or an intranet site. Even physically, we could put a bunch of newsletters outside a building and ask people to get the information they need when they need it. In that way, they take responsibility for accessing the information. Again, very useful for large, complex information sets or for large audiences. Now, there are a few more descriptive terms that describe the different approaches that can be applied to meet the needs of major communications that are in our communications management plan. And these are interpersonal communication. This is exchanged between individuals, typically face-to-face. Small group communication, defined as between 3 to 6 people within groups. Public communication, a single speaker addressing a group of people. Mass communication, where there's minimal connection between the person sending out the information and those receiving it. And networks and social computing communication. We all know about social media these days. Well, that is also a vehicle for communicating. Possible communications artifacts as we employ the different communication methods could include notice boards, newsletters, letters, press releases, annual reports, emails, web portals, phone, presentations, team briefings or group meetings, focus groups, face-to-face, formal or informal meetings, daily stand-up meetings, consultation groups or staff forums, and social computing, technology, and media. Next tool and technique is interpersonal and team skills. The first one under this is communication styles assessment, because this is one of those grouped tools and techniques. Under communication styles assessment, we seek to understand the best or optimum communication approach for stakeholders, and we use this especially with our unsupportive, or if you will, negative stakeholders. Still under these interpersonal and team skills, we have political awareness. Being politically aware of the power structures in the organization, who wields the whip, who wields power, who is influential in this arena, who is in some way influential even without the position. This could help the project manager and the team better communicate or more effectively communicate. For example, having influence or inroads with a particular stakeholder who wields greater influence could help you pass the message across through that individual in a more powerful way. Cultural awareness is the final one under interpersonal and team skills, and this is being culturally aware of the people around you, the organization, the location in which the project is taking place, and this will minimize misunderstandings. When you are culturally aware, in some instances, certain body language gestures will be avoided. It's all about being culturally aware. The next tool and technique is data representation. We could use the stakeholder engagement assessment matrix to represent data concerning stakeholders, showing where they currently are on a scale of 1 to 5 in terms of their engagement, 1 being disengaged, 5 being highly engaged, and that could help us identify the gaps between where they currently are and where we want them to be. For example, a stakeholder is at 1 and we want them to be at 4. A stakeholder is at 2, we say that is C, current. 2, position, current. 5, position, desired. What are we going to do to get them from 2 to 5? And that becomes a conversation piece for team members to deduce how to get the stakeholder to the level that is desired on the project. Last but not least, we have meetings, and a lot of what we've discussed is done in meetings. The major output of this process is the communications management plan. It has a plethora of information, but just remember the W's. What, when, why, how, whom are we communicating to? Some of the things the PMI mentioned here are 1, and I'm dictating this out of my personal preference, but I want you to pay close attention to stakeholder communication requirements. Glossary of common terminology is also part of the communications management plan. Flow charts showing the information flow on the project is also part of the communications management plan. Constraints, resources allocated for communication activities, persons or groups who will receive the information, who is responsible for communicating, who is responsible for authorizing release of confidential information. What is the time frame and the frequency for the distribution of this information that we're seeking to disperse to the stakeholders? What is the escalation process revolving around communications? Reasons for distribution and so on are encapsulated in those W's. So always think about the who, what, when, why, how, throw in whom, people we're communicating to, however you see it. But I would highly advise taking a look at page 377 and checking off on all of those. Also in this plan, we could have guidelines and templates for project status meetings, project team meetings, and so on. The next output from this process is project management plan updates. As you go through this process, you might find yourself updating the stakeholder engagement plan, and this is updated to reflect our communication approach. Our next output is project documents updates, and here we could be looking at the project schedule, which could be updated to reflect communication activities, and the stakeholder register. The stakeholder register may need to be updated to reflect our planned communication approach for these stakeholders. And that concludes our review of the major ITTOs. But going into what will I get on the exam? On the exam, you could get tested on the communications management plan. Knowing all of those itty-bitty pieces that are in the plan is very important. There are some things you typically wouldn't expect to see in a communications management plan, such as flowcharts or workflows with possible sequence of authorization. You could be tested on those things. Glossary of common terminology, you could get tested on that. So you need to know what is in the plan by going through page 377. There are lots of subtleties here throughout this particular process, such as the communications requirement analysis. If you get questions that test you on the number of channels, I wouldn't be surprised, even though the formula isn't in the PMBOK guide anymore. I would also expect questions on communication models, communication methods, interactive push and pull, and all of these tiny little descriptors that you see scattered about this process. Things such as internal communication, external communication, formal communication, informal communication, understanding that contracts should contain formal language, and things such as that. I think those will really help you on your exam. Let's move on to our next process.
Manage communications is in the executing process group, and it sounds kind of strange to manage communications. This is where information is distributed. So when you are communicating, you're emailing, you're sending out reports, you're giving presentations, you're having meetings, this is where you're doing the communication. That's considered the distribution. We all know, we've been communicating our whole lives, that there's a lot more that goes into that. So of course, it's about the appropriate collection, creating of the communications, writing the email, creating the presentation. Distribution, storage. You might have some certain requirements regarding what needs to be stored for later. Retrieval, management, monitoring, and the ultimate disposition of project information. What do you do at the end of your project? What needs to be archived? Are there secret, sensitive pieces of information? Do those secret, sensitive pieces of information have specific rules that you must follow?
If an organization is to work effectively, the communication should be through the most effective channel, regardless of the organization chart. David Packard, founder of HP. Welcome to Manage Communications. Manage Communications is the process where we actually communicate. This is where we send the information to the people who need it. This is where we collect the information and we disperse the information to those stakeholders who have signified interest in the project or requested for one report, one communication medium, or another. Lee Iacocca says, you can have brilliant ideas, but if you can't get them across, your ideas won't get you anywhere. And that is the underlying theory that we keep in mind when we communicate. The most important thing is sending that message across to the receiver who needs it, when they need it, how they need it. So in managed communications, there are a few things we need to be thinking about. We need to be thinking about
cultural awareness, political awareness, networking, and many more factors, because you could have a brilliant message, but it has to be crafted and transmitted in the right way for it to connect with the audience and for it to inspire engagement from the stakeholders. While we strive to communicate and pass information across to people who need it, at the same time, we need to strive not to send communication across to people who do not need it. So we're talking about the timely and appropriate disbursement of information, the timely and appropriate creation of the information, storage of the information, retrieval of the information, management of the information, and the ultimate disposition of project information. What do we gain from this process? We gain stakeholder satisfaction, stakeholder engagement, and stakeholder assurance that indeed their interests are being well managed. That's what you get from an impeccable communication flow between the project team and stakeholders. Managed communication seeks to identify all aspects of effective communication, how to execute the plan in such a way that the choice of technologies, the methods, the techniques all align with stakeholder expectations. In addition, we need to make sure that we are flexible in this process. We should allow for changing needs of stakeholders to evolve. Sometimes the techniques that we try to use don't work. Instead of plowing down the street of fruitlessness, it will make more sense to change and use a different communication method or technique. So, manage communications is twofold. One, the distribution of the information, communicating in such a way that people get what they need when they need it. But secondly, the project manager should also ensure that the information being sent out has been effective, has been crafted the right way, and hit the mark. This process provides stakeholders the ability to make requests, change requests for embellishments, clarification, and discussion to fully understand the information that is being shared. For the project manager to do well on this process, he or she should think about the appropriate sender-receiver model to use, also incorporating that feedback loop we discussed into the model, making sure that it's not just sending out information, but it's also confirming receipt and understanding of the information. The choice of media should also be considered. Use a choice of media that suits the specific project and the audience. The writing style and meeting management, presentations, facilitation, and active listening. These are all simple concepts, but when used could be very powerful in managed communications. So let's talk about our inputs to this process to gain some clarity. The first one is the project management plan. And the major reason, of course, is because it contains a plan for how to communicate, when to communicate, what to communicate. And that's known as the Communications Management Plan. In addition to that, we also have the Resource Management Plan in here. And the Resource Management Plan describes the communications that are needed for the management of the team or physical resources. The next one is the Stakeholder Engagement Plan. And the Stakeholder Engagement Plan describes how stakeholders will be engaged on the project. This is an important input because we are dealing with those same stakeholders as we communicate here. In fact, managed communications and managed stakeholder engagement are tightly related. The next input is project documents, the change log, issue log, lessons learned register, quality report, risk report, and stakeholder register. Think about it. Why do we need these as inputs? To communicate them. We need the change log to communicate what's in the change log. We need the issue log to communicate what's in the issue log. We need the lessons learned register, quality report, risk report, and stakeholder register. We need them as inputs here because either the information within them needs to be communicated, or in the case of the stakeholder register, we identify those people or organizations that need this type of information. Going beyond project documents, the next thing here is work performance reports. It's a rare process where we find WPR going in. Work performance reports goes into this process, managed communications, in a bid to share the information at the right time and with the right stakeholders. It says work performance reports are circulated to the project stakeholders through this process as defined in the communications management plan. Examples of work performance reports include status reports and progress reports. And it continues, but I hope you get the idea for now. Make sure you understand that work performance reports come from the monitor and control project work process, and we see that as an input here to manage communications. The next input is enterprise environmental factors, and some of these factors could include organizational culture, stakeholder risk thresholds, global, regional, or local trends and practice or habits, and geographic distribution of facilities and resources. Remember, what we're doing is communicating with stakeholders, so the environment could affect how communication proceeds. Our next input is organizational process assets, and this refers to any standard operating procedures for communications, corporate policies regarding communications, regarding data management, and any guidelines regarding how communications are stored in the organization. Let's talk about the tools and techniques. The first one is called communication technology, and we have explored this already in the plan communications management process. Remember, there are certain factors to consider when choosing communication technology for a project. The next tool and technique is communication methods. The three broad methods discussed here were interactive, push, and pull, or remember PIP. The next tool and technique is communication skills. Some of the communication skills here are communication competence, feedback, nonverbal, referring to nonverbal communication through body language, gestures, tone of voice, and facial expression. Remember, Professor Emeritus Albert Mehrabian conducted the experiment at UCLA where it was deduced that only 7% of communication in a face-to-face communication setting is words. 55% was found to be conveyed by the body language and 38% by the tone of voice. And that goes a long way to show you that non-verbal communication is very important. Mirroring and eye contact are very important techniques that those who communicate effectively are aware of. Also mentioned here are presentations. And presentations, in order to be effective, need to be clear, concise, effective, straight to the point, and not full of clutter. Presentations will be successful when the content and delivery take the following into account, say the PMI, the audience, their expectation and needs, and also the needs and objectives of the project and project team. Let's move on to our next tool and technique. It's PMIS, Project Management Information System.
The Project Management Information System is also known to be what? A, OPA, B, EEF. Choose one. Do you remember? If you chose EEF, you are correct. Project Management Information System is referenced as an enterprise environmental factor. The lack of the system or possessing such a system could help and affect the project management on any project. Under Project Management Information System, here we have electronic project management tools, electronic communications management, and social media management. Let's read a little bit in the PMBOK guide, page 385. Under electronic project management tools, reference is made to project management software, meeting, and virtual office support software. And then it goes on to other things, as well as collaborative work management tools. Next, under electronic communications management, we have email, fax, and voicemail, web conferencing, things you are already familiar with, but it is worth knowing where they are bucketized is Project Management Information System. And lastly, we've got social media management, websites, web publishing, blogs, and social media in general. The next tool and technique here is project reporting. Project reporting is collecting, distributing, and making available project information to stakeholders when they need it. As we report on the project, be it in a manual report or even in a meeting, it's important to tailor the focus, the format, the level of detail, and the overall look and feel of the report to what stakeholders can absorb. Realize that this process of managed communications is closely linked with the generation of the work performance reports. So while the process called monitor and control project work generates the report, this process, managed communications, shares the report with stakeholders. The next tool and technique is interpersonal and team skills. Team skills such as active listening, conflict management, cultural awareness, meeting management, networking, and political awareness could be used to effectively communicate with stakeholders. Our next tool and technique is one we know very well, meetings. Meetings support the actions defined in the communications management plan. It is important for project managers to have an agenda for these meetings and share the agenda in advance. Let's talk about the outputs of managed communications. The first output is project communications, and this refers to any communications artifacts generated as a result of this process. Performance reports, deliverable status, schedule progress, cost incurred, presentations, and other information required by stakeholders. The ultimate disposition of these project communications depends on the policies in the firm. The next output is project management plan updates. Of course, we're in the communications knowledge area, so the communications management plan may need to be updated as a result of this process. And closely related to the communications management plan is the stakeholder engagement plan. Our next output is project documents updates. The project documents mentioned here are the issue log, the lessons learned register, project schedule, risk register, and stakeholder register. As these are communicated to stakeholders, there could be updates to these documents as well as an output of managed communications. The final output of this process is organizational process assets updates. And the assets that could be updated here could include project records such as the correspondence, memos, and meeting minutes generated from this process. Also, any planned and ad hoc project reports and presentations will also fall into this bucket. And that concludes our review of the
inputs, tools, techniques, and outputs of this process. Let's talk about what to expect on the exam. The philosophy of managed communications is important for the exam. Understanding that this is where the communications are shared, this is where the communications are distributed is very important. Understanding that this is where the practicality of communication methods comes in to either communicate in an interactive fashion or using push or pull communication. So really knowing the essence of this process will come in handy on the exam. The various tools and techniques used, such as communication technology, interpersonal skills, and things such as that, will also help you on the exam. Take a look at the project documents going in and try to understand why those documents are going in. The purpose is communications. So the more of those documents you're familiar with and the rationale behind their inclusion, the better it will be. Also, the close linkage between the communications management plan and the stakeholder engagement plan, and understanding the differences between both and how they complement each other could help you on the exam. I would also suggest that you study the communication skills mentioned to be able to identify them in a lineup, to be able to distinguish between communication competence versus presentations versus feedback and other associated terms. Don't lose sight of the fact that the first output mentioned is project communications. Know what those communications are and be able to distinguish between the first output and the last output, organizational process assets updates. In closing, also make a distinction between managed communications, where we communicate, versus managed stakeholder engagement, where we also communicate, but with a different purpose in mind. Let's explore this further. Managed communications seeks to share information in order to satisfy those communications requirements. On the flip side, managed stakeholder engagement seeks to effectively engage stakeholders through effective communications. Effective communications is a major way that stakeholders are engaged. It is stated on page 379. The managed communications process identifies all aspects of effective communication, including choice of appropriate technologies, methods, and techniques. Now, if we turn the page to 523, where we have managed stakeholder engagement, it reads, managed stakeholder engagement is the process of communicating and working with stakeholders to meet their needs and expectations, address issues, and foster appropriate stakeholder involvement. So you can see very clearly that communications is at the center of the managed stakeholder engagement process as well. But you need to understand the purpose of both. One is communicating to fulfill those communication needs and obligations. The second is communicating with an intent to engage those stakeholders, to involve those stakeholders. Very important for your exam. Let's move on to our next process. Communication can be very difficult sometimes, especially when clear instructions are not given. A young executive is leaving the office late one night when he finds the CEO standing in front of a shredder with a piece of paper in his hand. "Listen," says the CEO, "this is very sensitive and important information here, and my secretary has gone for the night.
Can you make this thing work for me? Sure, the young executive says. He turns the machine on, inserts the paper, and presses the start button. Excellent, excellent, says the CEO as his paper disappears inside the machine. I just need one copy.
Monitor communications is in the monitoring and controlling process group. And this is where you're ensuring the information needs of the project and the stakeholders are being met. So in your project, if you realize there are some key stakeholders that aren't aware of a piece of your project, this process is where you analyze, why did that happen? What should I do? And then ultimately including them into those communications, if that's the right choice after you've monitored your communications, is what you do. So this process is about making things better.
The monitoring and controlling process group in general is an opportunity to learn. It's an opportunity to grow. It's an opportunity to assess. It's an opportunity to remeasure. George Bernard Shaw said, "The only person who behaves sensibly is my tailor. He takes new measurements every time he sees me. All the rest go on with their old measurements." Isn't that true about controlling process group processes? People forget that they need to measure, analyze, do a variance analysis, check the actual versus plan, get to the bottom of what is going on. This is an opportunity to learn. It's an opportunity to discover. Monitor communications is where we ensure that the communications hit the mark, that it got to the people that needed it, and that the needs of the stakeholder were met. Monitoring stakeholder communications will help us understand if the planned communications and all of those artifacts of communications, all of those communications activities really indeed had the desired result, or if we missed the mark. So, as good project managers, we cannot assume that the best happened. We need to have actuals. We need to have reality. And this is where we check that reality. The impact, the consequences of our communications needs to be carefully evaluated and monitored to ensure that the right message with the right content was delivered to the right audience. It's all about checking. It's all about remeasuring and reanalyzing. Now, in this process, we have our usual suspects. In fact, if you really boil it down, I guarantee you all of the inputs, tools, techniques, and outputs have already been discussed in some other form. So to get good on this process, you need to realize those things that make it different in terms of the application of these ITTOs. We see processes like this a few times where everything is boilerplate, but the application and the philosophy of the process is different. Claude Bernard said, "It is what we think we know already that often prevents us from learning." So again, this is an opportunity to learn. This is where the lessons learned register is going to be used as an input and an output subliminally inside project documents and project documents updates. So we want to learn, what did we do last time that can help us this time? And we also want to document, what did we do now that we should do in the future as far as communications is concerned? And what have we done that did not work? You see, that is the mindset that you need to be in. PMI say on page 389 of the PMBOK Guide, monitor communications may require a variety of methods, such as customer satisfaction surveys, collecting lessons learned, observations of the team, reviewing data from the issue log, or evaluating changes in the stakeholder engagement assessment matrix. So, folks, like I said, this is where we're going to remeasure. This is where we're going to collect surveys. This is where we're going to check the temperature of the stakeholder. You're going to be a doctor here. You better don on that lab coat, get your thermometer in hand, and let's get ready to take some measurements. Remember, we want to do it right. We want to do it good. So the first input here is our project management plan, because it contains plans to do with humans. You communicate with humans, right? You communicate, and these humans are known as your stakeholders. So here we have the resource management plan. The resource management plan can help us understand the project organization and any changes, as well as roles and responsibilities, and the org chart. Hey, the org chart, which direction should communication be flowing in the org chart? At what time? Questions such as that. Also, we have the communications management plan, which contains our plan for how we're going to collect, create, and distribute information in a timely fashion. And if that plan ain't working, we need to fix it, right? That's why the communications management plan is an input here. The stakeholder engagement plan is a plan for how to engage stakeholders using communication strategies. So, hey, there is a big interrelationship between communications and stakeholders if you haven't already discovered. Now, let's talk about our project documents. We could have issues, engagement issues that have now been resolved. That information, that history, it's here in the issue log, or should be in the issue log. The lessons learned register, I mentioned this, previous phases. Earlier in the project, we could have documented certain strategies to help us improve on communications. Why reinvent the wheel? If it exists, reuse it. Project communications could provide us information about communications that have been distributed, and this could help us understand if there are issues and how to optimize our communication flow on the next go-round. The next input is work performance data. We've seen this before. Remember, I told you there's nothing new under the sun in this one, but it's the application of the information, inputs, tools, techniques, and outputs that's different. So here, WPD contains data regarding the types and quantities of communication that have actually been distributed. This is the information that we want to carry out an analysis on so we can obtain better understandings of the project through our WPI that's going to come out on the back end. Our usual two suspects, EEFs and OPAs. Need we say more? You can bank on the fact you're going to have organizational culture. Usually political climate shows up, and under OPAs, you know that mention is going to be made about historical information or the lessons learned repository or SOPs, standard operating procedures, corporate policies, and other things. Let's talk about our tools and techniques. Tools and techniques here, expert judgment, makes sense, expertise about how best to communicate with these individuals. Whether you're communicating with a stakeholder in the firm or the public or the community or the media, hey, you need to have expert judgment. You need people who have been there, done that can help you, that can prepare you for all manner of communications depending on what is happening. And these individuals can offer you their 2 cents of how to improve on previous communications that did not deliver. Maybe you met with the press, there were blunders. Expert judgment can help correct that. And that's why you need people around you that have been there, done that. The next tool and technique, PMIS, Project Management Information System. It's a no-brainer. We've got lots of information in the Project Management Information System, and those that relate to communications, those that may be used to capture, store, and distribute information to our stakeholders. The next tool and technique is data representation. The way we represent data regarding stakeholder engagement can be used here to understand the effectiveness of our communications. Good communications will probably lead to a bit more engagement, don't you think? So this is where we can review any changes between a stakeholder's desired levels of engagement versus their current levels of engagement, and we can tweak communications as necessary so that these folks can be as engaged as we need them to be. The next tool and technique is interpersonal and team skills. Think about it. You're communicating. Of course, you're going to need interpersonal and team skills. Anything revolving around communications necessitate the application of these skills. So we're talking about observation and conversation, observing the team, conversing with the team, observing stakeholders, conversing with stakeholders, discussions, dialogue. This helps determine the most appropriate way to communicate with project stakeholders and the most appropriate way to respond to requests for information. Observation and conversation helps the PM also identify any issues with the project team, helps the project manager understand if there are conflicts between people and any other individual performance issues. So when you see interpersonal and team skills and observation and conversation, bear in mind that we have various stakeholders on the project. Not everyone is a senior stakeholder. You could have those stakeholders that are project team members. The last tool and technique here is a no-brainer. It's meetings. Of course we have these meetings. Don't you? How on earth could we make traction regarding all of this data coming in and the data being analyzed? Of course, to represent data, to check existing representations, you're gonna need meetings. Let's talk about our outputs from this thing. First one, WPI, work performance information. I've already told you about this. So you had WPD going in. Now we've got WPI coming out. Now, part of the WPI here includes how project information is performing according to what we originally planned. Whenever you see WPI, just get into your head, ding, 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 we're going to have a type of analysis of actual versus planned all the time, all day, every day, every knowledge area. What did we say it would be? What is it now? What did we say it would be? How do we know it is what it is? By checking your data and analyzing. The next output here is change requests. So any changes as a result of needing to revise our plans, our documents, communications related information, communications requirements, stakeholder related information, all that stuff. And maybe we just need to reinvent the wheel that didn't work, all right? New procedures to eliminate bottlenecks. Next output here is project management plan updates. As I said previously, new procedures to eliminate bottlenecks. These could be in our communications management plan and also in our stakeholder engagement plan. So both of those could be considered as possible updates. Of course, communications is front and center, so we've got the communications management plan here. Next output is the project documents updates output. Here we could have all manner of project documents, but the PMI relegates it to the issue log. We may need to update the issues with new issues raised, their progress, resolution, existing issues, all that stuff. And we have the lessons learned register, which we may update with causes of issues, the reasoning behind issues, and just all-round valuable information to help people not make the same mistakes we did. The reason why we are collecting this stuff is to understand. John W. Gardner said, one of the reasons people stop learning is that they become less and less willing to risk failure. So we try something, it didn't work, we need to put it in the lessons learned register. But that doesn't mean that we're going to stop trying, right? Next thing here is the stakeholder register. The stakeholder register may be updated with revised stakeholder communication requirements. See, I told you that this stuff is all similar to what we talked about before. Not one single new ITTO. Everything is what we've seen before, but it's the application of it. It's the mindset behind the process, folks, that is startlingly different. Did I say that right? Startlingly different. Anyway, that concludes our review of monitor communication. So what do I expect on the exam? Just like I said, I expect them to put you into a scenario and ask you questions that really kick the tires and make sure you know what you're doing. You're monitoring communications, not monitoring stakeholder engagement. What are the differences? You're monitoring communications, not managing communications, and not managing stakeholder engagement. You see, it's like a square. Those four seem to throw people off. But the more you listen to this stuff, the more you're going to get it. Monitoring is checking and correcting. Managing is doing. Manage communications, communicating. Monitor communications, checking to see if it works, and making modifications if it isn't. Manage stakeholder engagement is engaging your stakeholders through effective communications. Monitor stakeholder engagement is changing the plan if it needs to change. Alrighty, well, we're almost done. Almost done with the PMBOK guide. Well, maybe I'm getting a little bit ahead. We've still got risk, procurement, stakeholder. 3 knowledge areas. Hey, that's big. So I think I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. We are not almost done. We've got 7 in risk, 3 in procurements. That's 10. And 4 in stakeholder if you're going by knowledge area. My goodness, we've got 14 left. That's still quite a lot. All right, let's get moving. See you in the next one.
Project Communications Management Scenario. Communicating changes to the stakeholders and managing change using communication methods. Objective: show how the project manager should manage communications. The avionics modernization project for the SD-16 airframe is moving along. Mary has had Jake's proof of concept for the FMS tested and has selected the best look and components to meet the scope of work in the project requirements. When Salvador requests another change, this time in writing, and one that will likely have a greater impact on the project than the color of the pilot's seats, she is hurrying down the corridor, bringing the change order to CCB when she runs into Jake in the hallway.
Hey Mary, what's the rush?
I've got to tell you, Jake, when you are right, you're right.
Huh? What are you talking about, Mary?
This change order request I got from Sal. Now, he wants the FMS to interface with the pilot's NVD helmet. He must have seen Novo working on something similar.
I told you.
Yes, you did, but I told you it was gold plating then. Not in the specs, and so wasn't part of the scope. But now I have to get this change order approved by CCB and run it through personally if we are going to give Sal what he wants. Keep up with Novo and stay anywhere close to our deliverable schedule.
A few days later.
So how'd it go with the CCB?
Great. Thanks to the detailed analytics I submitted along with the change request and my recommendations, they were able to see how we could implement without putting us too far behind schedule. And since you already laid a lot of the groundwork on that system and we aren't starting from scratch, the board is thrilled that we can request an increase in our allocation from Sal without a significant increase in our timeline. So they approved the change.
Slam dunk, Mary. I guess timing is everything. Project Communications Management Scenario. Sally, your customer, formally requests a change to the project after the project management plan has been approved. You have performed an analysis and have certain recommendations on how to handle this change. As the project manager, what should you do next? An analysis and review of the change request by the CCB is needed. The project manager should not approve or reject a change request in isolation. The sequence of events for change requests should be as follows. 1. Obtain a change request in formal writing. 2. Analyze the potential impact of the change. 3. Submit the change request in your analysis with recommendations to the Change Control Board. 4. The Change Control Board approves or rejects the request. The CCB may request additional information, and there could be iterations of some steps. 5. The Change Control Board decision is documented. 6. If the change request is rejected, the reasons for rejection should be documented and communicated to the stakeholders. This may generate additional change requests. 7. If the change request is approved by the CCB, the change request is implemented in the deliverable or in an aspect of the project. 8. The change request is validated and confirmed to be complete. And 9. If the change is not validated as complete, rework is performed until the change is confirmed as being successfully implemented. Summary. As most knowledge areas start with a planning process, communications should also be planned. First, identify who you need to communicate with. Plan what you need to communicate, who, with, and when. Distribute the information to your stakeholders. On getting this information, stakeholders may have needs and expectations. Stakeholder expectations need to be managed effectively to deliver all expected deliverables at the required quality level and reduce any apprehension resulting from concerns about project status or deliverable characteristics. It is the project manager's responsibility to manage stakeholder expectations and interests. Project performance reports are needed by stakeholders to effectively gauge project progress. Exam tip. On the exam, there will likely be many situational questions testing you on the application of soft skills and communication, sender-receiver models, paraphrasing, feedback, meetings, agendas, and conflict resolution techniques. Other aspects involving leadership and soft skills will also come into play. Be sure to understand the difference between reporting on performance and merely distributing information. Also know that face-to-face communication is the most effective mode of communication and should be chosen whenever applicable and possible. Expect roughly 15% of the exam to revolve around communications management. Expect at least another 15% of the exam to revolve around resource management. Understand these areas and be able to answer situational questions that test your knowledge of communicating and managing stakeholder expectations.
You have been listening to Project Management Audio Digest by Phill C. Akinwale, published by Praizion Media. Effective, realistic project management training is crucial for all project managers, PMP certified or not. Praizion Media offers real-world project management training, PMP exam training, CAPM training, leadership training, Microsoft project and communications training in Arizona, California, New York, Washington, D.C., Virginia, London, UK, Canada, and indeed the world. Get PMP certified or learn the basics of project management. Praizion Media will train you or your team on site via the internet, CDs, DVDs, MP3s, or through our books and study guides. Our trainers are real-world project managers with experience in various industries, government, engineering, IT, aerospace, healthcare, and more. Visit www.praizion.com. That's spelled Praizion.com. Or call 480-545-2022 to learn how we can help you build invincible PMP certified project managers. Stop losing money on failed and unnecessary projects and get your project managers trained to be leaders and trailblazers. Visit www.praizion.com or call now 480-545-2022. Praizion Media. real-world project management training solutions.
Hello, my awesome colleagues, my friends, PMPs in the making, CAPMs in the making. I hope you're doing well. Yesterday, I put out a video on Chapter 3 of the PMBOK Guide, 6th edition, and we got a question in from a student, and I am going to answer this question right now. The question says, "Thank you for this explanation, sir. I have one question. Please help me. What does a project coordinator do? How does he or she support the project manager? Does he or she prepare the project charter, WBS, schedules, estimation, and so on using different project management tools?" It's a brilliant question. So why don't we take this question bit by bit, okay? So this first question, right? What does a project coordinator do? A project coordinator is an individual that is responsible for assisting the project manager in whatever capacity the project manager requests. So think about the things a project manager typically does: creating reports, interfacing with customers, stakeholders, and things like that. Anything the project manager deems the project coordinator capable of handling, that's what they do. I've come across some project coordinators who do everything from scheduling in Microsoft Project or Primavera or some other tool to making phone calls to stakeholders, to clients, following up on procurement items, following up on things that are needed to create a report, creating reports, being involved in collecting requirements, being involved in troubleshooting if a system has been implemented and project manager isn't available and questions need to be answered. That could be made the project coordinator's responsibility. Now, the term project coordinator is variable. You have some people that refer to a project coordinator as a project assistant. In some instances, they may even say a junior project manager. Pretty much the same thing, right? I've also heard of people doing similar things being called a project expediter. Now, an expediter is someone that doesn't have as much power as a project coordinator, but they do a lot of administrative stuff, collating reports, stapling reports, printing stuff, doing some tasks that are not as major as a coordinator would. But again, it's left to the project manager, especially in a project-oriented firm, to decide what a project coordinator does for her or him, depending on who the project manager is. All right, so how does he or she support the project manager? By doing whatever the project manager needs help with, right? Does he or she prepare the project charter? Probably not the charter, but is it a possibility? It is, if the project manager deems it fit. WBS, possibly, schedules, estimation, and so on. It all depends on the level of the project coordinator's aptitude. Now, it might amuse you that a lot of project coordinators are fully fledged PMPs, so they know about this stuff. Case in point. I know people who have worked in positions because there are no project manager positions available, and those positions are project coordinator. So being a project coordinator doesn't mean you don't know a lot. You could know a whole lot of stuff. It really boils down to what does the PMO want you to do, what does the project manager feel you're capable of doing, and what is the progress path, for you to evolve beyond being a project coordinator to actually being maybe a full-fledged project manager. Really depends. All right. Second bullet, what is the difference between a project manager and project coordinator? A project manager is called a project manager, first of all. And then secondly, the project manager, you find them to be more accountable for the project-related tasks, such as the schedule, the budget. So the project manager could delegate to the project coordinator stuff that needs to be done, but the overall accountability is with the project manager, okay? In Agile, you said, Scrum Masters may act as a project coordinator. That is not a correct statement. In the world of Agile, the Scrum Master is not a project coordinator. The Scrum Master is responsible for the purity of the process. A Scrum Master is responsible for the integrity of Scrum being practiced. And if any of those practices of Scrum are out of whack or out of line, it's the job of the Scrum Master to call people back into order, right? And then you said, but in a traditional project management setting, what is the role of the project coordinator and how is it different? I believe that kind of answers it. Scrum is very different. You know, I find a lot of people trying to compare Scrum to how traditional projects are done. No, it's totally different. The role of the project manager is split up into what the team is doing, right? So things like integration, scope, schedule, cost, quality, all those things. That is what the team is accountable for and responsible for. In a traditional setting, it's different. In a traditional setting, we have the project manager still being a central figure. That's why in the world of Agile, we use the term decentralized decision making, decentralized project management, decentralized leadership. Get it? In the world of traditional, it's centralized. You know, we have the belly button accountable person being the PM, but that is not the case in Agile, all right? So thank you very much, MN. Brilliant question. I hope this gives you further context. And as for everyone else, if you have got any question that you want answered in project management, don't forget to drop a comment below. I will take your question one of these days, all right? See you soon. Bye for now. Hello, my friends. It's your buddy Phill here, project management trainer and coach. This is real talk for people who have been involved in the RAP program in the past, people who have been involved in training project management based on previous PMBOK guides, and people who may be in the new ATP program. First and foremost, if you listen to the sound of my voice, I just want to say a huge congrats to us on surviving the crazy 2020 and equally crazy 2021. And those of you who are still in industry training, I doff my hat to you because it has been quite a crazy journey. All sorts of unexpected surprises have been thrown at us. Let's just journey back in our little time machine here and go back to pre-2020 when we were talking about the exam changing. Remember that? The exam was meant to have changed in 2020. And in 2019, we began taking a look at that new content outline. And for a time, there were 2 content outlines out, and that was crazy. And then we had the cutover, the crossover map. Remember that? And the crossover map, it didn't really do much to help anyone because we realized that it was a totally new configuration in the current content outline. So a lot of that crossover stuff, it just didn't work. It was just like comfort food. It didn't really do any good when we boiled it down. But we got over that. And January 2021 was when the new exam kicked off. And unfortunately, a number of people who were banking on taking the old exam realized that it was no longer available. It was a lot of chaos, confusion at that time. And around about that time in December 2020, we also had the REP program going away and the new ATP program coming in. And there were a number of notable companies, people, entities who had been in industry for eons, much longer than I have. They took a stand not to join the ATP program. And there were many reasons, one of which was they didn't want control of how they taught the content. They didn't want control over the materials they used. And I felt quite the same way. So a lot of companies ended up joining the program, but more than 2/3 of the original registered education providers at the last time I checked did not. Because I know we were banking on about 300 and 3,000 thereabouts. I know some people had already dropped off the wagon prior, but at the time the program was launched, I remember it was a very minuscule amount. I think at the end of the day, maybe 2/3. If you know a better number, then let me know. But very few people who were on the original program joined, and this program was launched. And immediately people began thinking they were at a disadvantage, and predominantly ATP trained students would do well and those who were not ATP students wouldn't. But that ended up not being the case. And instead of us seeing what had been repeated over the years of large number of folks taking the exam not doing well, we quickly realized that almost everyone was passing the exam. Almost every single candidate that put up a notification on social media said they passed. Now, if you put this in contrast with years before that, you realize that a lot of people were not passing the exam. Now, is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? I believe needless difficulty, needless tedious difficulty is no good. And if that is what the exam was in the years gone by, then it's good to move away from that. But if that was not just needless tedious difficulty, if those were good checks and balances for the exam in time past, then taking away such checks and balances could actually end up hurting the profession, end up hurting the reputation that PMPs have. For example, I'll give my example. When I was interviewed by Honeywell about 6 or 7 months after my PMP exam, I did amazingly well in the earned value based interview. And the only reason why I did was because of the prep that I had to do for the PMP exam. It exposed me to a whole lot of stuff. Now, even though my exam was not riddled with question after question in earned value, the preparation did help me, and it set me up for success. And honestly, without the PMP exam that I took in 2005, I wouldn't be where I am today in my career. So it was a very good move. And I'm sure some of you experienced similar things, maybe not with earned value, but other topics of project management that you studied that might have really set a firm foundation. And I'm not talking about the 100% of the PMBOK guide. It might have just been 20% of what you studied ended up contributing to 80% of your foundation or your career or your success in one company or the other. So the PMP has had quite an interesting reputation. It's been both highly regarded and highly disregarded. But I think all in all, there was some good balance. Now, with the advent of the 2021 exam, the exam that we know today has been, in quote, the new exam, the Agile, people say you might as well call it the PMP Agile exam. Yeah. With the advent of that exam, I'm not sure many of us can say the same thing. Many of us who got certified pre-2021, we feel that the exam has been dumbed down to a point of harm. You get what I'm saying? That is what a lot of us see it as. Now, whether that perception is correct, whether it's accurate, is yet to be seen, right? Time will tell. Whether the way the exam was reconfigured is justifiable is yet to be seen, Taking a look at the content outline and taking a look at the 6th edition and taking a look at PMI's infamous materials for the ATP trained PMP exam, there's just so much disconnect that it's rather frustrating to anyone involved. especially you trainers, and I know there are a lot of my colleagues, they're silent. They don't say anything. I'm the one who's got the big mouth, so I put out all this stuff about my views. If you were to hear the views of others, you just know that what I'm saying resonates across the board with many a trainer. I'm not saying everyone, because there are a lot of trainers who just want to train and go home. They're not really interested in making much drama or change, so they just train and go home. But there are many others, old faithfuls, who've been in the industry, and they're like, no, this is not the way to go. This is not how it's supposed to be done. But if you talk to a lot of those folks, they'll tell you that they are rather concerned at the disparity, the disconnectedness of all of these facets, for this flagship exam of PMIs, and PMI is near and dear to many of our hearts. PMI is not one person's firm. It is not a family business. Okay. So when people critique what is going on in the PMI and give their 2 cents, it should be looked at as a welcome family meeting, a welcome family contribution, right? Those of you who got certified in 2021, you realize that having diversity in ideas and in views is actually a good thing. So I encourage anyone who has ideas or concepts or feelings about some of what you're seeing around, don't just be quiet and try to maintain the status quo. Just be honest and talk about it, because you never know who is listening and who you can help to get PMI further along. The people at the helm, they need to understand our views, okay? And I give those folks credit for sailing the ship. Someone's got to be there to steer the ship, right? But a true leader needs to chart the course. And I'm really hoping the new leadership coming in to PMI in 2021, whenever that is, I hope these ideas float up to them so that whoever is at the helm at the end of 2021 will really listen to the voices of the people on the ground, the people in the chapters, people taking the exams, the people who have taken the exam, the people who have vested interest in the PMI, for the past 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. If you watch the most recent video cast from PMI, we had one of our PMI original 5. If you watch that one, I'm sure it brought some delight to you. If you haven't watched it, you need to go to PMI's website, and you want to look for their monthly video cast. The last one where Tony was interviewing, that is a great one for everyone to watch, because it just takes you back and you hear stories and you hear some pretty interesting things that have been said, So fast forward into 2021 anyway, there's a lot of disparity between the PMBOK Guide 6th edition, the PMBOK Guide 7th edition, the Agile Practice Guide, PMI's ATP controlled materials for training PMP, and the PMP exam content outline. That's 5 different things for one exam. Another piece of frustration is the cutover from edition to edition is not that clear cut. From the 5th to 6th it was, 4th to 5th it was. But I think it was a mistake to call this 7th edition a PMBOK guide. This should have been called an addendum to the PMBOK guide, because it has some good ideas. It has some great concepts as well, like the concept of a value delivery system. I love the way the tools and techniques have been whittled down. The inputs and outputs are a more manageable size. And I like the idea of integration of concepts, but it still doesn't do what, in my mind, a 7th edition should have done. A 7th edition should have brought together concepts such as hybridization to an even higher degree, more deliberate degree, brought together the concepts of predictive and agile, and presented a blowout of what is in the Agile Practice Guide from pages 90 to 95 forward. That is what the 7th edition should have done. It shouldn't have diminished the 6th. It should have brought to the surface the hidden gems in the concepts, trends, tailoring, and consideration for Agile. If you take a look at that, pages 90 to 95 in the Agile Practice Guide, some really great wisdom on how to view knowledge areas from an Agile lens. And that is one of the key pieces to bridge the worlds of predictive and Agile together, to bridge the worlds of knowledge areas and process groups and Agile, so that people who are in a hybridized mindset, they don't have Jekyll and Hyde moments. Instead of looking at Agile as being some standalone thing and predictive as some standalone thing, you just see project management for what it is. Project management, whether it's been done by a team, whether it's been done by a project manager, whether it's been done by team members and the project manager, you just see it as one composite whole, and you understand how it should be integrated across a project. I think that was a missing piece. There's so much more that can be done with an 8th edition, but I believe the 7th edition is like New Coke. If you don't know what New Coke is, just Google New Coke. I think the 7th edition is New Coke. And I think Coca-Cola made a great step in 2002, 19 years plus ago, when they decided, okay, New Coke, you've run your course. Let's go back. Let's go back to the original. Oh my goodness. So this is just food for thought. I'm just sharing my thoughts randomly. It's getting towards the end of 2021, and here we are, December 1st, and it just makes me sit and look back. And, my question to you folks on the ATP program, has the ATP program been all that for you? I want you to drop your comments below and just share with us some of what ideas, benefits, hopes, this program has afforded you. I'm very curious to know. I've heard some individuals saying they may not continue with the program, but I'm curious to know, those of you who will continue, why will you continue, and what has the program afforded you? I'm really hoping it's been worth it, because I know that you're paid a pretty penny, and I know the REP program, I can speak for the REP program of the PMI, because we were REPs at Praizion from 2010 to 2020. That's 10 years. Think about that for a second. And I know some of you will chuckle, because you were in the program for like 15 or more years, right? But it's food for thought. I know the REP program hugely, immensely contributed to our success as a company. I was a raving fan of the REP program. I know it had some improvements that could have been made, but I was a raving fan. The REP program did so much for the project management community. Now, the ATP program is in its infancy, but it's time to begin asking, what have you done for me lately, ATP program? What have you done? What have you done for the companies? Now, I'm not talking about the big dogs alone, because they're huge mammoth companies that already have a footprint, and they just needed to become ATPs to pretty much keep the status quo with clients they already had. But I'm curious to know the mid-size, the small-size type of businesses, what exactly has it done for you? It would be nice to share those ideas. Okay? And going into 2022, I wish the new CEO, whoever that is, I wish the new CEO mad success and a lot of well wishes, because you're going to need it. You're going to need it. Coming into the jungle, just flying blind in the middle of the night, dropped out of a helicopter. You got to have some pretty good fortune on your side and good people to be able to navigate the jungle. It's a jungle right now. So I hope that 2022 provides some better opportunities for us all in the world of project management, in the world of adding value, because that's really what it is. I know we call it project management, but really what it is, it's adding value, giving our customer benefits, and giving them outcomes that they desire. That's what project management is meant to do. So I wish us all the very best in 2022. I hope fast forward 1 year, when we look back, we will truly see some improvements in the world of PMI, but we'll truly see some of those hopes and aspirations that we all had hearing there was a new exam. We hoped that it would take us levels above and not take us levels down. But I know the pandemic has been very, very destructive to a lot of businesses. To some businesses, it has actually been very constructive. It has helped people hit the reset button. I know. I guess you could say in a way it has helped PMI hit a reset button when it comes to taking the PMP exam remotely at home, which has brought some blood, sweat, and tears from some people that has not yet resulted in their success. And I'm talking about people whose exams have been just cut short, like in the middle of the process due to technical difficulties and things like that. But with new technology, that kind of stuff happens. It takes some time for us to even out the kinks and the ebbs and flows, to even things out. So we'll give it a few more years and hopefully those things will be resolved. We've also seen a number of people who have had, unfortunately, their certification status revoked, which has been kind of right there in the forefront this year. We didn't see a lot of that as much before. I know it did happen, but I think the reason is you have a lot of these companies, and I'm not going to put any of their names out because they are absolutely shameful companies and they stand against everything that PMI and other organizations stand for, which is setting up full-blown cheating workshops. That's what it is. And these cheating workhouses, they actually try to recruit people to pay for exams to be taken by people other than themselves. They also do bad things like harvesting exam questions and trying to share those. And this is why we have a lot of cycle changes as we go through the years in the PMP exam. PMI is always updating the questions because of terrible firms like this, in addition to many other reasons, good reasons. It's just good to recycle the questions based on what's happening in the industry. But you have a lot of spurious firms, and PMI, of course, they know that this is out there. And I think all the other certifications do. And we're now at war with these spurious companies. That's why we have this AI detection set up in the exam. So I know some people have had disappointments. So while there've been some good things to say about the exam being done online, a number of people have been disappointed, shocked, and bewildered and don't know what to do. And to those, anyone who's still listening that's thinking of taking the exam, just beware, of these spurious companies that offer harvested questions. It's such a bad, horrible thing, really horrible thing. And cheats all over the place. Just a month ago, I got someone sending me a message saying, would you be interested in taking the PSM exam for someone? And of course, this was done semi-anonymously because it was done on one of these sites where you tutor and mentor and train and coach, and someone could pose as a student only to ask this question. So I reported the individual to the management of this site,
But it just goes to show you that as people are actively studying, to do well on a test, people are actively cheating. And entire companies are also presenting them that opportunity. So there's a lot of new stuff we're dealing with. Some stuff has been there for years, but it's just now magnified, being that the exam is being taken at home. All right. So I hope this gave you food for thought about 2021. It's been a rather interesting year as far as project management is concerned. Personally, I did take a professional exam, and that was fun. I know some people got 5, 6, 7 certifications, and that's cool. The certifications are really meant to be a feather in the cap and an addition, not the main thing, because experience is still the best teacher and, of course, the best indicator of prowess. Great experience, great track record. Those cannot be replaced by a certification. So it's always good to keep that in mind. All right, my friends. Well, thank you very much. I wish you all the very best in 2022 in all your endeavors. Got any thoughts, comments, ideas? I want you to put them in the chat below. You take care. It's your buddy Phill here, saying happy 2022 way in advance. And all the best to the new PMI CEO whenever that individual comes in. Talk to you soon. Hello, my friends. It's your buddy Phill here, project management trainer and coach. Today, we're going to take a look at the PMBOK Guide, 6th edition, chapter 3. Now, to give you some context, the 7th edition came out, but a lot of people going through it are lost regarding what exactly does this mean? I don't understand, Phill. Help me out. Do I just read the 7th edition? I'll be good to go. And the answer, in my opinion, is no. No, you don't just read the 7th edition blindly. You got to understand a few things coming into it so that you're not lost and free falling. All right. And that's why I put these together to help you. They're very rapid, very quick, but I'm hoping that it helps you digest the information in an effective manner. So chapter 3 is one of my favorite chapters in the entire 6th edition. It talks about the role of the project manager. And in my mind, we should just call this leadership for the project manager. Let's just call it that. It starts off by posing that the PM plays a critical role in leadership. Feasibility studies happen before the project starts, and then there's some benefits realization that we also need to think about. And all of this contributes to tailoring the role of the project manager to the firm. It really depends on the company, but in different firms, project managers have varying degrees of power. Sometimes project managers' authority is huge, and other times project manager has very little authority. They're the dog's body, they're beaten down on, and they feel dejected. And if you're a project manager like I am through and through, you've probably worked for some of those organizations. But the right way to position project managers for success is to help them understand where exactly they are and to give them some autonomy and power so that they can help teams do great things. So the PM should have project management knowledge, should have some technical knowledge. In my opinion, I know a lot of the books say the project manager doesn't need to have technical knowledge. No, I beg to differ. The PMs in many an instant, and in fact, in this day and age, you find a lot of PMs, technical PMs in IT space, in engineering space. They need to understand some technicalities. Otherwise, they're not going to be as effective. That's just my opinion. All right. So understanding of technicalities, their experience, their leadership, their ability to communicate, that leads to success. Now, I'm not diminishing communications and interpersonal skills. That is much bigger than any of the technical knowledge pieces. In fact, the 6th edition talks about that, how research shows that the top 2% of project managers, as voted by their colleagues and peers, are those who have superior relationship and communication skills while displaying a positive attitude. The great Zig Ziglar, he calls it a PMA, a positive mental attitude. It's the opposite of someone with a plum disease, the poor little old me disease. The PM should have
positive mental attitude. And that's really what chapter 3 is espousing. Project manager has a role like a conductor of an orchestra, responsibility for the team, knowledge and skills, including technical knowledge, just like a conductor would have knowledge about the instruments in an orchestra. And all of this helps the project manager to get the deliverable done. And ultimately, as I said in the first couple of episodes, it's not the deliverable alone. It's really about the outcome. So we're keen on the deliverable, but beyond that is the benefits that the customer gets from the deliverable. Beyond that is the value, and beyond that is the outcome. So just keep that in mind. All right, moving really quickly here. The definition of a functional manager is different from that of a project manager. Functional managers provide oversight for a functional business unit. Operations managers provide oversight, ensuring that business operations are efficient. And the project manager is that person who is the guide, if you will, for the team that is responsible for delivering those project objectives. And the project manager is right there in the nucleus, right? The project manager, in the wider sphere of the project manager's influence, we have the project team, project program portfolio managers, resource managers, and another layer of that is the supporting governing bodies, steering committees, PMOs. And another layer of that is stakeholders, suppliers, customers, and end users. So the project manager is at the nucleus. It's a really big job. The project manager should have technical prowess, strategic and business management prowess, and leadership. And when you take a look at the PMI talent triangle, it pretty much has those, right? Technical project management, strategic business management, and leadership. The project manager should really focus on those leadership skills because, as my mentor says, a true measure of leadership is influence. It's nothing more, nothing less. And leadership, everything rises and falls on leadership. Everything. Your ability to be great, your ability to succeed, the ability of the project to succeed. It's all about leadership. Great leadership, great success. Poor leadership, poor success, right? So the leadership skills, one, being a visionary, being able to dream a dream or being able to translate dreams for people who can't, being optimistic and positive, being able to collaborate, being selfless. That's a key of the servant leader. And of course, your exam will be very much focused on servant leadership, and being a lifelong learner, someone who is results and action oriented. In chapter 3, we talk about different power types, positional power, formal power. Like I said in the very beginning, you start at your stated authority level. I said this in chapter 2. You start off as a project manager, but in order for you to excel beyond that, you got to use other powers, right? Because people are not always going to listen to you just based on positional power. So here's some other power types: informational power, reference, situational, personal or charismatic, relational, expert, reward, punitive or coercive, ingratiation. Believe it or not, it's a power type. People use it. The great Robert Cialdini, he talks about this, in his body of work. Being able to make their heads bigger, it does do something. I'm not saying abuse it, but it does. It could be used. Anyway, enough said. Pressure-based, guilt-based, persuasive, and avoiding. We also talk about leadership styles in chapter 3. We talk about laissez-faire, transactional, servant, transformational, charismatic, and interactional. The big one to take a look at is servant leader. That is definitely what a lot of your exam questions will be based on. It's a mindset of being a servant to the team as opposed to beating them over the head with carrots and sticks. In chapter 3, we have leadership versus management. I quite like this breakdown in table 3-1, and it just shows you that management is more about directing positional power. Leadership is about guiding and influencing. Leadership is more about developing and innovating, focusing on relationships and inspiring trust. On the flip side, management is about administration of processes and procedures and guidelines. It's often said we lead people, but we manage things. Going to the next part of the table, you can see the whole narrative continues. Leadership is about focusing on long-range vision, bigger picture think, focusing on the horizon, challenging the status quo, focusing on vision, alignment, and motivation. Management is still needed. We're not saying don't focus on management, but there's a difference between management and leadership, and great leaders, they understand that. So they get someone who is great at the management of processes and procedures and systems. They get those people to be managers, but we also have the leaders who have to think vision and innovation and big picture think. People like Jobs, the difference between Steve Jobs and a manager, for example. Management is accepting the status quo, doing things right. And management is focusing on operational issues and solving problems, firefighting. But leadership is focusing on vision, alignment, motivation, inspiration. See, so those kind of things, you need to be aware of them. Still on chapter 3, we move into the concept of performing integration. How do you hold the entire project together? Well, the project manager's role in integration is twofold. One, you got to work with the project sponsor to understand strategic objectives. And two, you got to ensure alignment of the project at every point in time with the portfolio, with the program, with the business unit. Now, when the project manager works with the sponsor in this way, they contribute to the execution of integration of the strategy. PMs are responsible for aligning the team to have a unidirectional focus, and this is achieved through integration of processes, knowledge, and people. You got to continuously integrate. Chapter 4 goes more into integration. Now, this will be the last in our series of rapid fire, but for those of you on the projectmanagementmasterclass.com class, we go into all of this in more detail, right? So we cover integration in more depth. This is pretty much the top of the ways for integration. There's a lot more to talk about and processes within integration. So you can perform integration at different levels. The first one we talk about here is a cognitive level. And what is the method for managing a project is a question that's asked. It's based on size, complexity, and organizational complexity. What are the personal skills and abilities of the project manager? This tapers into the concept of managing integration at the cognitive level. Project managers' leadership ability, their technical abilities, and their business management skills. All of this will influence how the project is integrated at the cognitive level. A project has a small chance of success when the project manager fails to integrate the project processes where they interact. So you want someone who can see that big picture, someone who's got great leadership, great technical, and great business management skills. Now, at the context level, we talk about the PM being aware of changes in the context of the business, understanding the context of the project as it relates to new technologies, social networks, believe it or not, social media is what we're talking about, multicultural aspects, virtual teams, and new values. The PM should be aware of changes in the context of business when we talk about all of these facets and how we can best use these elements to achieve success on the project. When we talk about integration and complexity, a project may be described as complex and or difficult to manage, and it could mean intricate, it could mean complicated. Complexity within projects is as a result of 3 dimensions of complexity: system behavior, human behavior, and ambiguity. This narrative continues in the 7th edition, but this is a great introduction to it. When we talk about complexity, complexity itself is a perception of an individual based on personal experience, observation, and skill. Rather than being complex, a project is more accurately described as containing complexity. Portfolios, programs, and projects may contain elements of complexity. When integrating a project, the project manager should consider elements inside the project and elements outside the project. Complexity as a characteristic or property of a project is typically defined as containing multiple parts, several connections between the parts, dynamic interactions between the parts, and exhibiting behavior. We call this emergent behavior. Emergent behavior is the occurrence where larger entities arise through interactions among smaller or simpler entities, such as that the larger entities exhibit properties the smaller, simpler entities do not exhibit. So, for example, schools of fish. Have you ever seen those formations when you got this big or large formation of schools of fish? That's an example of emergence. Emergence pretty much just means unpredictable and discovery as time goes on. That's it in a nutshell. Here are some emergence examples. Definition of emergence: manifestation of a system's properties that cannot be anticipated from the properties of its components or parts. Schooling in fish is an emergent state of fish behavior in which a group of fish move together in a coordinated fashion and form patterns. The patterns formed range from simple ellipsoids to complicated vortex arrangement. You've seen that. You know what this is talking about. In describing collective behaviors, emergence refers to how collective properties arise from the properties of parts, how behavior at a larger scale arises from the detailed structure, behavior, and relationships at a finer scale. So the summary is beware, because your project may just surprise you. One more example: fractal patterns of snowflakes to cellular life forms. Our universe is full of complex phenomena. But how does this complexity arise? Emergence describes the ability of individual components of a large system to work together to give rise to dramatic and diverse behavior. So the summary, my friends, is your project may just very well surprise you. And this, my friends, is the end of our review. We have gone through 3 chapters, three big chapters in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. And this is the end. Thank you very much for joining me on this journey. If you are looking for training, coaching, help beyond this, you know where you need to go. You need to go on down to our website. It's Praizion.com. That is Praizion.com. When you get to Praizion.com, you will be redirected to projectmanagementdoctor.com. Projectmanagementdoctor.com is where you can get all sorts of help. You can get all sorts of great materials to help you. We got some blowout deals going on right now. You can sign up for any of these courses that is happening in the immediate future. You can also go on down to other portals that I have, like pmradio.org. If you go on down to pmradio.org, you will be able to listen to my podcast for the PMP exam. It's right there. I put out new content quite frequently. And right now you've got about 89 episodes to catch up on. So if you haven't been to pmradio.org, I want to encourage you to do that. pmradio.org. And this is just the beginning. If all this stuff that I'm showing you here excites you and you want more information, you're hungry to keep in touch with my views of project management, go on down to pmradio.org. I'm going to put that on the screen one more time. All right. And I look forward to being able to hear from you, speak to you at some point. All right. Don't forget to like, subscribe. See you soon. Bye for now.